What's up, fools? Today is 4/15, 2023. It is 11:11 p.m. I'm still getting set up over here, and I started prematurely. It's normally the other way around. I normally finish prematurely, but this time I started prematurely, so how's everybody doing? Um, we are going to cover the live conversation with Counterpoints. I invited him on. I asked him if he wanted to come chat for a minute. We'll see if he wants to chat. We're going to take some call-ins first. There's a bunch of people who said, what time do you normally start? Probably around like between 11 to 11:30 p.m. So, um, I, you know, I still got a spot from my glasses on my nose. Um, I've said this a bunch of times before. I don't like my name. I don't like my channel name. And I've wanted to change it before. We actually moved channels one time. When like I was talking to you guys yesterday about the fact that there was a period where I was done. I was like done creating content. I was over with it. I didn't want to do it anymore. I felt like there was just no possible way that I could be successful on YouTube. I was successful everywhere else, but I got banned everywhere else. And so I thought, yeah, I just can't do it on YouTube. It's done. It's over. I like calling it quits. And then I thought, you know what? I'll give it one more shot. I'm going to make a new channel. Since this one seems to be shadow banned, I'll make a new channel. Made a new channel. First couple videos, like way more views on those. So if you go look up the other channel, it's called Nostradamus. When I look up Foolery, another channel comes up. Yes, this is one of the problems. This is one of the big problems is even for people who want to find me, they can't find me. You have to type in Foolery show. Also, lots of people think that it's Foolery, one word. It's Foolery, two words. Foolery. But it's Foolery show. So yeah, so we created another channel. I don't like the name Foolery, but I like the name Nostradamus. I thought that was a dope name. I freaking came up with it all on my lonesome. And I was like, yeah, this is a sick name. It's the name that I use in all of my fantasy football leagues. I always go by Nostradamus. And it's because I'm predicting the stats. I'm gonna predict who's gonna do well. I'm predicting the winners. And so yeah, so I started going by Nostradamus, and I would still stream on Foolery, but I would upload like all of my best videos to Nostradamus. And then it just dropped, just like everything else, just dropped off a cliff and was getting like 20, 30 views sometimes, and just wasn't doing anything there either. And I don't remember what it was, but something like got me like re-interested in doing content. Oh yeah, I started making video essays. Yeah, started making video essays, and it kind of got me interested again. And yeah, um, but yeah, we'll do some call-ins first. If any members want to jump into the members VC, we'll do those first, and then after that, then if anybody's in the waiting room, then I'll pull them in and take calls from the waiting room. If you have questions, you want to debate me on something, you disagree with me on something. The guy destroyed by Lav. Yeah, true. Actually, here, let me show you guys. I've been busy, guys. All right, I've been busy on Twitter. Normally, I get on Twitter like once a week, and when I get on, I'm busy that day. Okay, I put in a lot of work. So if you guys don't follow me on Twitter, you miss out. You miss out once a week. There's good stuff once a week. I'm telling you. So let's see. Let's go to the tweeter. Okay, so last night, I posted this last night. This was freaking based. All right, Dylan Mulvaney, anti-trans stuff, anti-trans stuff. Dylan Mulvaney is getting shoved in our faces all freaking day. We can't go anywhere without trans people getting shoved in our faces, shoved down our throats. I got trans people down my throat all day. I got a trans person down my throat all the time. We can't get away from it. You know why we can't get away from it? Because people like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder will not shut up about it. What? They won't freaking shut up. Wow. They're shoving it down our throats all the time. Whoa. They will not leave it alone. Clark, I'm in the middle of a rant, man. What are you doing? I was on an awesome rant there. I can't go anywhere without these people posting freaking pictures of Dylan Mulvaney all over the place. Look at this. New York Post, 10,000 views. The Hill, 59,000 views. Fox News, 245,000 views. Do you see this? 245,000 views. Let's go to Dylan Mulvaney's page. What does Dylan Mulvaney get? Oh, what? They got 20,000 subscribers. But it's Fox News who keeps wanting to shove trans people down my throat. I always have a trans person down my throat because of them. They are trying to trans our children. It's time to boycott them. So yeah. So I posted this yesterday, okay? I posted this like not yesterday, but late last night. Like right after I ended stream, I posted this, okay? Did anybody post? I need somebody in the chat. I need a general here, okay? Oh, okay, we got one. Sorry. I see you, Michael. You got it. All right, thank you. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate you joining. So yeah, so I posted this video last night. I said, I just finished watching Wick TV, a Wick TV panel where everyone keeps telling Sansol there's too much anti-trans stuff. Yeah, right. Just ask Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh if that's actually the case. With this video, yes. Destiny is a girl's name? You might be right about that. One of the first people to like it, it's a little amazing actually. One of the first people to like it is this guy, Greg J. Marchand, MD. And in his bio, it says MAGA. I think this guy got a little confused by that video. I think he was a little confused. I think he might be a little autistic. I think he might need to see another MD. He hears a man yell about trans people. Yes. And he's like, oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Got him. Let's get him. Yeah, here it is. He's posting like messed up stuff about Dylan Mulvaney. Yeah, he definitely misunderstood that. Dude has over 100,000 followers. Clipping this and sending it to him, based. It's only better if he likes it, then all of his followers see that he likes it, which they've all already seen. It's a little late for that. They all already saw that he liked it. Now they're all pissed off and confused. And then he also gets to see that he's an idiot and that I win. He gets to see both. So yeah, this guy. Tom destroyed again. So yeah, so there was that. Okay. So then so I posted this video, talking about the Wick panel. Wick quote tweeted it. He said, "My guy, I hope you enjoyed the show, but why you cut out the prettiest person on the panel? Why is my face hidden / cut off?" uh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know why. And he didn't even hit the thumbs up button. He took this screenshot and didn't even hit the thumbs up button. So I had to let him know. I had to let him know why. So I told him.
If it works. Audrey hailed the trans shooter setback trans discourse, and we can see this with a huge amount of conservative rage lately.
I think Wick puts the video off to the side a little bit just to piss me off. I'm pretty sure he literally does this just to piss me off. It drives me crazy. I've been trying not to say anything about it this entire time, but I cannot stay silent anymore. There is way less space on this side than there is on this side. He's doing this just because he knows it will eat at me. He knows this is going to keep me up at night. This is bullcrap. It's on the bottom as well. There's more space on the bottom than there is on the top. He has time to set this up. He doesn't even have to move it around. He doesn't have to do anything. He has time to set it up and get it right perfectly in the middle, and every time it's off to the side. Every time.
This is only mitigated by the fact that they don't have their stats on their side. Anyone looking into the situation will see an obvious through line. Trans people are less violent than nearly any other community. If there is another trans shooter, which there probably will be simply because America has a shit ton of shooters, I worry about a possible day that the stats are not in our favor, and any rhetoric that currently condones violence has the
Next up.
Yeah, I'm just cropping Wick out completely. He's just gone. He's gone. Sorry, I'm stealing your content and I'm cropping you out. This is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you deserve. Yes, I sent Wick into the void. Yep. So yeah. Our boy Wick Doodle speaking tooth to power. Nice. This is the real stochastic terrorism.
If it works.
Based. So, okay, so yeah, so I posted that one, okay? So that happened. Then also, I posted this debate with Lav / Phemoid. We posted this today. It says Lav concedes what a woman is in gender debate. So yeah, that's the name of this one. She quote tweets it and says, "Spoiler alert, I won." This guy says, if you have to put out a tweet saying that you won, you probably didn't win. Because if you did win, all you would have to say is just watch the video. So I replied, she won. Tom, what happened to Lav and Mr. Girl? I think that she has spoken out about the fact that he has handled his round of interviews horribly. That he did a really bad job at explaining everything about the article, that he did a bad job at representing himself and representing everybody else. And then he just made everybody look bad. And that him getting overly defensive, him making a circus of everything, him turning it out all into a big show, she thinks that he did a really bad job at representing this entire thing. And so yeah. I I believe that happened. Like she's tweeted about the Destiny report maybe 2 or 3 times and then immediately deleted it. And so um, each time like the tweets are gone so quickly that nobody can actually like go over them. Y'all catch Destiny versus Alex Jones? No. When did that happen? Have you just come back from a run, Tom? No, but I did. I was out in the sun most of the day, so I'm a bit sunburnt. About an hour ago. Maybe we'll watch that instead, and then we'll do the counterpoint stuff after. Because I wanted to talk to him about it, but he hasn't responded. We're gonna take call-ins. If you guys are a member, we'll do quick call-ins, and then we'll cut to the Destiny stuff. So if you're a member, jump into the members room, and I'll do you guys first, and then if you are not a member, jump into the waiting room. We'll take calls from them, and then we'll move on from there. But yeah, so I said she won. She retweeted it. Um, that girl tweets a lot, dude. There you go. Um, so yeah, I think that's about it. Appreciate you guys following me on Twitter. There's a link in the description to my Twitter. If you're not following me on Twitter yet, go follow. We'll let the people know what's going on. All right. Who we got? What do we have? Mr. Easy. Hello.
Yo,
There we go.
yo, what's goody?
Nothing. Um, Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
Okay. What's up, man?
Oh, not much, not much. I just wanted to, because you were talking about it yesterday, and then like I contacted Counterpoints to see like what kind of panels he's doing upcoming,
Yeah.
and he was saying like he wants to do one on Vouch and stochastic terrorism.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I just been like going over a lot of shit about it, and I went through like a lot of voucher shit. So I was just kind of like, I wanted to kind of have like, what do you think about, um, like, would you consider Vouch a stochastic terrorist?
Um, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, so we agree on that then for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Like I don't think that somebody has to actually commit the I don't think they actually have to do the thing in order for him to be considered a stochastic terrorist. At least, so I think that's probably the way that we should do things, maybe, but I don't think that's the way that we do things. Like, I think that everybody calls Lawrence Southern and Nick Fuentes stochastic terrorists, regardless of whether or not they actually influenced somebody to go shoot
Right.
up a place. Like, they don't actually care. They just They just care that they feel like they influence those people in that way. So yeah, I would say that like based on how we currently use the word, yeah, I would say that like he would have to be called a stochastic terrorist as well.
I was even thinking like, cause like, yeah, so like definitely that's what I thought about too, like the way it's used. Cause like, cause when we talked about the woman thing, right? I actually like now I'm trying to think about that when I think of words. I'm trying to think of like the way it's used and shit now, right? I try to think about this
Yep.
when how just to get the view of how other people might use it.
Yep.
But like even when I look at like the actual like definition of it, like he says some shit, dude, that's like wild. Like we went over something earlier in my stream that he was like he started comparing like Republicans to Nazis and the other side to Jews, and then he started saying like, oh, if the Jews would have just armed themselves and killed all the Nazis, then the Holocaust would have never happened. Like he's basically saying to kill everybody. It sounds wild.
Yeah, he got banned from Twitch for saying that like we should glass Israel or something like that. I
Oh,
forget
that's
the
wild.
exact quote, but like yeah, it was insane. Like I've got Jewish people in my community who have a hardcore hate boner for Vosh because of the stuff he said about Israel.
Yeah, that's wild to me. Yeah, okay, yeah. I just wanted to see like your thoughts on this too, because like yeah, I was started listening to so much shit this guy was saying. I was like, this is insane. He starts like the one statement he's talking about like when they were driving around during the protest, they were driving around in the trucks with the gun, like the guys that had the guns in the back of the trucks,
Yep. Yep.
and he's like, oh, we should have been able to shoot them from our apartment windows. It's
Yeah.
like what? What
Yeah,
the
they're not
fuck?
even like actually threatening anybody, but so he sees like a possible threat of violence as a like an active direct threat of violence. And that's not what it is. So like he's even called the police and the state violence. He says that they are violence. Just their existence is violence, which
Oh
is
my,
insane. It is like that is an insane thing.
yeah,
Now, there is logic behind it. The logic behind it is that obviously the state has to use force in order to keep everybody in order, and if and they use military, they use the police force, they use all of these like different wings of government in order to keep order, right? And obviously in order for them to keep order there has to be violence, right? So
yeah. It
they
comes
carry
to the gun at
guns,
the end.
yes, exactly. And so it's always like at the threat of a gun, right? It's always at the end of a barrel,
Exactly.
like you have to do X. But I don't. It's a threat of violence. It isn't actual violence. That is the massive difference between what it is that they're saying and what reality is. Is that the state it does these things under threat of violence, not under violence. They are not
Yeah.
like they don't actually have a gun to your head at all times forcing you to do these things, but it is under a threat of violence. So he conflates the two and just says, "Oh no, it's not a threat of violence. It just is violence. You're already the violence is already there. So now you have to act in self-defense." And that's just not like that's not how self-defense works.
No, yeah, his idea, that's what I mean. I've heard so many times he's talking about like a preemptive self-defense. That's just
Yep.
offense. I don't
Yep.
understand what he's
Yep.
like it
Okay.
drives me fucking nuts.
So do this. If you're gonna go like into a debate about this, start
Yeah.
off by deciding what you think is necessary to call something stochastic terrorism. Like, get a checklist of like types of characteristics that you think would be necessary in order to call somebody a stochastic terrorist. And then, while if you actually go into a debate with this, you can actually say, like, well, based on these characteristics, we would call X, Y, and Z stochastic terrorists. Like, right? Like, we would all
Yeah.
agree that they're stochastic terrorists based on this based on this system. And so obviously Vosh would fall into that category as well if we're using this system, right? You have to have like, and you should look it up, like go look up what other people use to decide whether or not somebody is a stochastic terrorist. There's tons of people who have already thought a lot about this. And so you can go see what they have to say about it. And if you agree
Yeah.
or disagree, or you can take some of the things that they say and, some of the things that somebody else says and make your own list or whatever. But like, it's important that you have your own markers for what you think would make a stochastic terrorist and then kind of go from there.
Okay, word. Yeah, so I'm kind of on the right track because that's what I like. I'm trying to like write not like so much an opening statement, but like write just like kind of like an opening statement, I guess. Just what I'm gonna start off with, and that's what I want to do is like I want to say like I think we need to establish first exactly what can uh consider someone stochastic terrorist
Mhm.
before we can agree if Vosh is a stochastic terrorist. Because
Yep.
like that's what he said the panel's gonna be about. So hopefully I can get on there. We'll see if he hits me back.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you for that advice though. Thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
that. Yeah, man. But yeah, I thought we would agree. I was like, no way Tom's gonna tell me right now he's not. I was like, there's no way.
I mean, I would have thought that you would say he's not a stochastic terrorist. I would have thought that you would say that you don't think Lauren Southern or Nick Fuentes or any of these people are stochastic terrorists. And so, therefore, obviously, Vosh is also not a stochastic
No, I
terrorist.
actually think the opposite. I think almost like anybody that gains clout and influence, we could almost put any one of them into this category now.
But
Because
but then you are saying that it's a meaningless term.
well, it is. So my thing is we have to decide about the intention, right? So what I'm gonna go off here to what I want to go into about Vosh is like, so he when he's making like those like that one comparison I talked about earlier. He even says like, okay, Nazis, they made up 30% of Germany, and the Republicans, they make up 30% of America. It's all set up. And then
Yeah.
he says like they should have just simply armed themselves, kill all the Nazis. So like he's calling to action, and there's no like I don't see anywhere where he says I don't want nobody to take action. Like he doesn't ever like make it clear. So like when there's like I see there's clear intention to his stochastic terrorism, where like then there's unintentional like so the technological evolution, that's what inspired the Unabomber to start killing people. But we wouldn't call technological evolution stochastic terrorism, would we?
We wouldn't call what?
Like technological evolution, like how like technology was evolving. That's what caused the Unabomber to start bombing people, right? That's what that was his influence.
I I kind of, so not really. So like you have to actually be influencing people to go do the thing, right? Like you have to actually influence them. So what I think one important aspect of calling somebody a stochastic terrorist is making them feel like they are in an impossible scenario, right? So we'd say Lauren Southern tells
Yeah.
you that
Okay.
the Jews are running everything, that they're running the media, they're running all of the, the big companies, they're running all the financial institutions, and they are letting all of these illegals over the border so that they will come have sex with all the white people and just drain out all of the white people from society and we'll all be brown. And then like it's just going to make white people disappear, right? Your people who actually care about their heritage, who actually care about their culture, who actually care about like their history, that might be terrifying. That might be a little scary to think that like their lineage will not be able to experience any of these things, right? And so they're going to start to feel like, well, what the hell? There's nothing we can do about this. The people who are doing this are already running everything. There's nowhere that we can turn. We can't turn to the newspapers because they're run by the Jews who are doing this. We can't turn to, any sort of media. We can't turn to the financial institutions to try to put pressure on them. We have nowhere to turn. We're screwed, right? So they kind of put people in this situation where they feel
Okay,
like
I
the
get what you're
only way
saying.
to
Yeah.
get the message out is to go commit some mass shooting and write a manifesto and let all of the people know, so that once all the people know, some sort of revolution might happen, right? So when Vosh does this, he does the same thing with like, oh, there's this trans genocide and it's impending and it's coming, and
I
the
have
you know
this
the
written down.
Republicans are all anti-democratic and they're rigging the elections and they're making sure that black people can't vote, and they're trying to,
War is
they're
coming.
charging into the Capitol, and they're trying to steal, like they're just doing like all of this, doomer language that makes you feel like there's no other
Yeah.
option. You're screwed. There's nowhere to turn. There's nowhere to go. Nobody cares. Nobody will help you. And the only way to get people's attention is by doing something drastic. I think that that's like a very important characteristic of something that we
Okay.
would like apply to or that I think that's important to have in order to call somebody a stochastic terrorist. So just saying everybody's a stochastic terrorist now, no, nope, I'm not. I don't do that. I don't fear monger in
No,
this
I
way.
get what you're saying. Yes, I get that. There has to be that added too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, I was just thinking about the influence the part, but you're right. The public demonization has to be added in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Good
So
thing.
yeah, and then saying things like, yeah, like you have to fight back, you have to arm yourself, you have so like
Yeah, I have all
Trump
that written
on.
down. Everything you've said so far, I have it written down because I was
Yes.
like, this shit's scary, dude. This guy's
Yes, exactly.
scary.
So like it's like Trump on January 6th, everything that he was saying, everybody's like pointing at all this stuff saying like, dude, this is literally what we tell everybody not to say. This is
Yeah.
literally what we tell everybody not to do, and he's doing all of those things all at once on one stage and beforehand for months beforehand, saying all of these things leading up
Exactly.
to
Yeah.
like an obvious conclusion, right? Vosh says all of those same things. He says all the same things and does all the same things and gives all the same prescriptions and fear mongers in the same exact way. So does Tim Pool, actually. Tim Pool's probably one of the worst people at
Oh
this. Like,
yeah,
he
he's the
does this
same
more
too.
than
Yeah.
anybody, dude. He fear mongers more than anyone. Like, the smallest little thing happens. Like, the other day we were reviewing him talking about some taxi driver who got robbed, and they said that he defended himself and shot the person. It was an Antifa person, and he shot the Antifa person, and then he went to prison, right? I don't know all the details about it. Tim didn't even know all the details. He even said, I don't know all the details. Maybe it wasn't in self-defense. I don't know. But then he goes on this long diatribe about how the government is going to let Antifa come and attack you, and if you try to defend yourself, they'll arrest you for it, and they're going to come in your houses, and they're going to do this and they're going to
Yeah.
do that to
Okay.
you, and there's
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it. And like, it's just, and he literally says stuff like, we're what are we going to do? We just going to lay down? We just going to let this happen? Like, it's terrifying. Like, yes, if you actually buy into the stuff that he's saying, you live in a terrifying world.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I never actually seen that one that he fuck. Yeah, but I've seen a lot of shit he says that's really fucked up, and it's always about fucking the exact same type of shit that the government this where it's the end of the world is coming. Like
Yep.
that's dangerous as fuck, I think.
Yep. Yep, for sure. But he's not like,
Word.
he's not an extremist, and so a lot of people have a lot more trouble considering him a stochastic terrorist because he's not on the extremes. He's a fence sitter. He's a centrist. He's right in the
Yeah.
middle. So how could we consider him a stochastic terrorist? His audience isn't even all left or right. It's just, it's like, it's
Yeah.
harder to place him that way, and it's
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
that
easier
camouflage.
to place. Yes, it's a lot easier to place somebody like Vosh or Lauren Southern or Nick Fuentes because like they have very concrete audiences on one side, whereas like Tim Pool does too. He's just a lot better at hiding it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because of him staying in the middle, I think that's why.
Yep. Yep. Oh, he doesn't actually stay in the middle. There's a great video by Timba on Toast where he goes over Tim Pool rhetoric, where he'll always start off by saying things like, who knows? This side, maybe, who knows? This side, like maybe both are right. I don't know. But what I do know is that they took your president out of the White House, and the Democrats are trying to trans your children. And like he just goes on these like long diatribes at the end, whereas like in the beginning, yes, he sounds very fair, he sounds very measured, he sounds like, oh, you know, who knows, it could be either side, like both sides have good points, maybe, you know, and then at the end he goes on these very long diatribes at the end where it is very concrete on one side, but he prefaces all of it to make it sound like it's fence sitting when it's not. It is not fence sitting at all.
Okay. Who is that by? I'll go watch that
Timba
one
on
right after.
Toast.
Timba on Toast. That's a
Timba
funny
on
name.
Toast. He makes great content. He's a little too far left for my taste, but I really like his content, and his analysis of rhetoric is very good. So I would definitely recommend him.
Okay, I'll check it out. And it's just on Tim Pool. Is it his only video on Tim Pool?
I think so. I'm not sure. I know he has like a whole
Fence Sitter,
series
it's
on.
probably this one right here.
Yeah, he has a whole series on like Dave Rubin. He has a bunch of videos on the like the blurry face photo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Fence Sitter. Yep, that's it.
Okay, word. All right, yeah, we'll check that one out now, and I'll check him out. I just subbed to him. He does rhetoric stuff too.
Yeah, so like on he has another one before that, news analyst, where he shows Tim Pool going around, and every time he has a question, he'll just make up something that's not real and just say, people are saying that the cops here are beating all of the citizens. Is that true? And that like nobody's saying that. No, literally nobody's saying that. Nobody said that ever. But he just says it just so he can ask the question. But really, he's the one who's saying it. He's the only person saying these things. But he presents it as people are saying. People are saying that the news isn't allowed to cover what's really going on here. Is that true?
I know a
like,
few guys like this.
yeah, it's insane, dude. It is nuts. But
all right, word. Yeah. Oh wait, I want to ask you one more thing too.
okay.
Last time we talked, you said or I think you were telling me in my chat. I can't remember which one it was, but you said that you ended up like there was a video essay that you did that like ended up like getting you your like traction and whatnot recently.
Yeah, that really like started blowing me up. Yeah.
So I wanted to go over that. So which one is that?
So if you go to my channel, scroll down just a little bit, and there's a section that says video essays on it, and it's a video says Vosh and Friends slander shoe on head. It's got Vosh, Denims, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, and Shoe on Head all on the thumbnail. And this was like a narrative that almost everybody in my sphere ran with. They all ran with this narrative that Shoe on Head was doing and saying things that she was not doing and saying, and that she was like pushing all of this stuff that she was not pushing. And they took off with this narrative that was completely untrue. So I ripped into all of them pretty hardcore for about 2 hours on this one.
Word. Yeah, we're gonna watch that one then, and then
cool.
We'll go over Tim Pool.
Cool.
All right, man. All right, good talking to you like always.
Thanks, man. Later, bro.
Yeah, man. Talk to you soon.
See you. All right, last call. Z King.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, man?
It's going well. Hope it's going well for you too. There's two things I wanted to talk about. One of them is I'm curious about the direction of your content. Because I still remember that poll that you posted, and I don't remember who it was that brought it up. I think it was the last stream. It was like an idea of like a content court. I think that would be
That's my idea, okay? That was my idea. You attributed it to the other guy. That is my idea, okay? It's cancel court.
It's brilliant though. I love that. I would love to see like you could have playlist of the courts. That would be so funny. And whenever I heard that, it reminded me of content court from H3H3. I used to watch those. Those were so funny.
There used to
But
be, yes, content court. There was content cop.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I would do
Everything.
cancel court, kind of like that, where yeah, I would put on a robe and like and the powdered wig, and then I would adjudicate some sort of like disagreement where like the like the Destiny Lab stuff or the the President Sunday Chud Logic stuff or whatever, like I
Yeah.
would but instead of them like sitting there screaming and yelling at each other the entire time, they would both present their sides, present their evidence, present like why one is right or the other's right. They could even have somebody else represent them and go over evidence and everything. Like, yeah, we could do it big.
Yeah, I hope you try that. That would be really cool.
I'm totally down for it. The one thing that I think is like a problem is I don't think most people would sign up for that. I think if people like if I'm in drama with somebody else, I want to talk to them. I don't want somebody else adjudicating it for me. I want to talk to them. I want to get into it with them. I want to hammer them down. I want to back them into a corner. I want to do it. I don't want anybody else to like, kind of both sides it. I want to nail them to the wall. And I think that that's how most people will feel if they feel righteous in those scenarios. They're going to feel like they need to do it themselves. So.
But you would think in this space people would be open to that because of all the panels and like just the way different formats are set up and everything. But I guess that makes sense too.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other thing, if you can, I think it would be cool if you reacted to 2 videos from Actual Justice Warrior. It was covering, I don't know if you even care about this, it was covering the Anna Kasparian drama. I thought the 2 videos he made on it were pretty good, actually. I don't agree with everything he said, but I thought they were pretty decent videos. And
Yeah, I
think
like AJW.
if you reacted to them. It was basically covering like how a lot of the leftists basically, kind of turned on Anna and said some things about her. It was a really good coverage.
I like AJW. My only thing with him, I got into a small spat with crap, what was his name? Who's the kangaroo that he's friends with?
I have no idea.
Oh crap. What chat, who's the kangaroo that AJW is friends with? Who's the guy that I got into it with like a couple years ago?
Why does this ring a bell for me? I feel like I'm supposed to know this. This sounds kangaroo.
Yeah, he also goes by like 3 initials. But I can't remember his name at all.
I feel like I know who you're talking about. I just can't remember their name.
Devin Tracy, yeah. What's his online name?
I love you, Tom.
I love you too, Mac. Donald Mac, appreciate the sub. Atheism is unstoppable. Yes. Okay. So I got into it with atheism is unstoppable. Okay.
Yeah.
And AJW didn't like, I guess doesn't like me because of that whole thing where like I got into it with a bunch of his friends as well, because they were literally like, they were just making up stuff about me, like blatant lies. They would go watch my streams while I was streaming. They would flood into my chat, and then they would go back to their streams and just make stuff up instead of showing clips, instead of reviewing it, instead of anything. They would just start making stuff up, and it was insane. Like, so anyways, and they were all friends with AJW, and anyways, so my issue with him, Devin Tracy is like, he does seem super racist. I don't know if he's actually racist or if it's all just edgelord stuff. I have no idea. But he does seem really racist. All of his content is about black people doing something bad. And so I started to think like, okay, even if it is edgelord stuff, all of his content is about the black person doing something bad and how white people have it so hard and how white people are these, horrible victims and everybody's just attacking the poor white man. And it's so sad. Like, that's all of his content. And then Actual Justice Warrior is doing like the same thing, just in a much more politically correct way. Like you go to his channel, and almost every time all of his thumbnails is black guy did something bad, black guy committed a crime again, black guy rioted again, black guy, BLM did this again. Like that's all of his freaking content. Every time I go check his channel.
It's so funny you pointed that out because I was actually about to say, I noticed with his fans, and I'm like the last person to say this, but I think some of his fans are kind of racist because if you look at the comments on some of those videos, and there's like, I guess maybe it's a community meme, I don't know, but I kind of think I think there's an underlying tone of racism there because like there's this one joke where they go like, they were making fun of black people like we were kings and queens. It was like the way they say it. Like they do that thing and they say other stuff like that. And I see so many of those comments. I was like, I saw it on one video. I was like, wait, maybe it's just this video. And then I saw it on other videos. I was like, is this like a community meme? And then I thought about it. I was like, maybe that's just kind of how they are.
Yeah, no, it's just dumb, poor black person did something stupid, or TYT did something stupid.
I'm not gonna lie, he covered this one story that was insane. It was like about this school district board member lady who like stole a bunch of, what was it? It was like the funding for the lunch budget of the school or something like that. It was pretty wild. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, I think low key, I personally think some of his fans are a little bit racist. And I'm the last person to say that. Like, if you knew me personally, that would be the last thing I say.
Sass, I'm literally in the call with Z King right now. What are you doing? Sat, what is happening? How far back behind are you, Sass?
She's sass-lighting. That's all she's doing.
She is sass-lighting. What is happening?
Yeah, that's a sass-lighting. No surprise there.
But yeah, it does seem to be like it's not overtly racist. It is not it's not like, Nick Fuentes type of racist. It's not Devin Tracy kind of racist. It is not edgelord racist. It is just like black guy committed a crime again. Black guy did something bad again. Look at the black guy doing bad things. Or look at the dumb, poor black person talking like a dumb, poor black person. Like, that's kind of all of the content. And it's just, I don't want to say he's racist. It just, I don't know. Like, I look at that and I'm like, I don't know. What do I take from this?
It's one of those things where it's like, I'm not gonna just accuse someone, but it's like, maybe.
Yeah,
it's like,
that's how I feel. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, because I like AJW. I do. I like his content. I like his reviews of things. I really enjoy his analysis. Like, I think that he's a really smart guy. I think that he's really fair, and I think that he's a rational dude and does a really good job like thinking his way through things. He's normally very detailed in his responses to stuff. His debates with Hassan are freaking gold, where he just keeps calling him Chank's nephew and he never calls him Hassan. He only calls him Chank's nephew. So great, dude. I love it. I really enjoy AJW. But there's a little I don't know. There's a little something there.
I watch a ton, even if he is like that. Like, I watch a ton of people that I'm not gonna say a ton of people, that's exaggerating, but I do watch a good amount of people that I like that are pretty far from what I personally disagree with, just because I think it's interesting to hear other perspectives that are very different than mine, even though if I think they're stupid or they're wrong or I'm perplexed by what they're saying. I don't know. Like, I've been doing that a lot more. I've been watching more of that stuff. I'm like, this is really dumb, but it's also pretty entertaining. So
true.
It's fun. Yeah, that was really it. I just want to know like what's up with the content, and
the next thing I got on the table is I really want to talk to Luann Brizendine.
Oh my God, yes, that sounds fantastic. Yeah. That is a very interesting subject. She also did I don't know if it was I don't want to say a study, but I remember seeing like a video of her talking about like the gay brain. That's like a thing apparently. I thought that was really interesting.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did the gay brain. Yes. So
Yeah.
she did the female brain, the male brain, the gay brain. Like she's a neuroscientist. She does a lot of stuff on brains. I talk a lot about brains, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just like regurgitating crap from like studies and what I see, and I don't understand it in depth. And so I actually like said that in my email. And I also said that, you know, most of the people that I talk to and debate are like far left or far right, and it's mostly like very ideologically driven people who don't really care about the science and don't really care about the you know, the stats. And so I would love to have somebody on who can come talk and answer questions, and not just from me but from guests. And then I also wanted to hit up Lav and try to get her to come be one of the people to come ask questions. So
Yeah, neurology is really complicated. Like one thing I did a little bit of digging on as far as like research is neuroplasticity, which I find very fascinating. I'm still learning a lot about that. I wonder if she
yes, yeah,
covered anything like that, neuroplasticity. Maybe she has. But yeah,
she does, yeah.
That was pretty much everything I really wanted to say.
Well, I guess, okay, so yeah, so Lou Ann Brizendine is one thing, the interviews. I also, there's other people. I want to find people to interview. I want to find big names that are outside of this space that I can interview. So if you guys have
Great
suggestions,
idea. Yeah.
I think that it's something that Mr. Girl did really well that I was jealous of, because I didn't have time to reach out to people. I didn't have days where I wasn't streaming DGen hours. At the time he was doing it, I was really upset because I wanted to be doing that. And so so now I have time. Now I have days that I stream early. I stream normal person hours once in a while. And now I can do interviews. And so, oh, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's a good one. We'll reach out to him and see if we can get him in for an interview as well. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah,
Angry Joe Biden.
if you guys have recommendations, especially members, put your recommendations into the recommendation channel, Z King. There's put your recommendations into the members channel for the AJW content, and we'll make sure to check it out.
All right. Well, that was it. Thanks for having me in.
Thank you, man. And I appreciate your support, dude. I appreciate you being here all the time.
Oh yeah. I really enjoy these streams, and the community's pretty fun here, and I like a lot of your takes. So it's fun to spend time here.
Thanks, man. And yeah, you always have good questions too. I like that you always join in and ask questions. It's awesome.
All right. Well, I'm hopping out now. Thank you.
All right. Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
All right. He tried getting off like 5 times. I thought about trying like 4 or 5 more times to keep him on. Like every time he's like, okay, well, yeah, that's really all I got. Oh, you know what else? You know, normally it's the other way around. Normally y'all do that to me. So I thought I'm just going to keep doing it to you guys. This time I'm going to make it to where you can't get off the call. We have any artists here? I need some artists to make stuff like this for me. Y'all are slacking. What the hell? Nobody makes this for me. I have become the alpha. True. Yeah, I know. Actually, I don't remember the guy's name. It's like Alf or something like that. But one of the guys who is AJW's buddy, he follows my content. I know he watches it. I've seen him sub to like my channels, and I've seen him it'll like show me little like markers on the fact that like channels or bigger channels are when they sub. And so yeah, like he has a lot more subs than me. And Alf Benny, is that his name? Was that his name? Alf? Am I mixing him up with somebody else? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yep. Yeah. Alf. Alf Benny, we got off on the wrong foot, buddy. We can be friends. We can be friends.
details about the gentleman that he leaves comments for. He's a 20-year-old gay man named Franklin McClure. And apparently, Randy and Franklin are on a first name basis because the lieutenant governor refers to him.
You guys know Alf Benning? Solid blippity bleep jam. I can't watch them. I don't like, I know other people really enjoy them, and I'm not dogging on him or his content at all. I know people love this stuff. I personally, I can't watch it. I just can't. Like, there's nothing there. Like, there's no substance whatsoever, and I don't know what I'm supposed to get from it. Tom, didn't he yell at you? Well, he yelled at me from his stream, but he didn't want to come on and talk to me. He was the guy who said that I had to pay him $200, and I literally have his he said if I wanted to debate him, I had to pay him $200. And so I told you guys, we set a date, and I have it. And I think it's close to a year from now, the date that I'm going to pay him $200. He said, anytime. He said, pay me $200 anytime. And I was like, dope. And we set a date, 2 years from then. Then we're like, okay, on this day, I'm going to pay him $200, and then he's got to come debate me. And so we set the date 2 years out. And we're like, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do it 2 years from now, once he forgets who I am and he's no longer pissed off about any of this stuff. I will still be pissed off about it. I'll still be mad about it. Alf Benning, the same guy. Just he was talking all this crap, but he refused to talk to me, refused to debate me, and so thanks, Z King. And so I kept calling him out, and I'm like, you guys are a bunch of pansies, you guys are a bunch of sissy boys. And he did a video on debate bros and how they're all cringe, and they'll just call you debate me bro, and then you just have to debate them, and then you're just a little girl if you don't, and it's gay and it's stupid. You're gonna run around talking crap about me. Yeah, I would think, yeah, you should. I'm not afraid debating is cringe. It's not even just about debating. You don't even have to call it a debate. If you're talking crap about me, if you're saying I'm doing something, yeah, I expect you to be willing to face your, allow me to face my accuser. Tom, you and Sitch should debate something. DM him, bro. You guys, I don't know if it's you, but somebody tells me every day that I need to talk with Sitch and Adam. I don't even think they know who I am. I doubt those guys have any clue who Tom Foolery is. And one day, maybe. You guys keep hitting the like button. Let's get some more subs in here, and then I will reach out to Sitch and Adam. But I don't even have anything to talk to them about. Get Chud Logic to hook you up. If I was gonna reach out to somebody to get me to hook me up with them, it would be Doomer. Doomer Politics or Doomer Media. I would reach out to him to do it because he's on there all the time. That's the only show he goes on anymore. So yeah, me and Doomer hit it off and we got along really well. He's come on here 3 or 4 times. Is Doomer friends with them? Yeah, he literally did a face reveal on there. Well, the last time Chud was on there, Doomer was on there with his cam on. Let me pull this up.
Woke,
he looks like Chud Logic.
It means liberal. It means being a liberal. It means having liberal politics, particularly about race and gay people. The reason why I know this is because the word woke is not merely applied to identity politics situations. The simple belief, for example, that trans women are women is constantly being called woke. So wokeness cannot describe exclusively some belief about oppression relationships.
Wait, hang on a minute. But that links back to the definition, because to say trans women are women, you are addressing the inconsistent, the oppression that they're experiencing by not being seen as women.
You think, Chud? Oh my God, you're saying the exact same thing we said.
Chud, you're going to be in a Little Joel response video tomorrow. You know
Wait,
that.
no.
Well,
wait,
no, but the thing is,
I didn't understand any of that. Let me play that one more time. I'm sorry.
Woke, it means liberal. It means being a liberal. It means having liberal politics, particularly about race and gay people. The reason why I know this is because the word woke is not merely applied to identity politics situations. The simple belief, for example, that trans women are women is constantly being called woke. So wokeness cannot describe exclusively some belief about oppression relationships.
wait, hang on a minute. But that links back to the definition, because to say trans women are women, you are addressing the inconsistent, the oppression that they're experiencing by not being seen as women.
You think, Chud? Oh my God, you're saying the exact same thing we said.
Okay, so I assume that Big Joel is saying that liberals oppress trans people by not recognizing them as women, but then to say that something that is woke is liberal. That's my assumption from this. They didn't give us enough context here to really get it, but I'm assuming that's the gist of it. Okay.
You're here tonight bringing together the alt-right and the regular right.
What just happened?
Disclosing a story that could be detrimental to a presidential candidate, and they did not carry that same treatment to the other side.
And we fought hard to even get that basic truth out, and we are winning.
The problem with people talking over each other is it's like painting two different colors of makeup.
No, Tom, Lil Joel is saying the term woke is anything that conservatives don't like, which is liberalism. Yes, I understand. I get that. But Chud is saying that is somehow contradictory to what he's saying. And so the contradiction I have to make up in my head. There wasn't a contradiction in that context. I only know, like, I have to come up with the contradiction myself. I have to assume the contradiction. And so that's what I'm doing, is I'm saying, okay, that's not a contradiction there. So the contradiction must be that he says that liberals don't actually recognize trans women as women. Not liberalism, leftism. Right, but that's not what he said. He said liberalism. Were they trying to argue that woke refers to a certain type of behavior and not liberalism? I don't get why they were on that. So it's been an argument, apparently, on the Sitch and Adam show, like, what is woke? What does that even mean? Because lots of people on the left say woke just means anything conservatives don't like. But yeah, I would say that woke is like, that's generally true. It is just anything that conservatives don't like. That is true, that they'll just call it woke. But I think that, like, yeah, if you're trying to come up with like a more cohesive definition that actually makes sense, it's like saying like the new SJW, like it's a new way of just saying like a social justice warrior. Woke is like something that is too far left. Woke is something that has gone too far. That's what woke is.
Makeup on your face that you love both of the colors very much.
Twitter, okay? So a lot of times we say things like it's nuanced, it's complicated. However, you're a lawyer, so I want you to break this down for us. I really want to know, when you talk about how there's this idea of a generalized threat from the government to Twitter that was prompting Twitter to act, why did we not see any of that in the emails? No concern for lack of ability to act on a government request. Why did we not see any type of even implicit repercussion for Twitter not following through on banning accounts that the government would highlight as problematic?
Well, that's not true at all, though. You do see that in the Twitter files.
Where?
You see that in the people who are responding to Yoel Roth that are currently working for the Biden administration in the NSC, and the other one, she's, I think Buttigieg's like policy advisor at Secretary of Transportation. Specifically when they were talking about things like the Hamilton 68 files, when they were saying, when Yoel Roth was saying, look, this Hamilton 68, to your point, was saying that this was just a bunch of BS. We don't think these are Russian actors. We think these are just conservatives. But there were people internally at Twitter saying that so Yoel Roth wanted to put out a statement pushing back on Hamilton 68. This is in that, I don't know, tranche, you could say, I guess. And there were people at Twitter that were saying we need to think of the bigger picture. They were making statements like we need to be careful how we go back with this. They were worried about pushing back.
I think they were. And also, if I could just interrupt here, you know, government action is not shown not simply by threats, but as the courts of appeals have said, coordinated action. And I think that gets to Jack's point. You know, we have a situation where those social media companies, they are filled with personnel who do this revolving door between the social media companies and the security states, or in those weird nonprofit organizations that play this weird intermediate role.
Audio is always such dog crap at these events, dude. I don't get it. I don't get why they have to have such dog crap mics. If I was them, I would put like two boom mics up like this. Okay. So this right here, you can still hear me just fine when I'm all the way back here. It still sounds crystal clear. It still sounds good. Maybe sounds a little bit more like I'm a little bit farther away, but it still sounds good. And you would be able to put a mic like this far away, right? This is arm's length away from me right now. And it sounds pretty good. You're muted. Shut up. You're freaking muted. So I think that this is what I used in my interview with Destiny. When I did my interview with Destiny, where the hell is it? There it is.
So you could either be like a pro streamer, so you focused more on like entertainment, commentary, streaming a lot of hours, or you could be a pro gamer.
This sounds fine.
Meaning you weren't streaming as much because you had to do a lot of serious practice off stream and everything. And I opted for the pro streaming part because the income was.
The only problem is that he keeps hitting the table and moving the camera because the camera's on the table, but he keeps like hitting the table and the mic is on the table as well.
Way more reliable. Like, I don't know how I would have felt because at this point I had a child and I don't know if I wanted to leave like our financial future up to whether or not I perform well in a tournament or not. So I always opted more towards the streaming end. So I had like a couple of decent runs in tournaments. I'd beat like a couple of big name people. And there were points in my career, I think, where I was very competitive. I could have taken one game off of anybody, but like gone like really deep and won a tournament, probably not. I don't think so.
Okay. And did you ever do it well at any of the tournaments or with your teams or by yourself?
I mean, like there were a couple of smaller events that I won, but these are like pretty small, like LANs and stuff. There were a couple tournaments where I beat like a couple of like big name players, but then I would.
So yeah, this is like the mic sounds good. The mic sounds fine. Sure, mics only catch sound waves that come from the center top of the mic. That's why it's commonly used in public settings. Well, yeah, but you want to have it right here. You need to have it a fist away from your mouth for a Shure mic to work, right? So that's why using what I'm using right now is a blue, which I've noticed it's making some like buzzing sounds after stream. Is it making buzzing sounds today? Is it like do you guys hear the ringing today? Because I've gone back and listened to the last couple streams and you can kind of hear a buzzing sound. No? Okay.
So, they are coordinating this action, and yeah, I mean, if I were an aspiring member of this like weird group that's censoring the internet, I wouldn't put it in an email. They're smart enough not to know.
Okay, and I love that you said that. So then we agree the Twitter file showed nothing because it wouldn't have shown up in an email then. But that's a markedly different statement than the Twitter file showed us that this censorship existed.
No, that's not true. I mean, something can show something explicitly and something can be shown implicitly.
There wasn't anything shown.
But it didn't show either one of those things. It showed the opposite. The Twitter file showed that they were acting properly, that they were having like regular debates, that they were actually arguing about what they should and shouldn't do behind the scenes and having like conversations about it. It wasn't this like top down, no, we're doing this and that's the end of the story. It wasn't like, well, okay, I understand that maybe we shouldn't be doing this, but this is the narrative that we want to go with. Like that, none of these things were what we got from that. What we got instead was, hey, are you sure this is what we should be doing? Because I don't understand if this is the TOS, how does this actually apply? And they're like, well, maybe this doesn't really apply, but we have a fear that there is like a Russian misinformation campaign and that this is part of it. And so right now we just need it to apply somehow so that we can keep it throttled for a little while. Once we actually get confirmation on what this is or isn't, then we'll be able to make a better decision as to what rules it does or does not break. That's what we got from the emails. That's what we got from it. Like, this is pretty straightforward right here. They're saying straight up, like, hey, we think it might be Russian misinformation. We don't know. So we're just going to play it safe and just keep it wrapped up until we know exactly what's going on here.
Shown implicitly, though. That's the issue. There was nothing there.
There was. I mean, if I went to Twitter and I said remove 10 posts and none of them will be removed, and the government went and almost half of them did, I think that that's something there.
But the good faith question that I find nobody does here is what posts were removed and why.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Yes, so it does not matter what was removed. It doesn't matter who asked for it to be removed. What matters is why was it removed? Did it actually break TOS? Was there actually a real fear there? Was there actually something going on? Was there are the reasons good for removing it? Like all of these things, that's what matters. Nobody cares who asked them to remove the thing. If it's actually like, oh, well, the government asked them to remove a bomb threat. What? Oh my goodness, the government's getting away with censorship. Oh my goodness. No, like it's probably good. It's probably good to remove a bomb threat, right? Like that's probably a good thing. That's not a bad thing. What matters is whether or not what they asked to be removed is actually getting removed for good reasons. And so when you see, okay, well, half of it got removed. Okay, well, is that half? Like, does it make sense that it was removed? Or was it like, Trump said something mean about me and I don't want that there, so get that off. Or, you know, like yeah, that would be a problem, dude. That would be bad. If that happened, that I would be rioting in the streets. And I'm not even exaggerating right now. If something like that happened, my lid would be blown, dude. I would be flying off the handle if something like that happened. But that didn't happen. That definitely didn't happen. Nothing close to that happened. Then there was the laptop, which is what we're talking about when we're talking about the fact that they are throttling the posts. There were like personal information in there and a docs, and they throttled it for a while. Yo, let's go.
Myers Bias super chatted $4.99. Overall, Destiny was amazing, but he struggled with Michael Seifert and Jack P. Destiny tried his best to evade Alex honestly.
Yeah, well, Alex isn't even here right now. I don't know where he went. I don't know why this is the timestamp that I got. I feel like we should go much earlier into this and just watch from the beginning. But yeah, I appreciate the $4.99 Maya's bias. Thank you. Or my A's bias. Yeah. Tom, I gave you the timestamp for when he walked back on stage. Yeah, I'm saying I feel like we should watch like way ahead of this, not later on when he comes back. I'm saying we should be like at the beginning of this. But anyways, but yeah, so with the laptop, okay, what we know is that Facebook and Twitter both got a warning from the FBI. I want to say 2 months earlier. It might have been even like 6 months to a year. I can't remember right now. But I know that they had gotten a warning way before that said, get ready, Russian disinformation is about to come out. And then when the laptop story came out, they all thought, oh, that's it. That's it. Now, they all had a ton of pressure on them from Congress, from the Senate Select Committee to actually take control of their platforms. Otherwise, they were going to get some sort of regulations. They were terrified of regulations. They're terrified of getting nationalized. Like, they're terrified of just everything getting taken from them all the way around. So they are... so they see the laptop story and they immediately think, oh, this is it. This is the Russian disinformation. I think I even thought that at first. What the hell is Hunter Biden doing leaving a laptop with all of that stuff on it at a repair shop? Why would he take it to a repair shop in the first place with all of that stuff on it? And secondly, if he did, why would he leave it there? Why wouldn't he go back and get it? It is insane. This is insane. No way I believe this. No way I'm believing that's where the freaking information came from. Nah, that's a hack. That is a hack and a half, bro. No way. But no, that's what it is. That's what happened. That is definitely what happened. Yeah, now we know. But at the time, we didn't know. At the time, it sounded like some freaking far-fetched story that it was likely just a hack. That's what it sounded like. And so, yeah, so they said, like, you know, yeah, we're going to put this under our no hacked material policy and throttle it for a while. Now, they were only throttling one story. And the one story had like the pictures, the private information, the PPI, like it had all of that crap in it. And so that's why they were throttling the one story. But other people were able to take screenshots of that story, blur out the PPI, and post it on Twitter. And there were tons of people who actually came out and gave testimony about this. Their posts got reported. It got taken down for like a day, and then they won the appeal, and it got put back up. No, not the one story. No, I know people personally who had their posts taken down. I personally know people who had their posts taken down from this stuff. And it got put back up. There are tons of stories about this where like people were just reporting anything that had to do with the laptop, and some of it was getting taken down incorrectly. I know people who put them up and it never got taken down. It never got reported. They didn't even have to put in an appeal. So, so they were allowing the story to get out. They were allowing people to talk about it. They were allowing everybody to post links and all sorts of stuff. They were allowing other news organizations to put their links on Twitter. It was just the one story that was getting throttled. That's it. That is it. And as soon as they took I think it was the New York Post, as soon as am I right? The New York Post, as soon as they took it down, they got rid of the PPI. They were no longer throttled. They didn't even have to wait for the FBI to confirm whether or not it was hacked material. They didn't even have to wait for that. The New York Post just took off the PPI, and then that was it. And then the New York Post apologized for it. They were like, my bad, we shouldn't have had that on there. That's our fault. And then they put it back up. Like, only one. Yes. Only one. Yes. Go find me other stories that were getting throttled. Go find. I haven't found them. I haven't seen anybody else. And I don't even see the news organizations that everybody's upset about. I don't even see them upset about it. I don't even see them upset about it. They freaking apologized. Like, it's all so backwards. What's an example of a previous time Russia put out something similar to the laptop? There's all of the stuff about Hillary that they put out during the 2016 election. There was tons of stuff, like endless amounts of stuff like that. I believe there's actually like stats on this, that there were literally millions of things being generated by Russians. Just all sorts of like random memes and like fake stories and fake news and just all sorts of crap. They were pumping it out during the 2016 election. You must apologize to get back to active. That is such a freaking farce, dude. You know that is not how it works, because even Twitter apologized as well later as well. Once they found out that it wasn't actually hacked material, they also apologized. Right? They weren't strong arming them. They also were like, okay, our bad. We screwed up. It wasn't hacked material. Both sides screwed up. Both sides did some messed up stuff in that scenario. I don't want to say both sides did some messed up stuff. I think both sides were trying to do what was right and they made mistakes. That's the way I would put it. Yeah.
The Hunter Biden laptop story. Yeah, we did this one.
Would it be wrong for Russia to release real information? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But I think that if they wanted to and they wanted it to be legitimized, I think they would do it through like an American media organization.
Hunter Biden
laptop, which I have right here as a hard drive.
The Hunter Biden laptop story was not removed at the beginning.
Why? What? What are you going to do with it right there? You don't even have a computer with you, bro. What are you doing? Why? Why do you just carry that around? That is so weird. These people literally fetishize that laptop, dude. They get so horny over the laptop, bro.
Behest of the government, though.
Yoel Roth stated.
Yoel Roth testified 3 times in Congress
federal
that
testimony
no reference ever was made to the Hunter Biden laptop.
I will read Destiny. I will read it for you.
3 times
if
in
I
You're right. Hunter Biden's a great guy.
I will read
Biden's
it
not
for
a
you
Chinese
if I have
agent.
to.
See, no, this is what everybody does. This is exactly what everybody does. I have a debate on this issue.
Everything's fine.
I have a whole debate on this issue. I was just telling you guys about my Nostradamus video. My Nostradamus channel, okay? This is it. This is what it looks like. If you're looking for it, this is where it's at. But yeah, I have a debate right here, January 6th, and Hunter Biden debate. And like this is This is what we're talking about. And this is what everybody does. They're like, oh, wow. Okay, yeah. No, Hunter Biden's a great freaking guy, right? Oh, yeah, sure. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that Hunter Biden's a good guy. Like, nobody's defending this guy. Nobody. I haven't seen anybody defending him whatsoever. But they always come out and they're like, well, okay, then should Hunter Biden be arrested? Tell me that then. If you're not defending him, should Hunter Biden be arrested? I'm like, I don't know for what. What did he do? I don't know. What do you mean should he be arrested? We have him on video smoking crack. What do you mean? What do you mean what should we do? Anybody else, if it wasn't the president's son, anybody else would have been arrested by now. Like, have you guys never seen like a freaking hip hop video? You never seen a rap video before? You never seen the Lil Wayne interview before? Like, these people are doing drugs on their videos all the time. Everybody's doing drugs on their videos. People do drugs in videos all over YouTube. Nobody's getting arrested for doing drugs on a video. Nobody. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. That is not a thing that happens. But all of a sudden Hunter Biden does it and everybody blows their lids. What? He can do drugs on videos and the freaking DEA isn't even there? I'm peaking so much. I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Your destiny lies with me, Skywalker.
And it's very simple.
Like I'm back in 2016. We can scream if you want, it's fun. That's all good.
It's very simple. I'll pull it up on Twitter.
Hey, I was just up there hanging out with your wife. She's a nice lady.
Jesus Christ. We're really, what?
No, that was your wife.
Are we allowed to pull people up from the audience?
My wife was hanging out with her, too. No, I mean...
Well, I was hanging out with her first.
That's right. Jack already hung out with him. And then I was there. That's always better, like, to be like third
I
or
appreciate
fourth.
you stalling while I could look this up.
No, seriously, your wife's a really nice lady.
Yeah,
You're a
I
nice
wish
person.
we were here tonight, but she's not. She's fine with the kids. So he talks about...
He keeps thinking that Alex is talking about Destiny's wife, and he keeps thinking he's talking about his wife.
This is the FEC statement that he made December of 2020 after being sued by the RNC. And the RNC sued, and they said the takedown of this laptop, which I think, can we all at least agree that was censorship, right?
Of course.
Right?
It was election meddling.
I have it right here. I have more files. I have the whole laptop. Plus, I have all the Twitter files.
That enabled an election.
All of the public information, I have it right here.
Interference, information that was prevented from being received by the American people.
That the FBI knew was real.
I have it in my phone. I have it in my phone too. Yes, actually. Yes, I have it in my phone as well. I don't know why you would put it in a freaking like little USB drive. Who the hell would do this? Why would you put it in a USB drive?
So here's what Yoel Roth said. During weekly meetings with federal law enforcement agencies, he specifically mentions the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers. They communicated they expected hack and leak operations.
Hunter Biden kept referring to his dad as Pedo Pete. I know, dude. I know. What the hell, dude? What the hell? It seems as though he's referring to his dad. It seems as though he's referring to his dad. But yes, that is freaking gross, dude.
Operations by state actors might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. I was told that the intelligence community is expected that the individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking and disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. And I also learned in these meetings that the rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. And then it just goes through and says there.
That's true. However, later on under oath, he clarified that exact statement...
Which is perjury, and he should go to jail for that.
That's not perjury.
That's perjury.
It is not perjury to clarify something.
He gave that quote.
Hey,
he said
America
I'm
didn't sell out
with
to
you. He
China.
definitely perjured himself.
Destiny's right. We didn't sell out to China. Everything's fine. We're all going to buy our electric vehicles from them and our solar panels. We've been screwed by the globalists in China.
Let him rebut. Let him rebut, please.
China.
Alex, calm down.
China.
China. Calm down, Alex. Thank you for your vote.
China.
I went to Xi Jinping. He gave
Destiny.
me hundreds of billions of dollars.
Destiny has a rebuttal, please.
Later on, under oath, Yoel clarified that any references made to Hunter Biden were from other social media representatives. It did not come from the government. There was
He
never.
says right
there was
here that it
never.
came from-
There's
I understand
audio
you have
recordings
that
with
one
Hunter
quote.
going, I work with the head of Chinese intelligence, Dad. They arrested me. What are we going to do?
That's a bad Hunter Biden impersonation.
Okay.
It's got more soda in his voice.
Destiny's
Hunter
right.
Biden impersonation.
Hunter
I have a
Biden
crack pipe
laptop
here
is
right now,
not
so-
real, folks.
I don't see any crack pipe stains on your fingers. Now, I have a question, because I'm more of a novice with this stuff. You guys get
He's literally covering Alex's mic up, dude. Did you see that?
in his voice.
Destiny's
Hunter
right.
Biden impersonation.
Hunter
I have a
Biden
crack pipe
laptop
here
is
right now,
not
so-
real, folks.
I don't see any crack pipe stains on your fingers. Now, I have a question, because I'm more of a novice with this stuff. You guys get
But I
deep in
mean,
the weeds.
he says it straight up in the testimony.
When he clarifies 3 times under oath later on that the request did not come from the government. It did not. There was not a specific request
says
from
right-
the government.
it says right
I understand you
here.
can read that one quote all you want.
The
but 3
point
times
is-
later on,
Again,
in
let
front
him
of
talk
Congress,
for a
under
minute.
oath,
This
This is the head
argument
of
is
Twitter.
beside
This
the
is the guy
point.
who censored the election. I think that
It isn't besides the point. It's this guy's entire point.
As a
quote's
legal
pretty
matter,
important.
this is beside the point. I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to say, oh, if you don't do, 1, 2, 3, and the government's going to punish you, and you have to show that direct threat in order to get government action. That's one way to do it, but you can also show it through coordinated action. And I think anyone looking at the whole gestalt obviously sees that's what's going on. If you're
Yeah,
fair
that's
with
Bryan,
the evidence.
Callen.
And that is what a jury is going to determine in a few months in some of the law cases that have been brought against Twitter in the United States government.
I guess the question is, where is the retribution from the government? Like implied or general or whatever. Like, what is it? Like, point to one.
What would the
anything.
retribution be for they committed the censorship? Why would they need
you
to?
But they did it. They most
The
of the
FBI
time
called
they
up and
rejected.
said, we want you to suppress this. The Russians created it. It may be fake. And they knew it was real 2 years before. Period. Case closed.
But every administration...
Which actually,
but every
to Alex's
administration-
point, the FBI already had this, so they knew it was real.
You didn't
at
know
the
if
time.
every single person in the FBI or the FBI guy coordinating with Twitter knew that they had that hard drive.
It's a pretty specific.
Destiny just gaslights people over something obviously indicative. That what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? How is that gaslighting? If the guy is actually saying that it's not from the government, what does that mean then? Oh. Wait. Scroll. How far am I scrolling up? What the hell? I'm scrolling. Debate brewing plausible deniability that intel agencies communicating with former intel agents at a speech platform can't possibly be indicative of anything major cope. That's not, hold on, being indicative of something, like meaning that it could possibly imply something out there, is totally different than what he was saying, where he's saying that that this is evidence that the government definitely did this. That is totally different. That is insanely different. These are, Destiny isn't denying that happened. Destiny's saying that the way that they're representing it is wrong. This is very, and then you saying that he's gaslighting them just because he's saying that they're wrong. He's not gaslighting them. They are wrong. They are wrong about what they said.
The FBI liaison to Twitter said it's not real when they knew it was real.
They did not say that to Twitter.
Look,
they said, we believe this is Russian.
Get Destiny to say that out loud. He just doesn't say that. Wait, but he doesn't say what you're saying either. He does say what I'm saying. He does say that they are wrong. He does not say what you're saying. He doesn't have to say, I'm not saying X. He just doesn't say X. And we know he's not saying that.
This information, you should suppress it.
Yeah, this came out in the Louisiana lawsuit when Elvis Chan.
Like, yeah, he literally said, like, yeah, of course it's censorship, yeah.
And was meeting. So Elvis Chan is the FBI agent meeting
Yeah,
with
it's on
Yoel
Rumble.
Roth and others, Vijaya Gade at Twitter and others. They specifically talked about this Hunter Biden hack and leak operation as if it was fake information, yet he testified that he knew that the FBI at the time had recovered in 2019 the actual, and still we presume they still have custody of the actual laptop that was left in Delaware.
And you know, what amazes me is the way the liberals have changed on this.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What? How did they have the laptop in 2019? What? What is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about? I think, like, honestly, one of the most amazing things about this, and this is even something that I'm blown away by, is that this Hunter Biden story came out. Everybody knew about the laptop. Everybody knew the laptop existed. Everybody knew that some like random shopkeeper, some shiesty shopkeeper was holding this insanely valuable piece of information, and the FBI didn't go get it for like 2 months, dude. What? What? That's amazing. That's amazing. Like, you guys want to run around with your conspiracy theories and everything. That blows it out the water, dude. That causes a lot of real problems for you when they don't even care to get the laptop. They, like, if they had gone and gotten it like day one, I still would have been like, yeah, of course they're going to do that. Like, this isn't indicative of any sort of conspiracy. Like, yeah, it's the FBI. Like, it's the freaking First Son. Like, yeah, of course they're gonna go get it. Like, who do you think we're talking about here? Yeah, they're gonna go get the laptop right away. Of course. But then they don't, and they're just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. He's doing some crazy stuff. Who cares? Like, this is somehow supposed to be this story where everybody is trying to censor the story. Nobody's allowing it to get out. Everybody's trying to cover it up. Yet the laptop's still just sitting in some shiesty shop owner's hands. And nobody's actually trying to get it. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, yeah, it's freaking messed up. This guy does some messed up stuff. Yep. It is what it is. Here's the link.
I mean, when I grew up, you know, no self-respecting Democrat or liberal would be comfortable if, you know, the CIA and, you know, they didn't have Homeland Security there, but wherever, government officials were sitting with the...
That was obviously the motivation behind censoring it. It was bad press for the political campaign. First off, one, they didn't censor it. Everybody was talking about it. They sent one platform censored one article. This is a big, massive, oh my goodness, everybody censoring everything. One platform censored one article. And they didn't even get the freaking laptop. What's up, Jose? I know what Jose Ray is. They knew it was legit. They suggested it was Russian misinfo. The FBI suggested it was Russian misinfo. That's what you're saying. You're saying the FBI suggested that it was Russian misinformation, right? That's what you're saying? Is that the claim now? The FBI said that, right? The FBI said it was Russian misinfo.
the New York Times editorial board and telling them what stories to cover. No liberal. I grew up in a very liberal environment. They would be horrified.
Flip out.
They would flip out. Now, however, they're like, yeah, let's go do it. Oh, simply because there wasn't a death threat from, DNI or CISA.
But you did have administrations like Lyndon Johnson.
They knew it was legit. Yeah, nobody's saying that they didn't know it was legit. They didn't say that they didn't know it was legit. Like, again, you can keep saying whether or not it's incriminating. They knew it was real. Yeah, they didn't deny it was real. Like, again, the only thing that happened was the FBI did tell the social media platforms, Twitter and Facebook, that there was going to be Russian misinformation months earlier. Maybe even a year earlier. I can't remember exactly how long it was, but it was a long time before. To when this came out, they just assumed that was the Russian misinfo. They just made that assumption. And then they censored one article. I think the only dispute at the time was if it was hacked material or not. Right, yeah. At least for Twitter, yes. For Twitter it was. They heavily implied that it was from a source other than what they knew it was. Who's they? Stop saying they. Who? Who are you saying? Who are you talking about? Because the FBI, they are the ones who confirmed the laptop. They are the ones who confirmed that it was not hacked material. They were the ones who confirmed that it did come from the shop. They did all that. Okay? It was the FBI who did all that. So who is they?
Johnson calling the Chicago Sun, etc., and telling them to hold on to stories.
Yeah, they did, and people criticized it. They thought it was wrong. And what has happened to the left that no one says it's wrong anymore? That's the problem.
Well, every administration has done their best to try to manipulate the press to their end. Right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
my question is, it seems to me that this is an economy of influence. So if you have social media companies, just like if you have media companies in general, whoever's in power is going to do their best to get an angle and make sure that they're covered favorably versus
unfavorably. But they've got an angle of the 800-pound gorilla where they're dominating all the
How do you avoid that? We've never been able to avoid that. I'm wondering if you're going to have these private companies and they're going to sway one way or another, right? It seems to be that most of the young people at Google and these companies tend to lean, let's just say, left in general,
98%.
Right? It's hard. It's very difficult.
So, okay. So just the FBI, the CIA, the White House, there was one person who claimed that it was Russian misinformation. That was Joe Biden. Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden said that it was Russian misinformation. Twitter said that it was hacked material because they thought it might be Russian misinformation. That's it. That's the end of it. And then I think maybe the House Speaker, or the Speaker of the House, might have said as well that they believe that it's Russian misinformation. That's it. Nobody, only Joe Biden, thank God. No, I'm not saying only Joe Biden. Like obviously, if Joe Biden's wrong on this, it's still a problem. That's very different than what other people are saying, though. The FBI doing it, that didn't happen. The FBI actually, so if Joe Biden says it, right? Nobody cares. Nobody freaking cares. But because Joe Biden has no reason to have information like the FBI, they are the ones who are actually coordinating with these platforms, telling them what is or is not misinformation. Like Joe Biden's going to get his information from them, right? The FBI said that they had no comment on it. That's what they were saying. No comment. We got no comment. We got nothing to add. We got nothing to say about this. And then eventually they just went and got the laptop and then confirmed everything for us. Why? Why did they do that? Why would they go get the laptop and then confirm everything for us? Why would they do that? That is like the worst thing they could have done for the Joe Biden administration. Why would they do it at all? Why not just leave it? Just let it hang. Instead, they went and got it and confirmed all of it. And then that was it. Done.
To then change that with a law.
So
right?
just let the public
what would
see
you
it
say?
all.
Right.
Let us decide.
Actually, there is a law.
Okay.
It was passed by the great state of Texas. Thank you very much. HB 20, which prohibits viewpoint discrimination by the social media companies. So that means that they can't kick people off because you're Republican or you have political views that you know.
That's fair.
Jack Dorsey says, and that's fair.
Well,
it's the same rule that applies to this. Comedy club, you know,
Right.
Yeah, right. They can't kick you out because you're black or you're Jewish or you're gay. And the same way, social media companies shouldn't be able to kick you out because you're Republican.
And this is a key difference because what you
I'm assuming you're talking about like what was it, the Jim Jordan thing? Hold on. It was literally an open letter by the intel community, including the former head of CIA. They did, and you're saying in that letter, they said, this is Russian misinformation. That is what you're saying, right? Yes, they did that. No, they did not. No, they did not. Has all the classic earmarks of Russian misinformation. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yes, see? Yes. They did not say that it was Russian misinformation. They didn't know. They had no freaking idea. You can keep saying they knew. I don't know how you know that they knew, but I have no reason to believe that they knew. Why would I think that they knew? Why would I think that? Why would they know anything about this laptop? So I was right that the whole argument is plausible deniability. What? Okay, you're just going to go back to not answering questions. There's no reason. I have no idea where you're getting this stuff from. You're just saying like, oh, well, it could possibly be this. Therefore, it definitely is this. And I'm saying it's not even plausible that it's like that makes sense. That's not even like a likelihood. There's no reason to believe that they knew. There's no reason.
you mentioned was newspapers, right? But a social media company is not.
They literally said it was Russian disinformation. Where? He just quoted it. They didn't say that. So where is this? Where is this thing? Where did they say this?
Not a newspaper. It is fundamentally different. A newspaper has an editor, they have reporters, they have people who are deciding, and some sort of hierarchical process determining
their
okay,
utility
on the front
under law.
page. But a social media company is closer to a communications platform. So it's closer to you using, I would argue, and this is more, I guess, philosophical than legal, but I would argue it's closer to you picking up your cell phone and calling somebody, or I guess
it's
texting
a utility.
somebody.
Right,
and so the social media company
that's a good
comes
point
more
because
than that.
Because one of the defenses I've heard, even from the right.
All right, hold on. FBI officials slow-walked Hunter Biden laptop investigation until after the 2020 election. Whistleblowers. Okay. I'm interested. FBI officials told agents not to investigate Hunter Biden's so-called laptop from hell for months due to concerns about influencing the 2020 presidential election. Whistleblowers told Senator Ron Johnson R. Wise. That's normal, though. According to Johnson, individuals with knowledge of the Hunter Biden case told his office that the investigation was intentionally slowed on orders from local FBI leadership. This is normal. I don't agree with this. I'm not going to say that I agree with this, but this is normal. This is what they always do. 100% of the time, this is what they always do. This is what they did with the Hillary stuff. This is what they did with the Trump stuff. This is what they always do. They always say, hey, we're not doing anything during an election. We're not talking about it. We're not doing any of this crap. Links are, yeah, YouTube doesn't allow links. It's not my channel, it's just YouTube. According to Johnson, individuals with knowledge of the Hunter Biden case told his office that the investigation was intentionally slowed on orders from local FBI leadership. While I understand your hesitation to investigate a matter that may be related to an ongoing investigation, it is clear to be based on numerous credible whistleblower disclosures that the FBI cannot be trusted with handling the Hunter Biden laptop, Johnson claimed in a letter to Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz. That doesn't say anything. According to the whistleblowers, FBI officials told employees, "You will not look at Hunter Biden's laptop." This isn't anything. This is literally what they always do. Always. Always. You're saying, hey, look, they did what they always do for this one. They did the same thing that they always do. They followed protocol again. Look how bad. These new allegations provide even more evidence of FBI corruption and renew calls for you to take immediate steps to investigate the FBI's actions regarding the laptop, Johnson said. Johnson is not the only lawmaker alleging evidence of recent malpractice from the FBI. This is such a small article for such a big story, for such a big whistleblower. Starting on May 31st, 2022, I've written 3 letters to you regarding the political bias that has infected the FBI's Washington field office. Grassley, our Iowa rights. 2 of those letters provided specific and credible allegations based on numerous whistleblowers that have approached my office with information that can only conclude is indicative of deeply rooted political infection that is spread to investigative activity into former President Trump and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was spotted Monday for the first time after the Biden family's big vacation. The first son was seen stopping with his family for ice cream in Los Angeles. Okay, hold on. If you're a federal prosecutor, you know not to interfere in election. This is for federal prosecutor. That's different. The FBI desperately wants to let Trump off the hook. Yeah, everybody on both sides talking about how the FBI is trying to help everybody. There's one time that they broke protocol. Who was that with? That was Comey, right? Am I remembering that correctly? What's up, Anthrax? Section 8 requires states to complete any program, the purpose which systematically removes the names of ineligible voters from the official list of voters. That's different. I can't. Everything's about like these big stories. They're the only reason I know this is because they literally said this about Trump when they were supposed to investigate him. They said it about Hillary when they were supposed to investigate her. They said it about who was the other one? There was one other person that didn't actually win that was supposed to get investigated as well for something. True or false, did Twitter remove Hunter Biden laptop story because they believed it was Russian disinformation? True. That's true.
Is the idea that Twitter was a private company and it wasn't the public square, even though it was treated that way. So that would be an effective defense, it seems. I don't agree. I think that they did seem to have a bias, but for the most part, they could still claim they're a private company. That algorithm was created by someone like Jack Dorsey, whoever.
But they were being directed by government consortiums and secret think tanks on dashboards on what to censor. That is government corporate collusion. That is fascism by definition.
Right, and then so the question before us is, we can go back and forth all day about, did they break specific laws? Did they violate the First Amendment? Some people would argue yes. Some people might disagree because you don't see it in the specific email. Got it, cool. But the bigger question, I think, going forward is, okay, we can't put the genie back in the bottle of social media or whatever comes next in terms of social intercommunication, right? We're going to have, VR is probably the next level, Oculus, all the metaverse, all these different things. So we've got to come up with some way as a society, right? If we want to have
quotes from the letter, if we are right, this is Russia trying to influence how American, but you realize again, like they keep couching what it is they're saying, and like, if we're right, if we're correct, this is possible, this is plausible, like things like that. They literally say in there that there are specific things that Russians do, and this just follows the trend. But they are not saying, we have confirmed this is Russian misinformation. They didn't do that, or disinformation. They didn't do either one of those things. And then they did confirm that it was not Russian misinformation. They did confirm that it was actually his laptop. They did confirm that it did come from that repair store. They did confirm all of those things. So it makes sense to me that, yes, nobody in their right mind would believe that Hunter was stupid enough to leave a freaking laptop at a repair store like that. Nobody would believe that. Nobody. I didn't believe that. Nobody would believe this. Who would believe that the first son is even allowed to take a laptop to a repair store like that? Like, why would anybody even let him do something so stupid? Like, it's insane. I did not believe that anybody was this dumb, or that yeah, just like, there's no way. There was no freaking way. There was no way. Yeah, and Vosh is just saying trans genocide could happen. It's okay, guys. I'm gonna push back against crazy stuff when they say stupid stuff. If there's people who are lying, and if there's people who are fear-mongering, and if there's people who are like stretching the truth to say things, I'm going to push back against that. And this is literally what I'm doing here. You are stretching what actually happened to appease some political agenda, and that you just do not have that information. You have to stretch in too many different areas to try to come to this wacko conclusion that like is possible. We just don't have that information. Like, I've had, you won't believe how many times I've had people in this chat come in and say, we have proof. It's been confirmed that Joe Biden is the big guy. I'm like, oh, really? It is? It's confirmed? Oh, my goodness. Let's get it. Show me the information. Nope. Not even close. Not even close. It's just more people speculating on more things. But every time, oh, we got proof. We have proof. He is the big guy. Nope. It hadn't happened. I could defend Vosh the same way, but I'd have to put blinkers on. No, because I'm actually going on what Vosh actually said. You are going off of things that the FBI did not say. You are going off of things that they said and then stretching it into something very, very different. Like, if we wanted to talk about, like, the FBI and how they influence things, or, like, whether or not they were responsible in the way that they talked about these things or stuff like that, then sure, like we could have a very different conversation. But whether or not they said what you say, like if I came out and I said, Vosh said that you should go murder people because trans people are being genocided, I would expect you to call me out. I would expect you to be like, Tom, that is freaking bullcrap. He did not do that. Stop saying that. He did not say that. You are stretching this so far to try to appease this agenda that you have against Vosh. Chill out, bro. That is not what happened. That I would expect you to say this to me if I was doing that. Has all the classic earmarks of Russian misinformation or a Russian information operation. How much closer can they get to saying it without saying it? Oh my goodness. I just said this. Okay. I get it. You guys don't actually engage with evidence very often. You don't engage with, like, you know, real information. You don't actually try to find out what's true. Okay. For the rest of us, saying something has earmarks of this is just saying, we don't know, but this is what it looks like. What I wait for is we have confirmed X. That is what I wait for. That is what I wait for. Is we have confirmed X has happened. I don't wait for, well, this kind of looks like this thing, maybe, kind of, right? That is very, very different. So if that's it, look, if that's the kind of evidence that you go off of, that, like, you think, if the FBI said that about anything else, you would take that as like, oh, they're saying this is definitely happening. This is what it is. If that's what you're saying, and that's the type of evidence that you accept, then that's fine. That's fine. I understand. Just not me. I would never accept something like that from anybody.
Individual liberty, if we want to have freedom, if you want to continue to have freedom of speech, and by the way, especially in the weeks right before a major presidential election, right? So it's also the repercussions here. This isn't like, you know, somebody posted, you know, like Alex Jones posted a meme and he got banned for 12 hours. This is actually...
Yes, when the government comes out and says, it is confirmed we are evil, it is confirmed we're doing evil things, it's confirmed we're all bad, we're all colluding, then I will believe it. Then that's when I will know for sure.
Actual information that was prevented from getting to the American people.
But the biggest problem, I think, is not... I think it's taken care of itself. There are Rumble and all these different platforms are coming up, Minds. But my worry is that no one can agree on a fixed point of truth. Nobody can agree even on the sources.
So why should we?
Information. Sorry?
So why should we?
Right. I mean, it's like...
I couldn't.
That's why the
Wild
Wild West
why
is what
should
we
we?
want.
Well, I worry, though, that we can't... It's very difficult to even agree on what the truth is. So if I were to say, well...
It's not double speak. It's literally normal speak. This is how normal people in these sorts of organizations, in these areas, this is how lawyers speak. This is how legal people speak. This is how, like politicians speak. They all speak in like maybes, probablys, should be's, sorts of things. This is how I speak in all of my debates. When somebody keeps asking me to take a firm position and I won't do it, and I keep saying, well, it's probable, well, there's a correlation, well, it might happen. Like, this is exactly how I talk. I talk in very, like, couched language to make sure that I have room for being wrong, because I don't know if I'm right. And it's obvious they have no clue if they're right.
Well, here's what I think. And then you said, where'd you get that? I'd say, well, Fox News.
So they have plausible deniability. Yes, that is, yes, of course. Yes. And we should all look at that and say, oh, They are looking for plausible deniability. They think there's a chance that they are wrong, so we shouldn't take this all that seriously.
And you'd stop me, you'd cut me off at the knee. Somebody would say, that's bullshit because they lie across the board.
Right.
And then we can't even actually have a dialogue. And that's what I think is the biggest worry. That it seems to me that there doesn't seem to be, we for the first time in history, information is so atomized, and we have been able to purify our echo chambers. And so it's very easy to surround myself with people that agree with me. And pretty soon I start thinking that is the only truth.
Well,
I don't know how to get out of
from
that.
all the congressional hearings and all the evidence, populist conservatives, classic Americans, classical liberals are under attack, are being censored, are being targeted, are being debanked, are being harassed. So we know that the establishment has wrapped itself in a liberal garb. It has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. And they are attacking and censoring and surveilling. Because it's not just censoring. To censor, you've got to surveil. And we have the documents. We know there's been a huge campaign of suppressing populist voices that are against the establishment Washington global consensus. So let's just not lie about that. And if the pendulum starts swinging back and the right wing becomes authoritarian, like George W. Bush, I'll be against it like I was then. But right now, the big corporations posing as liberals are kicking our ass and are surveilling us and censoring us and controlling us. And we just need to get down to brass tacks and say, go back to the Wild Wild West, let the public make their own decisions, turn off all the controls other than going after criminals. That's the only answer.
Stephen, I know it might not be as much fun if you agreed or were against the Twitter files, but like, are you or were against, like, are you actually okay with what was happening with the government in Twitter?
Well, I think that's the interesting question, is nobody seems to know what the government was doing. It seems like everybody thinks that like the government was there to try to censor bad media about political opponents of Donald Trump, and that was the whole point. The real answer, I think, is that post-2016, I think there is a huge scare that online platforms are being used, especially by foreign adversaries that are misrepresenting themselves to try to change the public discourse. So the question is should our intelligence agencies be involved in any size, shape, or form in alerting social media to these things? And I think that's an interesting question. I think that there's room for communication there. There probably needs to be a lot of transparency. I know before Elon acquired Twitter.
Yes, no, I completely agree with him. And I think that, like, generally the answer should be is that these intel communities, what's up, OnlyFacts? Like, they should provide the information, but that's it. They should just provide the information and say, hey, this is what we think is happening. These are the accounts that are doing it. Here you go. And then that should be it. Like, they should just be saying, hey, these guys are problems. Here you go. That's it. That's all. They, like, I don't think it's okay to say that, like, they shouldn't give them any information at all. I think that's ridiculous. I think that is way too far out there. I'm just tired of Twitter talk. Well, then go to my Twitter, where we have fun, okay? I posted some fun videos.
Twitter, they would, for instance, they'd post a report at the end of the year showing how many government requests they got or how many they fulfilled, the percentage that they fulfilled. But I don't think the idea that the government can't communicate whatsoever or give any sort of heads up whatsoever to companies is the answer. I don't think it's very realistic. And I think there's probably ways to do that.
Let me just say this. Prior to Elon taking over, anybody knew you tried to post a medical doctor criticizing shots, you got banned. You tried to post somebody questioning an election result, whether they're right or wrong, they're banned. You try to question, you show a video of an open border, you're banned. Everybody experienced being banned. So you can gaslight people all day. They know they got suppressed for what they saw and what they did, and that's not fair. We should be able to watch all of it and decide what's real, what's fake. I'm not worried about deep fakes. Anybody can watch something and say, that's not Joe Rogan saying that. That's a deep fake. And if an idiot gets fooled by it, that's fine. The control over arbitrating what's real and what's not is what we should really worry about.
Yeah, and also, if I could just say, this is not just politics. I mean, to me, one of the things that's been motivating is what happened to people like Jay Bhattacharya and Kuldorf at Harvard, who were great epidemiologists who were censored by the social media companies because they had a different point of view about COVID, and they turned out to be right about the.
But Adam,
turned out to be right.
They turned out to be right.
Adam,
They
speaking.
weren't just censored; they were right.
Adam, speaking to what Destiny just
That's just I
said.
Different. Jay Bhattacharya and Kuldorf at Harvard, who were great epidemiologists who were censored by the social media companies because they had a different point of view about COVID, and they turned out to be right about the.
But Adam,
turned out to be right.
They turned out to be right.
Adam, speaking.
They weren't just censored; they were right.
Adam, speaking to what Destiny just said, like, where do you see any wiggle room for the government to reach out?
I don't think the government has a business in our speech unless it's a crime.
So, look, you go to D.C. and you have all these people from the intelligence agencies talking about there's misinformation and disinformation, and I was once corrected confusing the two.
They're the worst purveyors.
Right, and the point is, the cure is as always, it's more information.
Okay. Let's see. I got ants, dude. I don't even know what they're after, but I got ants. World-renowned experts declare that we should live normally, practice simple hygiene, stay home when sick, and use protective measures only with the most vulnerable populations. I don't think that they were right about that. I don't think anybody I don't think that they were right about that. Like, I feel like people who say this are just thinking so, like, they're thinking within a vacuum where, like, oh, only the people who are likely to catch COVID and have, like, serious side effects from it, those are the only people who shouldn't go out and interact with people and should be wearing masks and gloves and all of that stuff. It's just them, right? As though, one, tons of people aren't ending up missing work for long periods of time because they had COVID. As though, two, all of the other people who interact with other people, who interact with other people, who interact with other people, aren't also going and interacting with those high-risk populations. Then also on top of that, as though the hospitals had more than enough room to be dealing with all of these patients who are all getting sick at the same time, as though the economy had the ability to just allow all of their employees to just disappear because they were super sick. Like, people who say stuff like that just seriously are thinking of this like in a vacuum of like, oh, it's just the person who's going to have horrible side effects. That's the only person that we really got to worry about. If you're not gonna die, then really it just doesn't matter. That's it.
Buy my pillow. Did you know Jack Posobiec secretly married Mike Lindell 2 years ago in Las Vegas?
Alex, I told you that in confidence. You said you would be our witness if I paid you off.
The difference is I'm marrying him. He's mine.
I saw him first. It was that mustache. It began with that dang mustache.
It's a
He's up at
sexy.
the bar there. You could talk to him if you'd like. So.
Mike Lindell's up there?
Exactly. No, don't get too excited.
Oh my God. Is Mike Lindell really here tonight?
He's been drinking some Bud Light, folks.
Sorry about that.
Remember how the CDC said the BLM riots weren't spreading COVID due to the masks? I do remember. I also remember that the numbers didn't seem to go up from the riots, they said the protests weren't doing it. And it was the protests that were problems. Riots of 5 or 6 people in a group wasn't that big of a deal. But thousands of people in a group, that's what the CDC was addressing. And they were saying that that because they wore masks and were outside, which is what they had already said, is if you're wearing a mask and outside, that there's like a minuscule chance of you actually getting sick. So that what they said about the BLM protests was already consistent with what they had already been saying up until that point. But I do remember that. It's a good time.
It's entertaining as hell. We need to get him down here. No, Jack and I battle over Mike Lindell. He was married to him for a month, me for a month. It's like a...
We're joint custody.
We're having a child. It was Super Mario Brothers.
Steven, but about the coordinated action that Adam is discussing, I feel like
that was absolute nonsense. They also told people not to go outside. The CDC told people not to go outside. That's what you're saying? The CDC said nobody go outside. That's... The CDC told people that?
that term hasn't really come up, and like that is a new phrase that I haven't heard you address.
I think the issue, I think what's happening is we're in a new era where there's a lot of...
So why were we quarantined? I was never quarantined. I have no clue what you're talking about. I was at work every day. Never missed a day. None of the businesses here shut down. Everything continued on like normal. I have no, I don't know anything about quarantining. A bunch of countries enforced no going outside policing on their behest. On the behest of the CDC? America didn't, but advised against it. Yeah, they didn't want people going in public. It wasn't outside. The outside was not the problem. It was being in public in general, interacting with other people.
Information. There's huge platforms that have huge like levers on American society for control over our elections, right?
And then they even had recommendations for if you do go outside, you do go in other places, and you do interact with other people, and you are in the public, then you should also be wearing a mask, and you should stay 6 feet apart, and you should be vaccinated. And, like, they had regulations for all of the things to help you with all of the things. They weren't just saying, just don't go outside, and that's it, you're good. Just don't leave the house, and then you'll be safe. That wasn't it. Like, they understood that people still had to live their lives, and they had recommendations for those as well.
The information that propagates on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter is affecting a lot of people. There's a lot of people that watch it. There's a lot of people that make decisions based off of it. And I think social media platforms are trying to navigate this really difficult terrain of figuring out how much responsibility they feel they have to that.
The regulations did the exact opposite of that. I mean, evidence seems to say otherwise. All of the evidence seems to say otherwise, but I know that if I only watched like one YouTube channel every single day, and just that one YouTube channel, I probably would have different information. Have you gotten COVID, Tom? Twice, yes. The first time I had it, like a very serious case, like very, very serious. I couldn't walk. I couldn't talk. I had a horrible fever. I had the most insane migraine I have ever had in my entire life. I was horribly bedridden from it. I had much worse case than most people. Most people, like, they barely even knew that they had it. For me, it was intense. It was horrible. It was very, very bad. And then I couldn't taste for like 2 weeks. What were the other things? There were a bunch of weird things that were going on that, like, I couldn't. And then I felt like my brain was fried for like the next year. I felt like for the whole year afterwards, my brain I lost an insane amount of weight. Oh yeah. I lost like 40 something pounds in a month. Like, I couldn't eat. I couldn't taste anything. It was horrible, dude. It was bad. We doing the appeal to my authority? No. Again, there are some authorities are better than other authorities. Everybody wants to play the like, oh, well, is it just I'mRight.com? No, it's not I'mRight.com. Somehow, like, we're capable of building massive societies without just going to I'mRight.com. We have some information that's better than other information, and the best information from the best people happen to give the recommendations that I'm talking about and had the conclusions that I'm talking about.
public discourse. But I mean, the conversation is like infinitely shitted up with the fake request for the Hunter Biden laptop that didn't happen, or the censoring
the Hunter
Republicans or
Biden's
whatever.
fake.
It's on the
So we
FEC.gov.
Thanks, Frank. I appreciate it.
We never
not
actually
election
have-
meddling.
we
He
never
just-
actually
these
get to
throwaway lines. Oh, it's fake.
I'd be happy
the
to
fake
share the link,
request for
man.
Hunter
It's-
Biden's
it's
laptop.
still on
Dude, you never
FEC.gov.
bring
It's
the
right there.
goods. You just have a throwaway line and claim we're not giving it. It's
Sure,
real.
okay, so
it's on
sure,
record.
The goods
it's criminal.
sure. So the goods are that Elvis Chan, who was Yoel contact at the FBI, did not know that the FBI even had that laptop until the story broke, which he also testified in front of Congress about. He also testified in front of Congress that he did not. I can read you the quotes if you want the testimony. That he never brought up Hunter Biden.
So we're
to
not
Yoel Roth.
sold out to China. Everything's fine, folks. Go
So what
home,
you're
go
saying
sleep.
is he was lying. So
Everything's
they
fine.
equivocated.
It's not lying. You're reading one quote and you're trying to read it in a certain way. If we
No,
look
you're
at
right.
the email, we can look at the emails for Twitter and we can look at the conversations that they were having internally over whether they should have censored that story or not. None
Joe
of them were
Biden
saying.
gets up
none
on
of
You're
them were
putting the
saying-
onus. You're
and
putting the
says,
onus
"I told
on
the
us."
prosecutor.
Wait, Alex. So what I'm saying is, the onus should be on the people who did the censoring, not the people who are upset about it.
Wait,
they
the
are
onus
the ones
by who? It's a private company.
by Twitter and the FBI. The onus should be on them to explain their actions to the American people. And you and I have just gone back.
What?
Wait, should every moderation action that a private platform takes, do they owe the public an explanation on all of that?
No, I actually agree.
Why
Hunter
not?
Biden for president.
Wait, hold on. Here's a really important question.
Well, actually,
Is it
no.
possible-
In all seriousness, when you sign your terms of service to any platform, that is binding. And if you change your laws, and the courts found this out in the Alex Berenson lawsuit when they came up with the COVID strikes, and that was the policy. So they didn't follow their own policy.
In general, Section 230 protects them. Berenson was very lucky. but-
He got lucky,
so,
I know, but the
exactly.
judge
Yeah.
judge was able to hand it to him by
exactly.
saying that because they didn't follow their own policy, which he had agreed to, and just banned him outright because they felt like it, that they had actually broken their agreement with the user. So yes, they do owe it to the users.
But if I was Twitter, or if I was, my concern actually, as somebody who's a free speech advocate, I do think that we are in a unique time in history where these platforms allow information to diffuse so quickly. And you could plant a fake story, if you were smart enough, that could potentially turn people off to elect to
Like
voting for a
President Trump
candidate.
lost
You mean like what the media does to Trump every week?
That is an issue, right? So if that's an issue, how do we avoid that? Well, we can go back and forth about, whether or not
Having that governor on it is more dangerous.
Don't
than
interrupt,
that.
Bryan.
Let the public figure it out. Listen, they censored Trump. Since when has a U.S. president been censored off a platform for no reason?
But you agree,
they have
but Alex,
dictators on
but
there.
Alex, you
but they
agree?
take Trump off.
You would agree, though, it is possible to float. Somebody who's creative enough can float a sensational story that all of us would go, what? And then change our vote. And
No,
then
I agree. So we need the CIA to protect us.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is an issue, though.
So
right?
I'm old
Yes or
enough. When I was going to the supermarket with my mom, there are all of these things called the National Enquirer and the Daily Globe with these absurd sensational stories.
that's
You know,
true.
Nancy Reagan is having sex with aliens and is taking over the world.
We would get wise to it. We'd get wise to it. In other words.
Well, and all of the good suburban matrons were going past, looking at them and reading it.
Right.
Now, nobody thought that that was real. No one thought it was a threat to national security. The point.
Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining. Let's see. What is aluminum toxicity associated with? Aluminum toxicity? I don't know. What is that? I would assume aluminum? No? Is that a stretch? They, yeah. It's the they. Vaccine does not equal cure. Wow. Well done. Got him. Yeah, the most frustrating thing throughout all of COVID was the way that people would look at everything in vacuums in order to make a point. that was infuriating through the entire process. Everybody wanted to look at everything in the tiniest, like with the smallest amount of context possible. And then, oh, look at it. Oh, look. See? Like, they would say stuff like, look how many people died from the vaccine. It's like, how many people? Thousands. How many people died from COVID? You just gonna throw that number out there? Is that that's like that thing by itself is good? Like, that's good enough? But the tons of people, they would hear big numbers from the vaccine deaths and be like, oh, look. Or it'd be like, did you know that wearing a mask alone isn't even gonna stop COVID? It's not even 100% foolproof. Did you know that? It even says it on the box. Who do these people think they're kidding? It even says it on the box that it's not 100% going to stop COVID. Why would we even bother, dude? Why would we even bother? Did you see this, guys? Who would waste their time wearing a mask when they put it on the box that it's not even 100% foolproof? Come on. So what? Nobody ever said this. This isn't a thing. Okay, straw manning a little, bud. I'm not. I saw this stuff all over the place. Most of it was like on Twitter or on Facebook, like on YouTube channels, crap like that. I'm not talking about news organizations or anything, but I saw this all over the place. I went over this stuff on stream consistently with people just saying insane crap like this. I feel like everybody had to have seen people saying this. Yeah, I didn't get vaccinated and I'm still alive. So suck it, America. It's like, yeah, no duh, bro. It's because the other 95% of us got vaccinated, you idiot. You're welcome. We're your savior. We saved you. We saved your life. You're welcome.
Point is, there are always these fantastic stories about famous people. And it's only when the liberals have the control to shut conservative
Vaccines don't stop transmission. They lower transmission. It doesn't stop it. Yeah.
down do these become threats to the democracy.
Right.
And that's very dangerous.
Yeah, since when did the left become anti-free speech? Look, this is anti-American. It's antithetical to freedom. It's all a lie.
Well, it's not just the left
They
that
can
does
confuse
this. I mean,
it all day long. No, I'm against the Republicans putting warnings on songs in the 80s. What the left's done is like the left claims the right wing's banning books. No, they don't want child porn promotion to 5-year-olds.
Why not? Why not?
Telling you're not going to give Penthouse magazine to a 7-year-old is not banning Penthouse. It means you don't sell it, like not selling cigarettes to an 8-year-old is not censoring people to get cigarettes. So the left says, oh, the right wing's banning books. It's the left banning speech and surveilling us.
But yeah, so saying like vaccines don't stop transmission. Yes, that is like one of the things where it's like, okay, in a vacuum, like, okay, it's not helpful information when you just like put just that by itself. It's not useful information whatsoever. Like, does it slow down transmission? Oh yes. Oh, at like really high rate. Oh wow. Okay.
And controlling us, and we all know it, and it's allied with the corporate fascist, and it's a fraud. It's that.
Yes, natural infection helps your body. Yes, that's another one. Yes, yes, natural infection helps your body. Oh, does it help as much as getting vaccinated? Oh, do you have to like miss, 2 weeks of work through natural infection? Do you have to do that with the vaccine? Like, oh no. Oh, you don't have. That's crazy. It helps more. I've seen conflicting things on this. I don't know if that's actually true, but either way, with one, you're in like a lot more danger. You have to miss work. You're actually sick. With the other one, you don't have to do any of that.
Simple.
I actually have a great example for you about that. So, so I know we do a Q&A at a certain point when we get to towards the end of the panel, but I want to do a Q&A with the audience, right? So Trump said that there was a way that you could cure your own COVID by drinking. Okay, you just heard that. Like, almost one guy said chlorine, but everybody else said bleach, right? Did Trump actually say that? No. But the media told you he did. Joe Biden told you he did.
Did he say Mexicans are bad
people?
people?
Did he ever once utter the word bleach? No. And so that happens already. I'm sorry? No, what was your comment? Oh, yeah, no. Like, he implied that maybe that's an option. Okay, here comes the cope. Here comes the cope. Here comes the cope, guys.
That's a good point, though.
He didn't say the word.
He was promoting.
I felt like he said the
promoting
word.
therapeutics, which we know they suppress vitamin C,
he was
vitamin
talking
D,
about ultraviolet lights.
hydroxychloroquine. They called it horse paste. All of it was in real studies. Like the big pharma was suppressing real studies. People have a right to see that.
So I don't mean to get into the whole efficacy of it, but I just mean everyone in this room knew the answer to my question, and it was fake. The whole thing was fake. And so he didn't imply it. Like you just think he did because the TV told you to, because you let the TV do your thinking for you instead of actually listening to what actually.
Type in that short-haired women on NBC telling everyone it has 100% effect on transmission. What? Type that in MSNBC. Short-haired woman, 100% transmission. This stream's definitely getting demonetized and taken down. Are you talking about Rachel Maddow? Rachel Maddow, Chris, thank you, my friend. Thanks to you, 21. When we saw those states start crisis, we see low vaccine rates. Lots of people were getting sick. Their hospitals were full. There was a real problem. You started to see local politicians, their messaging more in line in terms of needing masks, where I don't know what I'm looking for. Yes, I appreciate you typing in literally like all of the out of context quotes that I was talking about. So
actually happened.
Thank you.
Like you just believe just because you believe a lie a lot doesn't make it right.
$100,000. Anybody gives me a video of Trump saying drink bleach. It doesn't exist. It's in your mind. Admit you were lied to.
So natural immunity works for measles, but not for corona. Who said natural immunity doesn't work? Who said that? Who said that? I am scrolling up. I'm like way up.
He didn't say the word bleach, seriously. It's actually funny.
Let's get ready to
So
rumble.
right, to your point, that was a very sensational story. It became a punchline on SNL. It became a punchline for Joe Biden throughout the rest of the campaign, and it was just a lie. It was.
Thing I hate most about COVID is how effing stupid it made the population as a whole. Everyone from both sides had their collective IQ lowered. For sure. For sure, dude. Everybody had these like extremes from both sides that were just so uninformed. It was obnoxious. And I would say that probably like the right ended up doing a lot more research and had to get like a lot more information because the left's information was just pretty much given to them by the mainstream media, and so they all had to go like actually do a lot more research and find a lot more stuff to find all of this crap.
It's just straight up a lie. Okay, that's not what I talked about. That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Come about bleach, not hydroxychloroquine.
So, Stephen, you might say that the secrecy with which the government communications with Twitter, that's an issue. So you would like to see more transparency with the communications? Like,
Yeah,
what do you want to see?
Prior to Elon taking over Twitter, Twitter published a report at the end of the year showing the takedowns they got from the government, not exactly what they were, and then the percentage that they acquesced to, essentially. I think that those types of reports are probably okay, a step in the right direction. I don't know if they should have
Everything's
more
fine, there's no
transparency or
censorship.
Actually,
less
Stephen,
transparency or...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I had a question
sorry,
for
go
you.
ahead.
No.
All this pro V talk is making me feel the room temperature. Let's see. What percentage of Americans got the vaccine?
Here is information from USA Facts.
This is where I'm at in Georgia. About 97.1% of the U.S. population over 16 has gotten at least one dose, and about 82.7% of those over 16 are fully vaccinated. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to find a very specific community to not find pro-vaccine talk. If you're gonna have to find a community that's got all 3% of you guys in one chat.
I have a question for you, just and legitimate question. I got you anything. So we're talking about the Hunter Biden deal. That was obviously a leak, sure, right? We can all say that, and you might even go so far as to say, not you, but people might go so far as to say, well, it may be in the public interest to censor this because it was public information or private information, et cetera. So there is a leak that's going on right now in the public that's come out. This gamer, 21-year-old reservist or Air National Guard.
And they tried to claim it wasn't real at first. Now they admit it's real.
They did claim it was Russian at first, but it turned out that it was real. As far as I know, and if anyone has seen differently, please let me know. Please inform me. I haven't seen anyone take down any of those documents on Twitter right now that have been posted. Now, obviously, we're post Elon owning it. We don't know, to your point about government requests, whether or not the FBI has requested to take any of that down. But I'm just interested.
Kirby did request on Thursday that social media take it down, but you're right.
So okay, Kirby did request that.
But
you don't know if he reached out to Elon.
No,
personally.
he just said
Right.
He publicly said we're requesting.
So what are your thoughts? Because I mean, obviously, this has done national security damage to the U.S. Regardless of what your thoughts are on the Ukraine war or some of the other things that were in there, obviously, it has done damage to U.S. operations and U.S. Clearly sources and methods, intel operations that are going on right now. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on whether or not.
All right, before I get my entire channel banned, let's
We got a special guest joining us.
So,
San Francisco, 40% of the kids are trans or whatever?
No, I don't think that's true.
I think it's something like that.
Well, 40% of Republican discourse might be about trans people, but I don't think 40% of kids are trans.
No, there are school districts where 40% of the kids say they are not.
There was a YouGov poll where Republicans think that 40% of the population is trans. I think that's what we're thinking of right now. Are we moving to trans issues now? I thought we were talking about social media and how to like moderate social media. Now we're talking about algorithms. I think there's a lot of interesting. I think this is important, okay? Because I notice that when these panels happen, you guys never actually say anything. We move from crazy topic to crazy topic to crazy topic. I think that there's
I want people to be aware of.
No, not be aware. What do you want people to do about it? You've made them aware. Now, what are they supposed to do?
People.
This is the problem with your platform.
Let me talk. Destiny and I are dating. Here's the Destiny.
Lou, so what should be banned from social media?
I'll be right back.
Nothing. Let people choose what they want to see. I think we're all adults here. If something's bad, the audience and the market will speak for itself. Obviously, there's the concept of hurting children. That obviously is an exception. Obviously, there are government institutions that run international child trafficking organizations. So obviously, are you going to entrust those organizations to go after that? That's another question and conundrum that I think a lot of people are asking themselves. But other than the exception of children being hurt, I think we are adults and we could actually decipher and decide what we want to listen to and don't want to listen to. Treat us like human beings. We shouldn't be treated like babies.
That's a big box, though. Like what can hurt children is a big.
The obvious one is, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein's island or being trafficked by, many of the intelligence agencies and sent off to individuals like, Bill Gates and others who, get to do whatever they want with them. I think that's the distinction there.
You would say that you should ban child porn?
Yes.
What about what do you?
Let's get a round of applause for that. Banning child porn. Yeah, there we go.
But the next question, though, is who's going to do the banning?
I think it should probably be human beings should be doing the banning and not an algorithm or a bot or something like that. I think these should be human beings checking this stuff out and taking a look for child porn, if that's what we're looking to ban.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah.
AI can help find it, but have...
Wow, so you want more people to watch child porn? That's disgusting.
A human layer of protection.
It always has to be a human layer of protection, especially when we're talking about something as sensitive as actual free speech.
Although the issue with putting a human in charge is that, firstly, definitions can change. So what's porn today might be normalized in 10 years. And secondly, they have the keys so that they can put their foot on the gas when they want to, take it off when they don't.
You're talking about standards, which we are lacking as a culture right now in a society, and we do need standards. That's something that I think is paramount.
Do you think that the community can function as a form of algorithm, like the human consciousness, so we don't have to rely on algorithmic code? We can let the people somehow decide together?
I don't know what that looks like.
Like a jury? I mean, we have a jury system at mine.
Like a jury?
I say we liberally, but because Bill's been running the company, not me. But yeah, there's a jury.
Who said that? They said that they want to ban child porn. And then they said, well, who's going to do the banning? And she said, preferably people, not algorithms. Meaning, they want another person now to have to look at the child porn instead of an algorithm.
Like if something gets up for banned, then they want to appeal the act, it'll go to a group of people to decide.
That's an interesting concept. What kind of jury? Like a grand jury that would be potentially impaneled?
It's a randomized set of active users who aren't connected to each other to try to decrease bias. But yeah, we try to keep ourselves in check with the community.
I mean, I think the issue, I don't know if we're talking in a dream world or as it exists right now. I think the problem is once a platform grows to a certain size, having a human element in moderation is just prohibitively expensive. I think that's why for, over a decade, when did Steam start automating their bans? I think having human people involved in every single moderation action just becomes prohibitively expensive for any sufficiently large tech company, I think.
But we need the protection of human interpretation in order to secure free speech. I mean, without free speech, we really have nothing at all. It's pretty much the only thing that matters.
I mean, well, I think there's a lot of things that matter besides free speech. But I guess the question becomes like, is it a company's job to safeguard what I guess we're using in common parlance free speech, because we're not really talking about the First Amendment right now. Should it even be a company's, I guess, prerogative to guard free speech, right?
I was talking pretty much about the First Amendment.
Well, the
which
First
I do
Amendment
think is
says
pretty
nothing
paramount.
for being banned on like Twitter or YouTube, right?
Well, because of like the whole private company thing.
Well, because it's not the government thing, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to be the government to censor.
Well, no, but you're violating their free speech by demanding that they're not allowed to censor, right? That's the whole point of having freedom of speech, is that the government shall make no law abridging somebody's freedom of speech. If Twitter doesn't want to host your speech, Twitter has the right to do that.
Censorship goes far beyond like just, I mean,
These are not people.
companies, look, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's just the government. I mean, censorship can happen at a non-governmental level.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be the First Amendment, because the First Amendment is about the government. If we want to talk about other types of censorship, we can, but the government is governed by the First Amendment, right?
Well, the term government really means mind control. You know, mente is like Latin, I think, for mind, and govern is Latin for to control. So, like, look at what the system of control is. And at this state, it's an algorithmic code or multitude of codes that are governing the way we behave. So you could make an argument that we would amend the Constitution to include other forms of government than the political
well, when
system.
Clarence Thomas has a brief that he writes to the Supreme Court about whether or not the government is mind control, I'll take a look at that, I guess.
You tell him, Ian. But I think we're learning right now with Twitter specifically that free speech is popular. And when we look at the censorship of speech, it is the government's hand in these companies. And they know that it's not profitable for them to destroy someone's speech. And this is what they've been doing. They've been going to YouTube. They've been going to Facebook. They've been going to...
Yeah, this is messed up. Normally, I don't eat a lot of like fruits or vegetables. Sometimes, once in a while, I'll eat a peach, okay? But I wouldn't put it in the freezer first. I don't think I've ever put a peach in the freezer first. But I guess if I did, I wouldn't want the government messing with it. I think I agree with them. If I was going to freeze a peach, I wouldn't want the government to mess with my free speech. That would be messed up.
Alphabet and all these companies and saying, you know what, we're going to make sure that you guys are going to lose business and we're going to silence people because we don't like them. And I think right now Twitter is certainly challenging that notion that speech needs to be protected, needs to be censored, because I think they're doing better than ever. I think the platform is thriving. I enjoy the platform personally myself, speaking from a biased perspective, but I think they're really showing
$1.21.
Thank you for the peach, Sassafras.
And leading the way, saying free speech is the answer, and it could also be profitable and it could also be successful at the same time, allowing a perfect harmony of profit and respect of individuals to speak their mind.
I think something that I spoke about earlier, real quick, was when we have these conversations, I think it's very important that we're firmly rooted in reality. And conservatives have this mantra that they, I guess, repeat to themselves at midnight in the mirror with all the lights turned off, that go woke, go broke, go woke, go broke, go woke. It's not true.
It is true.
It's absolutely not true.
It is
These
true.
companies online that are engaging in
Vanguard
censorship-
just pulled back and said, after a decade of pursuing ESG, is the third most powerful investment firm in the world. We are leaving ESG.
We're not
is
ESG.
woke.
We're not talking
Yeah,
about
it
ESG.
is.
Please.
This is literally what they always do. They have like one small little example. Where do I go to send my stream off? In your dashboard, you go to edit, then go to customization, scroll down, and you should have a redirect section. You'll click add, and then the top right, search videos from other channels, and that'll give you the ability to raid somebody else if you have the ability. Not all channels can do it, but this is literally what they always do, where they Didn't Bud Light just lose $6 billion? Yeah. Yep. Yep. The boycott's working. Yep. They definitely are losing so much money over the Dylan Mulvaney thing. Yep. Oh, well, man. Damn. Losing so much freaking money over it. No. Go woke, go broke has been disproven a million times. There's tons of data out there to show you that actually going woke is beneficial. That conservatives don't actually care when you go woke. They don't stop shopping at your place. They don't actually boycott you. They don't actually care. But the people that they're appeasing do care and will start to buy your product more and will start to support you more. And so, yeah, like going woke, go woke, go broke is literally the opposite. What's her name? Who was it?
Turning 2 lights on.
Lauren Southern just did a video about this the other day. Like, it's something that everybody believed for a while. I believed it too, but obviously it's just blatantly incorrect that that go woke, go broke is a thing. Like, companies would not keep doing it if they were losing money from it. No, it is very beneficial to go woke. It is very helpful. It's priceless advertising for Bud. Yeah, I mean, and it doesn't even seem like, all right, from what I understand, I don't even think Bud Light's selling cans with Mulvaney's face on it. I don't even think that they're doing that. I think they just gave Mulvaney their own can, like, for them to put in their own fridge. Yeah, like they sent them their own can with their own face on it. And that's it. And then everybody started buying Bud Light so they could make YouTube videos of them busting it open and shooting it and hitting it with a hammer and all sorts of other things, which is, again, good for Bud Light because, yeah, everybody's buying their cans to put up YouTube videos and virtue signal to everybody about how much they don't like the can. So, and the cans that they're shooting and upset about don't even have Dylan Mulvaney's face on it. So, like, the whole thing that they're mad about isn't even there for them to be mad about. Later. Speakeasy. Have a good night, man.
This is what woke is. Environmental social governance.
The reality.
Yeah, Gillette. What was it? Marvel. Like normal everyday movies that come out get accused of being woke today, and that they're too woke, and they're just like any other freaking movie of ever. And look at all the symbolism.
What do you think social is?
The reality is that online, having aggressive moderation platforms that are trying to ban speech that a lot of you guys want to protect, that I want to protect, that I think is cool to protect, is actually a pretty profitable decision. If it wasn't, they wouldn't do it.
What about in publishing? What about in publishing, not in social media? What about censorship in publishing?
I don't know as much about books.
If a private company is acting on behalf of the government in censoring speech, is that a violation of the First Amendment?
If the government was telling people to censor people, I guess
that is what happened.
If they're forcing them to do it, the government can recommend that you censor things. The government can ask you to censor things. But there cannot be a repercussion for you saying no. If there's a repercussion for you saying no, that is them violating the First Amendment.
With Twitter over the last 2 years.
We saw that. Sure. So we saw that with the Twitter files that is absolutely not the case. If you actually read any of them, past the actual tweets, the government was not making explicit requests to censor political speech on Twitter. That did not happen.
Patently false. It's patently false. It's patently false. Is it okay for the government to ask a company to censor?
Well, it depends on what the censorship request is for.
No, that is a yes or no question. Is it okay for the government to ask a company to censor?
It depends on what you're trying to censor. If it's somebody making a death threat, yeah, that's probably okay. If it's pictures of Hunter Biden's cock, which I know you guys are all real excited about, it's probably okay. Yeah, it depends on what the censorship request is. Yeah.
So, okay, keep going with that. So when a journalistic output is withheld from disclosing a story that could be detrimental to a presidential candidate, and they did not carry that same treatment to the other side, and it was not just Hunter Biden's cock, it was the fact that there was a potential that there was illegal drugs, there was underage prostitutes, there was a whole slew.
There was influence peddling.
It's his son. So what? Who gives a shit about his son who's involved in his business dealings, who gets $50,000 a month working for Burisma in a country that we have a proxy state set up in?
He gave us nothing there, except he said that he's involved in his business dealings, which, even if that was the case, would have absolutely nothing to do with Joe.
How is that not involved with Biden? Are you kidding me?
And there are major polls and studies.
So the reality is, and I highly encourage you guys to read the Twitter files because I don't think anybody up here actually has. If you actually read the emails where they discuss banning content, it wasn't the government told us to censor this story. The government never made a request to Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden story. That was testified to under oath multiple times by multiple people at Twitter. It is not the case that that story was censored because of the government. It was a complicated internal conversation that Twitter had amongst themselves. You can read the conversations. They're
So
published in the
basically what
emails.
you're saying is that Twitter self-censored.
Correct. Yes.
So a climate of self-censorship does come from a government level.
No.
Yes, it comes
No,
from
it doesn't.
government intimidation. Yes, it does.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so stupid.
Hold on.
This is historic.
If it came from government intimidation,
You would have to have evidence that there was actually some sort of threat there. You would have to have evidence that there was actually some sort of threat, or there would be some sort of what do you call it? Like negative outcome from this that doesn't seem to be the case.
why did Twitter only adhere to like 37% of the requests the government actually made?
Just because they didn't go along with 100%, according to your data here.
No, you can't say that there's a threat that they have to do it, and then when they don't do it, be like, oh, well, it's not like they had to do it. Come on.
So the government can only intimidate you 37% of the time?
I think it's a valid question.
No,
and
it's
I
not a
think
valid question. That
yes,
was
it is.
ridiculous.
That is a really stupid question.
No,
If
it's
an
not
FBI
at all.
agent is outside
and I think
my house,
I think that
and I
we
have
see that there was government intimidation at Twitter, and I think that you can see that in the Twitter files.
No, you
I
can't.
think
Where?
that you saw that with
Where do you see
regard
that
to. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, well, I read them, okay? And I'm telling you that they did not intimidate them. I have had conversations with the FBI. If the FBI was outside my house, they're going to intimidate me more than 37% of the time.
Can I ask you a question? Were there any emails in the Twitter files between a government actor, bureaucracy or elected official, and Twitter's executive team?
Yes.
Is that not highly problematic when the requests coming from government involved political candidates? Yes or no?
It depends on the request. If it's just
How?
If it's just
How?
Do you think it is essential that uncensored pictures of Hunter Biden's dick remain on Twitter?
When he's the son, yes. When he is the son.
That is so stupid. That is so stupid. You should be able to post revenge porn of somebody if they're the son of the president or the son of somebody running for president. That is just so stupid, dude. That is so dumb. That is the dumbest thing in the world.
Conversation is right now.
It's the New York Post. It's not like it's the porn outlet that's posting these pictures. The second oldest journalistic output in the United States broke a story. Government emailed Twitter's executive team what happened 2 weeks out from the election. Then they delete the story of the New York Post. So how is that not a company acting on behalf of the government to violate the First Amendment of a journalist? How is that not?
Nuclear launch codes were tattooed on Hunter's wang. It had to be taken down. Yes, that's why the government was so concerned about it. They were trying to make sure that yes, the very important information that was out there didn't get out. Yep.
Because Twitter never said that they deleted that post because of the government.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Hold on.
You're reporting from the Twitter files. What are you citing?
Let's stop screaming. Let's try to understand each other and because we're getting a little bit crazy. We're getting a little
real quick, just so we're on the same page.
Let's get a little civil.
How many people up here actually read the actual tweets, not just the headline?
Thank you, Matt Taibbi.
Okay, so we've got 2 people.
Okay, but we got a special guest joining us. But I just want to ask you the question.
Stephen requested
They told
that we had
me-
Alex on tonight, so I thought.
They told me to get here at 8 o'clock. I didn't even go on stage at 8. So I'm only 30 seconds late. Sorry.
Alex, do you think that what was the exact question? Do you think that there's things that should be censored online, Alex? I guess, how do you want to ask it, Stephen? How would you ask Alex this, where we're at right now?
I'm not even sure what I would ask Alex right now.
I would just go back to 5 years ago where violent threats, specifically calling for violence, which is illegal already, and child porn and stuff like that, and people's hacked personal information. Those things are illegal. Things that are illegal, not our free speech. It's really simple.
Do you think that there are things where it's like it's legal but unethical that should be pulled down?
No, I mean, I think it should be the Wild Wild West. That's what America and freedom is. And once you open the Pandora's box, everybody is going to say this is evil, and other groups are going to say that's evil. Conservatives are going to say ban this. Liberals are going to say ban that. This group's going to say ban this, and then it's special interest banning what they don't like. No, that's not what I want. I'm a big enough adult that I want to see everything. People say, well, then don't let the kids see it. Ban TikTok. No, don't let your kids on TikTok be their parent.
So I'm curious, what is your enforcement mechanism? You want to go to Twitter and you want to say you're not allowed to deplatform certain speech or ban certain actors. What do you want to do to keep them from doing that? Do you want to make it illegal for you to ban people that you disagree?
They would have to bite this bullet that they are going to make the government enforce taking away someone else's freedom of speech. That's they have to bite that bullet that yes, we want the government to be able to tell companies what they can and cannot say.
Agree with, do hate speech? What does the enforcement mechanism look like there?
Well, hate speech is really just a modern corporate name. I mean, when U.S. senators call for nuclear war with Russia, to me that's hate speech. But they still have a right to say that and be crazy people calling for World War III.
Yeah, everybody has a right to hate speech. What is he talking about? The United States does not have hate speech laws. So what is he talking about? Why is he acting like people get arrested for hate speech? Where did that come from?
So one person's hate speech is somebody else's love speech. So as long as somebody isn't saying go shoot this up or go attack this group, let the KKK, who are a bunch of idiots, or let the new Black Panther Party, they're basically a black KKK group, let them sound like idiots off in their own little echo chamber. We know what they're saying. We know what they're doing. We're watching them in case they're about to get...
If a senator can threaten Russia with nuclear weapons, I should be able to say the N-word. True. We need to stop locking people up for saying the N-word. I agree that you know what? The wokeism has gone too far. We need to stop locking people up for saying the N-word. I'm with you there. You win.
Get violent. Everybody knows in all the studies, you suppress speech, it puts stuff underground. You want the old American idea that was really the vanguard, that was the Renaissance. We call it old now, but really it's the new thinking that we forgot about and went back to the old thinking of tyranny, is to let everything out there and believe in the public to choose what makes sense. And in that world, whether it's the new Black Panther Party or the KKK, we're going to reject those idiots and we're going to embrace a civilization.
And you radicalize more people by censoring speech, and you put them off into farther corners of the internet where they become more radicalized. And that's why a more honest, transparent conversation and dialogue where we're able to have...
Forget going woke. We need sleep. Nope. You got the late night show on.
Actual clarity on the issues and actually fix the wrongs and actually discuss the problems actually helps fix the larger issues that we're dealing with, rather than
what is the
censoring
enforcement mechanism? How do you keep Twitter from banning people that you don't want banned? What do you think should be done?
I think Minds is doing a great job. I think the way
I'm
that
not-
Minds
you guys-
conducts itself,
are we
I
up here
think the
talking
way
about
that,
what to do about other
I
social
think the
media
way
No,
that
I get it. I
they
get it. You're
decide
asking.
these decisions is
You're
a great
asking
way
how
to
do we
address
do
it.
that? I mean, I think as a population, we have big corporations, we have think tanks, we have so-called fact-checking groups pressuring Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Google and all its subsidiaries to censor. And I think as a population, we reject and we boycott and we stand against censors and we promote the platforms that are open and free. And then again, just 5-10 years ago, if a conservative got censored, the left was against it. If the left got censored, the right was against it. We have to go back to being unified and saying our speech is king, our right to see and watch and listen to what we want is paramount, because you're not censoring Alex Jones, or you're not censoring Luke Rudkowski, or you're not censoring Jack Posobiec, or you're not censoring Tucker Carlson, or Naomi Wolf, or whoever it is. When you censor them, you're censoring our ability to hear what they're saying.
But you're also censoring anyone else who might speak up. So that's a big thing too. I mean, a liberal value, a very classical liberal value, was that even if you disagree with someone's speech, you'll defend their right to express themselves. And that's a value that we need as Americans, and that's a value that we need online.
Exactly.
True.
Remember when the liberals and the Jewish law firms used to support the KKK marching? I mean, those liberal law firms.
There was a murder she wrote about that.
Absolutely. I mean, they didn't support the idiot KKK, but they said, we got to let these morons march or we lose all our rights, which was true.
You know,
and it's true now on Twitter.
It is.
I think sometimes there's a responsibility for the authority to crack down if like child porn goes up. Like the admin has to take that offline. That means needs to be some central authority needs to snag that.
Well, it's illegal.
Exactly. And spam, it's not illegal.
Actually, Glitchin, Rumble, I believe their TOS is pretty close to YouTube's now. From what I understand, they are on top of things.
But it's unethical, so some central authority's got to crack it. But
watch the short-haired woman link on Discord. What? It's freaking Rachel Maddow. What is? This is gonna get me banned, isn't it?
It means that instead of the vaccine being able, instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were, right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way, now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people. That means the vaccines will get us
Yeah, even that's not true.
to the end of this. If we just go fast enough to get the whole population.
I mean, even that's not true, but she was so close to being right, and then she just screwed it up. New York Times. I can't read the New York Times. I've read it too many times. They won't let me do it.
But
What's central authority when the FBI has been uploading a lot of the content as well, and they've been running international trafficking operations like with Epstein for over 30 plus years? How do you trust those same people to actually monitor?
Yeah, Luke Rudkowski's right. How do we?
Yeah. Well done.
We have the FBI that protected Epstein now being the policeman of child porn. I mean, I really think it's all up to us.
Yeah, I think it doesn't scale. That's what I was going to say, is the central authority crackdown method doesn't scale to the masses like Twitter, because it's too big for one guy to take control, whether that's the government or the head of state. So I think you need to decentralize the authority somehow as the system grows. And if that could be written into the system, the larger it gets, the wider the net of judges that can make the decision in aggregation.
Well, remember Elon Musk, like last week, that viral BBC clip, and he goes, okay, give me one example of what you're seeing. He goes, well, it's a little bit mean, or it's a little bit sexist. And he said, well, then how do you define what a little bit is? Soon everything is banned except what you want to be heard. I mean, it's impossible. And here's the thing. We all know this. You all know this. I remember Joe Rogan in like 2000 in Houston, and I'm watching him in a packed comedy club, and he said, mark my words, within 10 years, Hollywood and corporate media are going to be dead, because on the internet, there's so many voices.
Anyone else a lefty on the panel? I don't think so. I think it's just Destiny, and I would assume he probably requested it be that way.
There's so many choices, it can never compete with that level of Wild West freedom. And if you go back to 2010 and the numbers, that's really when corporate media died. That's really when Hollywood died. It's got endless funding and backers, but it's a zombie organization. It's already gone. So any attempt to bring in AI, any attempt to suppress us, any attempt to shut down their competition is like a ghost dance. They're fighting a war they've already lost. So let's understand that. No amount of AI, no amount of BS is going to stop us, because AI is just plagiarism of everything we already made. So we program the AI ourselves. So when the viewers and listeners of this show realize you're not the tail, you're the dog, and then when you produce culture and you speak up, that's your defense mechanism to make sure you program the system.
Steven, do you think Alex should be let back on Twitter?
I don't want to be let back on Twitter. I like being the black sheep.
What was his specific ban for? Was it for the... Yeah,
you know, that's a very important point you brought up. I was not banned for the thing everybody hears about me for. I was banned for criticizing Oliver Darcy, the mini-me, Brian Stelter. And it was actually Tim Pool, who was on with Joe Rogan and the head of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, and I can pronounce his name.
Gotti.
Yes. And they said he beat up a child on TV, and he was mean to a journalist, Oliver Darcy. And he called for using battle weapons against Antifa. None of that ever happened. They showed some random dude on ABC News when a kid's hitting him, and he in Missouri, and the guy looks a little like me, and another fat dude with a beard. He hits him. He falls down, and that's not me. That was, talk about deep fake. It wasn't even a fake video. It wasn't me. And then I saw Oliver Darcy. He was everywhere getting me banned. I was still on Twitter. And I said, how dare you get me banned everywhere, man? You're a jerk. The video's out there still. It's banned on Twitter. And then the other thing was, yeah, I'm Bill Hicks. No, that's because they got to ban Bill Hicks. But the third thing was, Antifa had gone to Tucker Carlson's house and broken the door down and was threatening his wife. And I said, I won't ever want to be violent and never physically start an altercation. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi says, the force is for defense, never attack.
Okay, we got one finally. We got one. Oh, what? Oh. 2 white college students arrested for yelling the N-word. 2 white University of Connecticut students were reportedly arrested and charged on Monday night after they were heard allegedly saying the N-word repeatedly. Jared Carl and Ryan Mukaj, both 21, were arrested with ridicule on account of creed, religion, color, denomination, nationality, or race, the Washington Post reports. Ridicule on account of creed. What? Any person who, by his advertisement, ridicules or holds up to contempt any person or class of persons on account of creed, religion, color, denomination, nationality, or race of such person or class persons shall be guilty of a Class D misdemeanor. Yet, despite its text, Connecticut's prosecutors haven't been enforcing the law limited to advertisements. The two most publicized recent incidents, the Yukon case and the Fairfield Ward High School case, for instance, involved nothing that could be labeled an advertisement. And in some earlier incidents, about a dozen that I've seen going back to about 20 years, prosecutors seem to be mostly enforcing the statute to punish people for race or religion-based fighting words. Generally speaking, face-to-face personal insults that include racial slurs or, in one case I found, religious slurs. Such fighting words might be punishable through specialized statutes that cover racist fighting words alongside other fighting words. But by its text, the racial ridicule statute doesn't extend to them, and the prosecution I described, some of which led to convictions, strikes me as entirely legally unjustified. Nor is there historical evidence suggesting that advertisement had some broader historical meaning. The statute was enacted in 1917 as an act concerning discrimination at places of public accommodation. It really was aimed at advertisements for businesses, and there are no appellate decisions reinterpreting the text of the statute, as there are for some statutes, as something other than what the statute says. The only reasoned decision I could find, the non-presidential National Socialist White People's Party versus Southern New England Telephone Company, DMAS 1975, three-judge court. In the one decision cited in that case, State versus Jensen, Connecticut Circuit Court, 1969, read the statute consistently with its text as genuinely limited to advertisements. Jared Carl and Ryan Mukaj, both 21, were arrested and charged with ridicule on account of creed, religion, color, denomination, nationality, or race, the Washington Post reports. The misdemeanor charge can come with a maximum of 30 days in prison sentence, with a minimum 30-day prison sentence, a fine of up to $50 or both. Their arrest comes after the men were allegedly walking through a parking lot near a university apartment complex with a third individual and said the N-word at least 5 times, allegedly getting louder each time. Someone with their window open heard the men and recalled an 11-second video, which has gone viral on social media since it was posted earlier this month. University authorities reportedly learned about the video on October 11th, and its circulation spurred campus police to investigate the incident. They determined that the group was playing a game in which they yelled vulgar words, but switched to saying a racial epithet once they got to the parking lot, the Post reports. Police also determined that the third person in the video did not say the racial slur. The university is additionally investigating the incident and whether the 2 arrested students violated the student code of conduct. They are subject to additional penalties, potentially including expulsion, the Post reports. It is supportive of our core values to pursue accountability through due process for an egregious assault on our community that has caused considerable harm, University President Thomas C. Katsoulis told the Post in a statement. The video quickly sparked backlash from the members of the campus community, with the university's chapter of the NAACP releasing a list of 8 demands, including updating the Student Code of Conduct on racism and hate speech, as well as hiring more black university employees. Well done. Well done. You hired more black people to work there. You got more black slaves to make up for people saying the N-word. Good job. The university put out a statement a couple days later saying that they are very sorry for the students who made these comments, and they will make sure that all of the black people at the university pick 50 bales of cotton for all of the white people. Wow. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm glad they fixed it.
But I said, I've got an instant access safe in my bedroom with a battle rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun. And if Antifa attacks my house, is burning my house down, trying to shoot me, I'm going to go out and defend myself. So I said, never attack Antifa, but defend yourself. Well, they didn't ever show the clip whenever, all the shows put it on as a national news story. They just said Jones called for killing leftists with battle rifles. A $1 million challenge. Where did I say kill leftists with battle rifles? Never happened. Where did I beat up an 8-year-old in Missouri? Never happened. So that's all they've got. And then we've now learned, this isn't about me, but it's very interesting. Very interesting. They introduced in court with my $1.5 billion.
No way they get convicted. Yes, some disciplinary action from the university, but not legal shit. No, they in the article, they were in the first article that I was reading about the decision, they said that or about the law, they said that people have been convicted. They said that people get convicted under this. Last year, Connecticut lawyer Mario Cerame filed a federal lawsuit, Cerame versus Lamont, on his own behalf, seeking to invalidate the statute. He had represented one of the defendants in the earlier Yukon case, but the prosecutors dismissed the racial ridicule charge in that case, so there was no occasion for him to challenge the statute on appeal. Filing the lawsuit for himself, he could get the courts to consider the question going forward. And just today, the district court stated that it would ask the Connecticut Supreme Court to authoritatively construe the statute. In connection with the pending motion to dismiss, the court intends to certify the following questions to the Connecticut Supreme Court. Does the speech alleged in Cerame's complaint, paragraph 13 through 18, come within the scope of the phrase by his advertisement, as that phrase is used in section 53 through 37 of the Connecticut General Statutes? Should either party object to this court's decision to certify the above question, they should file an opposition by Monday, July 18th at noon. Now, even if the statute were limited to just commercial advertising, I think it would still be unconstitutional, though commercial advertising that states goods or services will only be available on a discriminatory basis is constitutionally unprotected. See e.g. Pittsburgh Press Company versus Pittsburgh Common on Hum Rels 1973 and Rumsfeld versus Fair 2006. I don't think a ban on commercial advertising that ridicules various groups falls within this narrow doctrine, in part because such a ban applies even to ads that clearly don't indicate an intent to discriminate, e.g. ads off-the-shelf products available in mass market stores that are highly unlikely to deny service to those customers based on race or religion. To quote RAV versus City of Paul 1992, a state may not prohibit only that commercial advertising that depicts men in demeaning fashion And that logic would apply to racial and religious groups as well. I don't think it would. I don't think it would. And I'm pretty sure there are laws that, like, aren't there tons of, like, regulations on, like, television and radio and saying, like, what we can and can't put in advertisements? Like, I could have sworn there were already tons of rules and regulations on this stuff. Later, Thackman. Alex Jones is an unreliable narrator. He is. Let's find it. Twitter says it has permanently suspended the account of Alex Jones and his InfoWars website. It made the move after a number of tweets that violated Twitter's abusive behavior policy, the company said. A number of tech giants, including YouTube and Facebook, deleted the right-wing conspiracy theorist content last month, citing hate speech. The radio host is best known for spreading unsubstantiated allegations about tragic events, including 9/11. He is currently being sued for defamation by the parents of the 2 children killed in the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, which he has repeatedly claimed was a giant hoax. 20 children under the age of 7 and 6 adults died. 20 children under the age of 7 and 6. 20 children under the age of 7 and 6 adults died in the attack. Okay, that was very confusing. I was like, 20 children under the age of 7 and 6? Wait, 6 is already under the age of 7. What? And then why does it just say adults died in the attack at the end? This doesn't make sense. Twitter said the ban was a result of new reports of tweets and videos posted yesterday that violate our abusive behavior policy in addition to the account's past violations. It did not specify what violations they were. It added that it does not typically comment on enforcement actions against individual accounts, but was open about this action given the broad interest in the case. Mr. Jones has accused the media platforms of unfair censorship of his account. Twitter had come under criticism last month when it refused to ban InfoWars and Alex Jones from its platform, despite YouTube, Facebook, Apple, Spotify deleting his content. Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey said, at the time, it was because the account had not violated the platform's rules, but he vowed to suspend them if they ever did so. What had Jones said on Twitter? Mr. Jones mostly uses his Twitter account to share content and videos from InfoWars with his 850,000 followers and promotes conspiracy theories against liberals, Muslims, and migrants. In July, he said that Democrats plan to launch a civil war on July 4th or U.S. Independence Day. Last year, he tweeted that Muslims in England were demanding that the Queen either convert to Islam or leave the country. However, the CNN clip InfoWars based its article on dates back to 2009 and features a group led by radical preacher Anjem Chouardi, who by 2017 was already serving a 5.5-year sentence for inviting support for the Islamic State group IS. He has previously said that transgenderism is a CIA plan to depopulate humanity, and that the normalization of mental illness is an evil, pedophile plot to sexualize and destroy children. In 2013, he described then President Barack Obama as the global head of Al-Qaeda and later accused him of arming IS. So it's funny that, you know, the whole trans thing was a normal Alex Jones sort of rhetoric back in the day, but now even the Daily Wire is pushing that crap. On Wednesday, Mr. Dorsey and Facebook's chief operating officer, Sheryl Sandberg, answered questions at a Senate Intelligence Committee hearing about what the technology giants are doing to prevent future election meddling. During the hearing, Mr. Dorsey was also asked whether Twitter censors conservative voices. Twitter admits unfairly hiding accounts. Several Republicans, including U.S. President Donald Trump, have accused Twitter of bias, which the company denies. Mr. Dorsey said his company did not use political ideology to make any decisions, but admitted the company's algorithms had not always been impartial. Mr. Jones also sat in on the hearings and made headlines after he confronted Republican Senator Marco Rubio while Mr. Rubio was being interviewed. That's it. That's a weird place to end off. Okay. I feel like we got nothing from that. You got absolutely nothing from that. You just got beautiful ASMR reading voice from Tom Foolery, and that's it.
Dollar judgment against me, defaulted by the judge, I'm allowed to defend myself, already guilty. They entered in court 24 minutes of video, most of it from 9 years ago, of stuff that was edited clips out of context of me just saying the internet says this, what's going on? That turns into I'm pissing on people's graves, I'm doing all these things I never did, and when they sued me and didn't get any evidence, they defaulted me and then said the new model. And they're now doing that with Fox News and the Dominion lawsuit. And if you don't like Fox News, the judge says you're not giving me the right evidence, I'm going to default you.
You guys think I have ADHD? My goodness. My goodness. You guys think I have ADHD? This guy is on a whole other planet with his ADHD. I have never seen anything like it.
So you don't get a trial, you're guilty now. A jury decides how guilty you are. That's the weaponization of the judiciary. So then when Hillary lost and Trump was about to win, they had a PR firm. They've now bragged about it. I didn't know this live the cases. They hired a PR firm that does the UN PR. It's like the second biggest PR firm in the U.S. to run all these national stories everywhere about Jones is attacking people, he's peeing on graves, he's going after people. And I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's like Joe Rogan when they go, he said the N-word. He's like, stop saying it, because they edit it all together. And I kind of did say some of that, but not most of this. And I didn't know what was going on. And then they defaulted me. Then they did that. Then they wanted $2 trillion. Oh, you only get $1.5 billion. I don't have $5 million. So I learned.
What is he even talking about right now? What is he even talking about right now? What is he talking about? Where did that come from? Oh, you only get $2 trillion. I wanted $5 billion. What is that? What about Building 7? What about the FEMA camps? Hillary edited the tapes.
How the whole thing was not about me. It was about demonize free speech, demonize a populist. And when people don't stand up for Alex Jones, then all the dominoes fall. So I don't feel sorry for myself. I feel like I'm caught up in a really historical point.
Nobody asked you any of this. What are you why is he talking about this now?
I don't have the incredible organization and focus and purity of a Julian Assange, who I find no sin with, who I think did basically a perfect job. If he's free Julian Assange. He's a great guy.
How are we seriously? How are we actually talking about Julian Assange now? This is actually amazing.
8, 9 years in solitary confinement, almost dead. So anytime I feel sorry for myself that made a lot of mistakes, would go crazy on air and get drunk on air.
Yes, Destiny says, why did you get banned? Julian Assange, man, we need to free him, man. We need to get him out of here. And they try to give me $3 trillion. I didn't want it. I want $5 billion. I told them, and then they said that, you know, I was pissing on the graves. And I didn't piss on all the graves. There are some graves I pissed on. I pissed on Joe Rogan's grave, R.I.P. Joe Rogan. But I didn't even know. I didn't even know. That's all I got. That's it.
And, you know, they take mushrooms on air, and I'm like, God, I didn't say some crazy stuff. It was not done to be mean. I look back on all that, I just say, I'm lucky this machine only did this to me. Didn't use CIA sex operatives, didn't set me up, and didn't literally put me in a solitary confinement cell for 9 years. So
I don't believe that for a second. This guy was 100% staring at goats. I will put money on it. This guy was staring at goats. It's gonna, the files will come out eventually. They were pumping him full of LSD, testing goats or ghosts. Goats. Goats. Bah! Goats.
No, I'm not a victim. Julian Assange is, and he's who we should be getting out of jail. And that's one of Trump's biggest faults, is he told Julian Assange in 2016.
Dude, imagine if he was actually an MK Ultra test subject. That would actually make so much sense. I'm telling you, he was. I'm telling you. It was. He was. Yeah, I should have said goats. I'm talking about goats. Boo! Goats.
He said, Julian, if you've got the evidence of Hillary, I want you to release it. Release it now. And then he releases it, and they throw him under the prison. So, at the end of the day, fuck Donald Trump for that. You know what I mean?
How is it? Is that the end? Is that it? Is that the end?
What I understand about the Twitter banning of you, Alex, is that you got banned for one reason, which was the stuff you were talking about. And then now Elon just does.
Yeah, I thought he got banned for talking about the kids, the Sandy Hook kids.
Doesn't want to let you on because he thinks that you were mean about the kids with the Sandy Hook crap.
No, I agree with Elon Musk. I should not be let back on Twitter.
Really? You think?
No, I'm dead serious.
But I don't like that one guy can have arbitrary authority. Like, I just feel like I don't like the way he's.
Well, no. What you're saying is totally true, but let me explain the 3D chess. No, I'm being dead serious. Elon says, I will not arbitrarily ban people. I will follow the law and the rules. Then he says, Alex Jones attacks dead kids, and Jesus said, if you do that, you should tie a millstone around your neck and be thrown in the ocean. So he's being hypocritical on his statement of him not making personal decisions. What he said there was a lie. But let's explain. It's a battery. When they ran tens of thousands, and that's conservative, of articles, thousands of national newscasts about what they said I did to kids that I didn't do. People don't know who Anna Blands is. They think I killed him, okay? I mean, literally, you think that name, I won't even say the name, they think me. So they've charged up this giant battery against free speech that's Alex Jones. He's freeing all the captives. He's doing great things at Twitter, changing the whole paradigm. I have to only salute him. If I was Elon Musk, I wouldn't go as far as to actually be thrown in the ocean with a millstone around my neck, but that was a little too far. I shouldn't be killed. Please don't call people to kill me. But I understand that if he did that, they would have been able to shut down Twitter, overthrow what he did, and stop the revolution. So when they said, everybody kept going, free him, free him, free him, he goes, no, he's the sacrificial lamb. So it's almost like the Dark Knight. I get it because of all that demonization and that investment that I'm the devil. He goes, great, everybody else is free but him. We're going to crucify him. I compare myself to Christ. But I'm saying I get it. And so Elon Musk, never unban me. I love being the black sheep, and I get it. Free everybody else and just say, hey, I freed all them, but I kept that son of a bitch locked up. If everybody else gets free, we're going to win. And I think if he'd have done that, they'd have taken over Twitter. So Elon Musk made the right move.
Destiny, wait. Hold on, Ian. So Destiny, reinstate Alex or no?
Should he unban Alex or no?
Yes.
The reason why I asked was I don't know what he was originally banned for. That's what I'm curious. I don't know why.
I still haven't gotten an answer. I still don't. I was asking why he was originally banned, and 10 minutes later, I still don't have an answer.
Elon Musk hasn't unbanned you. Well, I don't know. I have no
No,
fucking
listen.
idea
He thinks
how
it was
much is true or
for.
not.
He thinks it was for that shooting in Connecticut. But I'm telling you, these guys are smart news guys. Tell them, look, it was for the things I said. I mean,
Here's my question, because I know we have a lot of Elon fans up here. Do you think that Elon Musk is running Twitter to try to make money, or do you think he has a principled adherence to freedom of speech?
I think Elon Musk is really smart. I'm really impressed. I get more impressed every day. He knows money is a symbol of energy, like gas in your gas tank. You don't worship.
Here we go, dude. Here we go.
Worship the gas tank, but you worship the sunrises and the forest and the blue skies and the sunsets you see when you're in your car or when you pick your kids up at school. So I worship that mobility, and so to him, he wants it to be successful so he can do SpaceX and all the other amazing things.
Okay. All right. Damn it.
Time together. I am gonna find.
Okay, good. I will be remaining sober, so at least I'll have control.
Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna. If I can find a tincture of marijuana, I will be doing a tincture of marijuana, and if I cannot find it, then maybe I will be sober. We'll see. My room is
tincture.
very sober. Yeah, tincture. I don't really smoke. I paranoid about the cancer. I'm getting older, so
Yeah.
yeah.
That's probably good.
Yeah, fuck it. All right. If I bump into it, I'll do it, but otherwise, no big deal. But yeah, so.
Okay. Is it your internet that's garbage or mine?
No, probably yours. I have green bars for me right now.
Oh, okay. Actually, things are mellowing out, so maybe it was me.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so part of the reason why, I don't know what that says about my short-term memory, but it was literally just in the position that I was looking at 10 seconds ago, and it wasn't there before. So anyways, moving on away from the drugs, how are you?
I'm good. That's why I was well. I've been pretty solid throughout most of this whole stuff, which is why it was so funny to me, and why I messaged you immediately after you had said something along the lines of me being like out of control, like mentally ill, kind of psychosis.
Wow. Who would say such a thing? What? Wow. Who would say Lav? Out of control? Mentally ill? No way.
And that is what is not the case.
Yeah. Well, I think that this environment, and sorry, I'm trying to hold it in my mouth as long as possible so I get as much of an effect as possible. I think this environment is, I think it's psychologically caustic. I think it's being in an environment that is acidic. So over time, it doesn't matter how strong you are, it'll break you down. And I think that Stephen, I'm not going to put any barriers on the conversation. You're free to invoke them at any point. But
yeah, I'll set my own boundaries.
Okay. So Stephen, I think does have a certain level of maybe not actual medically diagnosable sociopathy. But I do think that he does.
I don't even think it's sociopathy. I think it's pure narcissism.
Well,
so I don't think they actually talk about the report itself. As far as I know, they might. I only caught the last 10 to 15 minutes. She mentioned me. She said we had a very heated debate. For those of you who think that I was way too easy on her, she thinks we had a very heated debate, so suck it. But as far as I know, she talks about the things that are in the report, but she doesn't reference the report directly. As far as I know, again, as far as I don't know, but it sounds like she talks about like things that Mr. Girl talked about in the report, referring to Destiny.
Oh, I mean, yeah, and I'm not gonna say I'm not a narcissist. I love talking. I love people paying attention to what I have to say. I think I'm a galaxy brain, all that kind of stuff. But the reason why I would even invoke like non-medically diagnosable sociopathy is just because like I think in the video that I did recently I talked about my perspectives of difference of like sympathy and empathy, where I think he can empathize, he can understand the logic chain and the emotional hurt of the people that he's in combat with, but he doesn't feel the vicarious pain of the people that he's in combat with. Because if he felt
I said the same thing to him.
Yeah.
I said the same thing to him on stream.
That he doesn't feel the vicarious pain of his opponents.
Yeah, I said I know that because when you say that you're like an empath or whatever, when he jokes about that, or when he jokes that he like gets it, because he gets so angry when people are like, no, I get it. Like when they're like, oh, maybe you just don't understand, he'll go to bat for himself and he'll be like, no, I get it. And I think he does get it. I think logically he can follow, but I think that there is that disconnect. But I think that it's not that he can't feel it. I think that he is just so deeply compartmentalized, and I think that he's also in survival mode for himself constantly. So he can't.
That's what I mean. That's the way that I would explain it. That's what I've talked about, is that like I understand that I have molded myself to be the way that I am today. And I understand that a lot of people look at this as like, oh wow, so stoic. Oh, you're such a man. Oh, you're going to explode one day, bro. It's all going to come out eventually. Like, I don't think that's true. I think after as long as it's been, it doesn't seem to be the case. I am who I am. I wonder, Tom, do you think she does all this on purpose, or that she can't help it? I think she can't help it. I definitely think that she can't help it. I've talked about this a bunch, about like different types of like coping mechanisms and things that like when you're younger, you start to build coping mechanisms within your brain to where you're able to like shift reality into what you want it to be. And she's gotten very good at convincing herself of things so that she can live in a world that is appeasing. I had a girlfriend who was like this, and we constantly talked about like, you know, are you not like this? Not like she didn't lie all the time, but she would always have to look at things from a certain perspective. And I would always have to tell her, like, you're narrative building. You are world building. You are making sure that the way you see things is in a way that like fits your worldview, your narrative, the way that you feel comfortable. You always have to shift it to that thing. But don't like just be uncomfortable. Just be uncomfortable in the world. It's an uncomfortable place. Just don't do it. It like, this is what it is. This is how it is. And she was receptive to that. She would always be like, okay, yeah, you're right. That is how it is. You're right. And I think that if you have somebody, if you're like this, if you have somebody who can ground you and and it's an honest person, it's going to be somebody who's not going to take advantage of you. It's going to be somebody who's not going to, you know, come in like fill your head with a bunch of other crazy things to benefit themselves. I think that you'll be a lot better off for it. And I that's obviously going to be like a huge privilege that that lots of people probably do not get. So instead, they're taken advantage of most of the time. People like this are going to be easily dissuadable.
Can't even think about other people's. He can't even begin to consider other people's feelings because he's constantly in fight or flight.
Yeah, so this is something that I was thinking about. There's documentary, I think it's a book, and there might even be like a little like docuseries on it, but it's called like 10% Happier or something like that. And it's about a NBC reporter who was a war reporter for a while, had a panic attack live on air and basically like had a panic attack in front of millions of people. The panic attack was documented. I think his name's Dan Harris. And so he started using like Buddhist meditation as a way to become like mindful. But what he realized by going into the Buddhist meditation and trying to control his panic attacks and all that kind of stuff.
This is Counterpoints. Are you a Tom or a fool? I am both. I am both. Yeah, this is Counterpoints. Everybody go sub to him. He is super based. Cool dude.
Is that what he was addicted?
People compare me to him fairly often. I think he's a lot more of a fence sitter than I am, but he, like, we talk about very different topics, so we might like occupy kind of like the same area on the spectrum where we talk about very different things. We're interested in very different things, and we have different ways of looking at stuff. So
To wasn't because he did cocaine, he did not methamphetamine, he did cocaine, he did ecstasy, and he enjoyed the adrenaline of war. What he realized is he wasn't addicted to necessarily the drugs or the adrenaline. He was addicted to being in the moment, being connected, feeling like you're in combat, feeling like you're doing something that requires your full attention and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like if you're living a pretty boring...
I realized I got a ton of comments on the lab video. Like, dude, you keep saying that the document is in the description, but it's not there. I'm like, oh crap. Okay, you're right. My bad. That was in the live stream when I kept saying that, but okay. All right. You're right. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up. Also, if you could, hit the subscribe button. We are an insanely fast growing channel. And you can get in on the ground floor. You could be one of the cool kids who was like, dude, I was there before all of you. I was there when the originals were there, dude. Okay? Yes, hit the thumbs up.
Boring life, that you do look for those mindful moments where you're engaged. So unfortunately, I'm sure Steven's probably thought about this, but his drug, his combat, his whatever is beefing with other people online, whether that's in a debate format or whether that's interpersonal drama. So that's part of the reason why I think it's like a recurring theme in his content, is because he's looking for that high of combat.
I agree with you. I would probably add that I think that his childhood was pretty chaotic, and we kind of get into these Freudian feedback loops in which we'll put ourselves in situations that kind of re-trigger us. So yeah, that being added, I think, when I think I heard him talk about how his parents ran like a daycare or something. And that's pretty chaotic. That's got to be pretty chaotic. All these children running around, all this noise, all this everything. I mean, I think it's the same reason why he's addicted to sex. Like, I think I think he's just trying to fill whatever he can. I think he's an insecure narcissist.
Have you ever seen do you watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I don't. Everyone's been telling me to.
Okay, so this is this specific clip. I should link it to you, and if I don't link it to you, then somebody else should. I think Drazar's in chat, so he can find it and send it to you if I forget. But there's Dennis Reynolds is like this. He's like this narcissistic sex fiend who's constantly addicted to getting women to falling in love with him. He even has like the Dennis system, which Destiny did like a meme about, which is like, it's about like getting a connection and then denying the connection so people become addicted to you, and then kind of like separating from them eventually. That way they're like emotionally addicted to you so you can re-engage with them sexually. And there's one clip where he's talking about his god hole. And so his god hole is like he's like, oh, I call it my god hole, and it's where I think people fill up with religion, but I don't believe in God. So I just have this big gaping hole there, and I want to fill it with pussy.
I mean, that makes sense. And I think that I think it's two-pronged for Steven, because I also think that it reminds him that I think Steven probably feels pretty worthless. I think that that's another thing, like having a constant validation supply, which is women, is pretty great. I used to do the same thing with men. It's like it's pretty great to have someone tell you that you're great all the time.
That's where I'm not particularly religious. Like, I'm not a religious literalist, but what happened was I went through a phase, I would say, between like 15 and 25, where I was just like a nihilist. I didn't believe in anything. I didn't believe, in myself or any institution or anything like that. I just kind of pursued whatever was immediately in front of me. And that was the military and hedonistic sex and getting drunk and, smoking pot and going to college and trying to hook up with as many people as I could and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
And what I realized after, I think I was like 25 at the time, what I realized is like I had tons of pleasurable experiences. Like I had accumulated a lot of pleasure, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't satisfied. I wasn't content.
Totally.
And my parents were really religious, and they were kind of like, well, you're fucking up, you're chasing all the wrong things, blah, blah, blah. Like, we raised you better, et cetera, et cetera. So I was like, okay, well, why don't I just try what they told me growing up, which is like, be responsible, find somebody you love, take care of them, be faithful, be loyal, be content, try to accumulate like a.
I love you too. 2 subs back to back. Las Mareja.
I love you, Tom.
Mueres? No tienen? Pollos? Las mujeres no tienen pollos. Is that it? Did I get it?
A good life. Don't be rawly materialistic, but also look after the material world and like take.
Sound very jodido. I'm Cholo, so it's always going to sound. I speak Cholo, like super Spanglish. So I learned all of my Spanish in prison. So Cholo my ass essay. Actually, it'd be Cholo my ass way. Essay is a little outdated. Yes, way. How long? 13 months.
Care of your property and your possessions and your animals and all that kind of stuff. And what I found is that it's not like happiness in like the ecstasy, blissful euphoria. It's more like a kind of like calm, peaceful contentment. And so while there's a part of me that, of course, like, misses the nihilism and the hedonism and the pleasure seeking and the highs of euphoria, and also like the lows of, like the battle where you have to fight to get to the high. So then you have the inverse later. I find that the peaceful contentment is a lot more stable. I'm a lot more content.
Yeah, I think I had a really similar experience the past year. I think quitting sex work or trying to quit sex work has been like a big catalyst of all of that for me. Just trying to, because I think that I also got really addicted to that. The highs of
positive attention.
Totally. The positive, I mean, it wasn't positive attention, it was sexual attention, which to me felt like love, which I didn't feel when I was a kid, right? So I think that's a lot of why sex workers get into the biz.
Wait, it is positive attention. Whether or not the outcomes of that positive attention are positive is totally different as to whether or not the attention is positive.
To fill their god holes, their dad holes.
Yeah, the dad hole. The dad hole. Jesus.
I know, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, but I mean, like, that's like the conservative critique is like, show me.
Oh, wait, sorry, I missed the second sub. Courtney, also. Thank you for the sub, Courtney. I love you too.
A sex worker, and I don't think they're gonna have a positive relationship with their father, and then like,
For me, it was my mom. Yeah, for me, I had an incredible relationship with my grandpa, who is my father figure, and then my stepdad until I started acting like a woman. He sort of was like, what the fuck is going on? But until then, I had like a great childhood with him, but it was my mom that was really, I have a mom hole.
Yeah. No, and I mean, like we're naming or whatever, but I think that's, I think it's something to be said. So for instance, like looking back at my behavior, not to get all Freudian on myself or whatever, but basically like my parents raised me. They were stable. They loved each other. They paid the bills. They put me through good schools. Like everything that you could ask from them on a material level, they provided. And I'm really grateful for what they did. So if I sound bitter or ungrateful, I'm not trying to. But I would say that my father might have a similar approach that I do, which is like, well, I provided you all the material shit, so what else do you need? And so there wasn't really like like I'm proud of you or good job, champ, or let's play catch or any of that kind of crap. So what ended up happening was, I joined the most intense masculine institutions that I could.
Yeah.
And of course, there's like 10,000 other motivations besides like trying to prove to my dad that I'm, a manly man or whatever. But I have to think that it's like a factor of it is like I wanted to prove my own masculinity to myself because I didn't get anybody, one, telling me how to be a man, and then two, telling me whether or not I was on the right track. So I look back at the security service, I look back at all the hardcore things I did, I look at all the crazy shit that I did, and I kind of wonder if I would have followed a similar path if I had more male mentorship.
That's interesting. On the inverse, I think that my mom taught me exactly how to be. I think it's different for women. Obviously, as a feminist, I think that we're sort of being raised. We're being raised like lambs for the slaughter most of the time. But I can understand how that would be confusing. I think my mom from a very young age. I remember one of the first things my mom told me, and this is when I was like 12, was if I didn't like give my man blowjobs, he'd get them somewhere else. Right. And I just remember being like, what the fuck? And then so I was like, well, I have to. So she did give me she gave me a lane. And I perfected that lane. I hypersexualized myself until the cows came home. But that, I mean, obviously that had its downfalls also.
No, but isn't that kind of the point? So this is where I feel like we're in a fucked up society at this point, because we have these traditional roles, which I understand like you might not value as much as I do, but I'm a man and I'm living in the remnants, what I view as the dying remnants of patriarchy. And so I look around and there were plenty of positives to like at least the stereotyped ideals of these gender roles. So if you were talking about like a woman who was loving and caring and took care of the household and managed affairs and took care of the kids and made sure that everything stayed on track and was like the emotional support system and all that kind of stuff, that's incredibly positive. And then when you're talking about like men, if you're talking about either like a warrior or a protector or a provider or a worker or a respectful person who kind of like they can handle business, but they also have like a line that you can't cross or else they will basically destroy you. These are all incredibly positive things, but it kind of feels like, one, all the barriers have been ripped down. Two, the people who are trying to enforce like the positive stereotypes of the old thing, they're invoking the worst parts of the stereotypes I could possibly imagine. So when you look at Red Pill, I think that they're encouraging men to be the worst version of themselves instead of the best.
I am happy you found me as well, Courtney. Welcome to this place. Whatever. I don't have a name for it. The Fool's Den. The Den of Fools. I don't know. So we have... The name of my Discord is the Den of Fools, but if you join the membership club, it's called the Fool's Den. So I don't know. I don't know what is the community at large like. What is it? It's just the Fools. I guess it's just just welcome to the Fools. It's just the Fools. It's just what it is. Fool's Den is a 10 out of 10 name, to be honest. Thank you. Well, Den of Fools, I think, is actually better. But sounds like Denny Sovins. Wait, what does? Or Denisovans? Why do I always read it as Denny Sovins? Denisovans.
Best version of themselves.
Well, I think that there was a place for the patriarchy. I think that just as I think that there was a place for Catholicism in the Renaissance era, I think that people look to have rules when they feel like their lives are out of control, or they look to rules for guidance. And I think that gender rules were one of those rules, especially when our bodies, our physical bodies, meant more before technology. So like a woman being a childbearer, being the one who could create the child, it made sense that she was the one who was then home with the child. And a man being stronger and more physically tough, and that made sense for him to build homes or to go to war. Those things made sense back then. Right. But now, entering a technological age, it doesn't make as much sense. So we're finding now that personality traits sort of plot normal distribution on a bell curve, and that within all of us, there is femininity and masculinity. And I think being a well-rounded person is probably the best bet. I mean, I'm sort of back when I did read Carl Jung, I was really attracted to like the masculinity and femininity. That was like my start into like radical feminism, was like Carl Jung stuff, and knowing that there was masculinity and femininity within everyone, and that also these arbitrary rules for personality traits are kind of unuseful for us now.
Well, so PF Young actually commented and donated and said he's looking forward to you getting back into your Jordan Peterson Young art. But but so for me, like that's where we have like the ideals and the archetypes and all that kind of stuff, but we're not going to live up to the perfect ideals or the archetypes. So for instance, like I'm not Hercules, okay? I'm not Achilles. I'm not like a Greek warrior who can, I don't want to say do no wrong, but can just like face all these horrible things without flinching, and then I have like one flaw that is eventually exploited and I fall apart. For me, like my approach to masculinity is a lot more well-rounded because I do have stereotypically feminine traits. I like
Yeah.
taking care of people. I care about people. I care about people's emotions. I'm incredibly sympathetic, not just empathetic.
She said that I have feminine eyelashes. You guys remember that? Yes, Tom, you have long eyelashes. I have long masculine eyelashes. All women notice this and are jealous. I'll get you guys a real close-up of these bad boys. Yeah. Yep. Suck it.
When I see people who are hurt or whatever, I really kind of take that personal. And then I think that also I was raised very, 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 very Christian, and especially like 90s Protestant evangelical Christianity basically taught that like over and over and again that like mercy and redemption and forgiveness are like some of the most important things that you can focus on. So rather than like a lot of people are doing a lot of people are kind of bringing back the fire and brimstone, fuck your enemies, let's kill them all kind of, Old Testament shit.
Yeah, the crucible, rage for patriarchy.
But that doesn't really vibe with me because, like, I think that you should have the strength to destroy your enemies, but if you exercise that, then you're exercising, like, an almost, like, out-of-date moral system that isn't compliant with the New Testament. And, like, I'm not a literalist or anything, I just think that, like, mercy, forgiveness, atonement, redemption, I think we all fuck up, and we all need mercy, atonement, redemption, and forgiveness. So, yeah.
I agree. Bringing that back to the whole drama thing, the whole Stephen thing. I think I'm not a religious person, but I think I'm I'm a secular humanist, I would say. So I would, and I also rely a lot on like psychology and what we know about people. I try to be as empathy oriented as I can, and that's been really hard for me with this whole DTG stuff. I think because I think that's why I've been so quiet. I mean, I left the sphere for like months, and I'm still like kind of on the outskirts of it. I haven't really involved myself in any of it. I've made like tiny little juts, and then I pull back, and then I come forward, and it's all because I want to be better. I want to be like, I don't want to, with like Steven saying things like calling me like mid-Jew pussy or like all these things. I just want to fucking
go hard,
dude. Like, there's something in me that is like, I want to destroy. Like, and but there's another part of me that is like, why would I do that? I know why Steven does it. He feels useless, and he feels scared and sad, and that's why he does it, right? He uses his big, you can see it the last time that we spoke in our DMs where he was like, the whole world thought that you were lying. He thinks his community is the whole world because it is to him.
Well, I have to stand him just the smallest amount. I think he evaluates his own usefulness and competence, like in rhetoric.
I think
Bro, Connor, it's weird when the person that you're talking to is coming in through your input, then through the output, and somehow they sound better than you when you are the one with the mic on the device, homie. What is happening? I think maybe like his mic is turned the wrong direction or something. I don't know.
And in intelligence and research and all that kind of stuff.
I think that's it. Well, most useless people will still most people who still feel like they're useless will still ride on one thing, and he's DGG's champion. That's what gives him. That's what gives him his life force. That's his pleasure center.
Well, psychoanalyzing myself too, because my wife thinks that I have a lot of Destiny's attributes. Is like, so I'm good at pretty specific things, and as a result of being good at those things, I evaluate my entire sense of like self-worth based off of like those things. So the reason why I can be a shitbag,
pleasure center.
Well, I can be a shitbag in XYZ parts of my life because I'm king of kings in ABC. So it basically kind of becomes So you get a little lazy where you basically like you dominate an ABC region, so then you slack on XYZ. And I do think that's like a question of like prioritization and just like where you put your emotional and mental energy and all that kind of stuff.
Fatherless behavior.
Well, yeah, because maybe a dad would be like, hey, shitbag, just because you're good at XYZ doesn't mean you can slack on ABC.
Totally.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, like a paternal figure would call you out. And then that's what's weird too, is especially like having kids and a family to take care of. You can be terrible at things, but you have to at least try. And if you don't try, things fall through the cracks, and then it hurts other people, not just you. And so that's what I kind of like about fatherhood. So for instance, I'm not a particularly handy person, but I've become handy because owning a house and taking care of a family demands that you're, that you learn to at least, swap out electrical sockets and install ceiling fans and paint rooms and do baseboards and all that kind of crap, and the occasional plumbing thing. So anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess my the thing that I find interesting or scary is that I was raised with this Christian moral system, and I don't know how relevant it was 10 or 20 or 30 years ago, but I was raised in a bubble. I was raised in a Christian bubble. And
Dude, she's always putting her leg right up there, just shoving it in our faces. She's doing this on purpose. It is disgusting. She needs to stop. This needs to be blurred out. Oh my goodness. I can see her kneecaps. People literally say this. Literally, I'm not even joking. People actually say this in my comments. Where is it? Somebody said this. Is this the right? See, that's what I think. So that's one of the things that I
Diagnostic toolbox. Sure.
Okay. Her voice and appearance always grates on my nerves. Also, the way she always shows off her bare legs during streams and pretends like she is doing it, or pretends like she is not doing it deliberately. Her bare legs. You can see the leg, and there's not even a filter in front of it. Yes, it's bare. The leg is bare. She's going to get kicked out of the nunnery now. It's like she looks like a woman on the side of the road trying to get a guy to stop. What is she, a prostitute or something? Lav is kind of hot, but then she opens her mouth and ruins it. She says silly stuff. That is disgusting. I cannot believe you just said that. This is also, and lots of people keep saying stuff like, stop giving her a platform. Why would you do this? Why are you giving her attention? So why is she still debating? She knows she's too stupid for this stuff. Are you that hard off for attention? Sheesh. So he says she and then you. I don't know if the you is at me. See, like in this video, I literally say John Money is an idiot numerous times. And then somebody like posts like, oh, by the way, he's not the hero you think he is. I like who was it? I think it was E.G. Stills. If Extreme Dad isn't tapped for a Fortune 500 CEO position after this debate, I'm losing faith in American intelligentsia. I guess L Shank said I want to get him to do my accounts. Said Extreme Dad turned me down for a mentorship. I don't meet his minimum requirements.
Result of being raised in that Christian bubble. I was raised with this moral system. I just thought it was the way it was. But I look out into the world and I see the pagan moral system. Or the medieval moral system. I see eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I see retribution and revenge and all that kind of stuff. And I also see people suffering as a result of it. So, for instance, like, Destiny insults you, says, mid-Jew pussy, you go on a fucking warpath and attack him for weeks on end. And then both of y'all are left more miserable months later than if somebody just said, you know what, fuck it. Bygones be bygones. You're a fucking asshole, but
what
let's
do you
move on,
do?
Sure, and that's ultimately where I was when I wanted to come on the panel that you hosted, and he wanted to follow me on it just because he saw me in the waiting room. I messaged him and I was like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like, grow up. And he was like, no, I'm gonna bully you off of everything, and I was just like, dude, at this point I was just like, what do? You just meme.
Well, talking about atonement and redemption.
The thing is, though, is that, like, I think if she was in a similar position, she probably would have done the same thing, right? Like, I think that he is being childish. I do. But I also think that she would have done the same thing. I think she definitely would have done the same crap where if she had the position that he has, if she had the power that he has, if she was able to jump on any show or any panel anytime she wanted to, like he can, I think that she probably would have done the same exact thing, especially when her and Max are running around talking about the fact that he shouldn't be allowed to have a platform. I think that it's not, I don't think it's a stretch to believe that they would probably try to bully him off of his platform.
Redemption and forgiveness and like the moral operations of the space or whatever. I think that the accusations of abuse or whatever, and then also the way that it was like framed really early on, which I'm not saying, because I talked to Max about this. He was saying, well, you're accepting Destiny's framing of the report, whereas I'm doing what I'm doing. So basically, like, he's making it all sex shit, but I want to talk about the entire picture, or at least that's something that I remember from our conversation. Whereas I think the way that it's been framed, and I think the way that it's been understood, and the way that it was understood by Chud Logic in his review, was that it was supposed to be sex shit, and then 80% of it wasn't sex shit. So
sure. Yeah. I also think I've talked to Max about my own gripes with the article. I also think that it was.
Yeah, Michael, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, people getting upset with me for talking to her, giving her attention, platforming her. Like, she's so much bigger than me, dude. She's so much bigger than me. Like, what attention is she getting by coming onto my show? There is no there's no benefit for her coming on my show. I'm the only one who benefits in that scenario. I don't think she streamed it. I'm assuming she didn't. Maybe. Did she delete her YouTube channel? Yeah, obviously she didn't have it. Her 2 conversations with Brittany and 1 with Not So Erudite. That's all she put on. And look, there's the leg. Bear. There's the leg. Bear. There's the leg. Bear. There's the leg. Bear. That's actually kind of hot. But okay.
My story, I felt, got kind of lost in just the sheer like logs of it all.
Right.
Like I think that it was hard to follow because there was just so much.
Oh, that-
So to clarify, I do consider what Stephen did sexually abusive to me. I think my story, because I haven't really told it, is that I reached out. Well, this is where
Well, can I say before I want to hear what you have to say, but I just want to
Yeah.
say like I think that my frustration, because I'm actually about to go on paternity leave, so I'm going to be cuddling a tiny infant baby and listening.
Oh, do you know the sex yet?
Yes, male. So it's going to be. I got 2 boys.
Gross.
I know, right?
Gross.
I know. I saw your tweet. So
For the boys.
It was bait. It was bait.
Yeah.
For the
so,
boys, let's go.
So I'm going to be cuddling a baby, listening to Chud Logic read the files or whatever. But I think one of the things, like, I don't, Max has already gotten so much criticism left, right, and center. I don't want to add to it. But I think my criticism was like, I don't know what you want me to extrapolate. Right. So you've told me the dynamic. He was messaging Anna long after everybody thought it was appropriate. He thought that he should murder this guy, but ultimately didn't do it. And then, like you could take all the different stories, but then what Max wanted me to understand as the moral lesson of the story, if it was like a Berenstain Bears kids book, I didn't understand, what the moral of the story
There was very little narrative. There was very little.
Destiny's an asshole. Like, okay.
Yeah. There was very little narrative. He did not explain. When people read things, they want you to tell them how to feel about it, and then they can decide whether or not they do, right? And he just didn't. Max didn't do any of that because he wanted to be as impartial as possible, and he just wanted the actions to speak for themselves. But I think that actually was a disservice to the article.
This is exactly my takeaway from it. Yes, this is why the first thing that I talked to him about was, what is the definition of abuse? Like, tell me what it is that you're thinking. Tell me what it is that the narrative is supposed to be here. What is this pattern supposed to show? What is it that I'm supposed to grasp onto here? What is this grounded in? Like, how am I supposed to look at this and understand what it is you're saying when I don't even understand the lens that you're looking at it in? This is the frustration with his article, is that, like, yes, we need the narrative first, and then all of the information to kind of understand where you're coming from, or even just give us all the information and then the narrative last. But he just didn't do any of that. He kind of missed, like, what I would consider to be the most important part. Where can I find this video you are watching? Well, I'm sorry if my commentary is not good enough for you.
But yeah, and there are no actual like interviews. Like there's no.
I've posted the video a couple of times in chat. There it is again. Guys, make sure you go hit the thumbs up button. I'm looking at it right now. It is at 38. All right. We got 90 something, 100 people watching. We need everybody to go hit the thumbs up button. This needs to be at 138 real quick. Okay. Let's get it up there. Go hit his thumbs up-sy button.
No interviews of like where you ask someone something and we respond or whatever. So the narrative sort of does just get kind of lost. And I've been kind of
I don't want to hear your excuses, Freddie. Just do it.
I don't know. I don't know. I've not had any sort of place that I've wanted to talk about. Like I sort of talked about it in my like manifesto that I posted months and months ago. But it was sort of half baked because I was just in it and nothing really, I don't know. It didn't really make sense to me, but.
So what did you want people to extrapolate from it? Or from your section or whatever?
So this is what happened. And this is why I think this is what happened. 2-3 years ago, I think, I reached out to Stephen because I viewed his stuff. And he's released those, I think. Just like I like the sound of your voice, whatever, kind of flirty, whatever. At that point, I had 100,000 followers on Instagram. So you could reach out to at that point, you can reach out to anyone you want and they'll pretty much respond. I could reach out to any celebrity and they see you, especially because I have a verified checkmark from music. So it was just sort of one of those things.
I won't like the stream until I get some sort of validation that my thought processes and my personal experiences are valid. Yeah, you came to the wrong place. You came to the wrong place.
Just like I like the sound of your voice.
Two people gave him the thumbs upsies. That's it. 2 people.
Whatever, kind of flirty, whatever. At that point, I had 100,000 followers on Instagram, so you could reach out to literally. At that point, you can reach out to anyone you want, and they'll pretty much respond. I could reach out to any celebrity, and they see you, especially because I have a verified checkmark from music. So it was just sort of one of those things. And then we started talking about politics and stuff like that, and it was like vaguely sexual, but not really. And we were flirting, but it was like whatever. And then that kind of continued on and off. I never wanted to stream at that point. I didn't want to stream, and the person who put it into my head to stream was Steven. And so for a year, it's just sort of this like kind of strange relationship where we keep up with each other. It's mostly friendly, not really sexual. And then I see Max on one of his streams, and Max made Steven seem more interesting, and also made me think that maybe, I don't know, that I wanted to be involved in some way. So I called into Max's stream, and then
I was watching when she called in. And when she called in, the first thing I did, like right after, I hit up Sassafras, and I was like, yo, this crazy freaking schizo chick just called into Max's stream. It is insane, dude. She sounds just like him. She sounds just like him. She is exactly like Max. It is so weird. She has the same speech patterns, the way that she like over psychoanalyzes everything. It's exactly like him. She is in this guy's head. It is nuts. I was like, you gotta watch this with me. And so we pull it up and I screen share it with her, and we sit there watching. We're like, what is this? Who is this person? What is happening? And then couple of days later, she pops up on the Steven stream, and she's like, Max went schizo on her though. Like, yes, she was weird, she was schizo, but he should have loved her. He should have like heard her call in and been like, oh wow, you are freaking awesome, dude. You are just like me. This is dope. We should be besties. But instead, he went off on her, started calling her like an abuser and all sorts of crap. It was the strangest thing ever. He just went off for no reason and just starts digging into her. So a couple days later, she pops up on the Steven stream and starts telling him about how unfair Max was being. And Max jumps on to Steven's stream to start talking about how abusive she is and how disgusting she is and all this crap. And they get into a big fight, and it goes on for hours and hours. And they're both so weird, and they both talk the way that they do. And it was just so odd. It was so weird. It was amazing. It was the best content. I loved it. I loved every second of it. It was so good. I could not wait for more. And I think everybody was thinking the same thing. Everybody heard this, like the two of them on stream, and they're like, what is this? This is freaking weird, dude. This is so strange. Like, I cannot get enough of this. Like, I need to listen to this same stream like 5 times now, dude. This is freaking wild. These people are out there, dude. There's another Max. There's another Mr. Girl, just a female version of him. This is crazy. And yes, and the two of them just fighting with each other while Steven sits there just laughing the entire time. It was freaking gold, dude. It was gold. It was so good. And yeah, like Sass and I are like sending each other, like, did you see this TikTok? Did you see this? Did you hear this? Like, and we just like, we started like finding stuff about her. It was so funny. And then I did say that I started messaging her to talk to her about, so in the video, in my conversation with her the other day, I did say her and I had been talking about gender ever since she talked to Destiny about it. I was wrong. I had messaged her to talk to her about it before she talked to Destiny about it, because her and I were on a panel together, and we were talking, we were on a panel with Big Tech where she kept flirting with Big Tech the entire time. And then they started to get into an argument about, what was it? About gender. And yeah, we started talking about gender, and we were like, you know what? This is too deep. Let's like schedule something in the future, and let's have like a more in-depth conversation about this. And yeah, it's like like months and months and months and months and months went into like eventually getting to that conversation the other day. So,
and you know,
but I think it actually turned out really well. I think that it turned out really well. I think same with Max. Him and I went back and forth for a very long time trying to have conversations. I think that everybody all at once, like now, Lav, Destiny, Max, like all of them out of nowhere, all like, you know, being willing to talk to me and have these conversations. It all happens just back to back. Like it's all worked out perfectly to where every time I hit big and I do a really big stream and everybody's super stoked about it, I'm able to follow it up with another one, just another one and another one. And the last couple of weeks have been fire, dude. So yeah, my point is I'm glad that Max and Lav both put me off for as long as they did, because it's turned into, you know, this.
that's when everything started.
I'm not fully up on the lore, but like if I remember correctly, like he thought that your criticisms of sex work were disingenuous and you were trying to like advertise. And,
This is even before that. This is even before that. So even before that, I called in just to talk because I saw the sex doll review, and I was like, "Hey, you should probably take more breaks instead of yelling at your girlfriend. Like, you should probably not make your feelings her problem." Which he disagreed with. But anyway, behind the scenes, me and Stephen would talk because we sort of reconnected at that time, because it was sort of just like passive talking to each other over the year that we had known of each other. And Stephen was like, well, you should stream. You should stream. Like, you're interesting. And I would talk to him about how much I hated sex work and how much I couldn't stand it and I didn't want to be in it anymore. And so this sort of became like my out. Mm-hmm. With Stephen being sort of like, you know, I have a following and, you know, I'll take you under my wing and you can stream with me. And then pretty immediately it got pretty sexual, like asking for nude photos. And I remember being like down with it, but also just being like, God, I'm doing sex work. Like, I remember thinking like, this is sex work. But if I have to do sex work with one person to get out of OnlyFans, if I can change careers, I will just do it. I'll just do it. And so then it was sort of just like, okay, the agreement, I guess, is that I sent him photos and we're sort of sexual with each other, and then I get airtime. And then then he started like messaging me, and then that's when he told me the secret, or that's when he told me he had an affair with his wife, pretty out of nowhere. So then he decided to become friends with me, is what he said. So then the lines were blurred. So then we were friends, and then we had also this compartmentalized sexual relationship in which it was like payment for stream time. But then we were also friends, and then it was just sort of, I just was constantly sort of confused, but also I was pretty happy with the deal, right? I get exposure and whatever. So, you know, and I was happy with it. And then we met up and it was fine. And then he started acting a little different.
Tom, is what she's saying true? I mean, like, it's true as far as the way she felt about it. Like, she's saying, she's just like going over like the course of events, and yes, like the course of events that she's giving right now are true, but she's adding in like her thought process into it, right? So when she's saying like, yeah, I was just kind of like giving, you know, I was giving him pics for content, like that is her interpretation of it. Whereas Destiny's saying like, no, I just wanted sexual pics from you. It had nothing to do with the content. Like, they never had like some sort of verbal agreement to where this was going to be the case. So when she's adding this in, she's adding in like her own narration. Tom, it's not true. What's not true? What do you mean it is not true? What is it? I can't, like, there's a lot here. You guys drive me nuts when you just say something like, that is wrong. It is not true. Like, what? What is it? What is it that? What are you talking about? The nude pics never happened. They had been sexual for a while when she was streaming. Yeah, she mentioned that. I don't know what you're. I'm asking what part is not true. The sexual relationship happened before she was on stream. Yes, I'm aware. So they had not what? I think you guys are confused. Hold on. Let me go back.
Doing sex work. Like, I remember thinking, like, this is sex work, but if I have to do sex work with one person to get out of OnlyFans, if I can change careers, I will just do it. I'll just do it. And so then it was sort of just like, okay, the agreement, I guess, is that I send him photos and we're sort of sexual with each other, and then I get airtime. And then then he started like messaging me, and then that's when he told me the secret, or that's when he told me he had an affair with his wife. Pretty out of nowhere. So then he decided to become friends with me, is what he said. So then the lines were blurred. So then we were friends, and then we had also this compartmentalized sexual relationship in which it was like payment for stream time. But then we were also friends, and then it was just sort of, I just was constantly sort of
See, whatever you guys heard there is not what she said. She didn't say we had sex after I started streaming. That part never happened. So I don't know where you guys got that from, but that didn't happen. She didn't say that. It is not a thing. Go back more.
Nude photos, and I remember being just like passive talking to each other over the review, and I was like on one of his streams, and like kind of strange relationship where we keep up with each other. It's mostly friendly, not really sexual. It was like vaguely sexual. Reach out to literally this is what happened. 2-3 years ago, I think I reached out to Steven because I viewed his stuff, and he's released those, I think. Just like I like to hear the sound of your voice, whatever, kind of flirty, whatever. At that point, I had 100,000 followers on Instagram, so you could reach out to literally, at that point, you could reach out to anyone you want, and they'll pretty much respond. I could reach out to any celebrity, and they see you, especially because I'm verified checkmark from music. So it was just sort of one of those things. And then we started talking about politics and stuff like that, and it was like vaguely sexual, but not really, and we were flirting, but it was like whatever. And then that kind of continued on and off. I never wanted to stream at that point. I didn't want to stream, and the person who put it into my head to stream was Steven. And so for a year, it's just sort of this like kind of strange relationship where we keep up with each other. It's mostly friendly, not really sexual. And then I see Max on one of his streams, and Max made Steven seem more interesting, and also made me think that maybe, I don't know, that I wanted to be involved in some way. So I called into Max's stream, and then, that's how everything started.
I'm not fully up on the lore, but like if I remember correctly, like he thought that your criticisms of sex work were disingenuous, and you were trying to like advertise.
This is even before that. This is even before that. So even before that, I called in just to talk because I saw the sex doll review, and I was like, hey, you should probably take more breaks instead of yelling at your girlfriend. Like, you should probably not make your feelings her problem. Which he disagreed with. But anyway, behind the scenes, me and Steven would talk because we sort of reconnected at that time, because we sort of just like passive talking to each other over the year that we had known of each other. And Steven was like, well, you should stream. You should stream. Like, you're interesting. And I would talk to him about how much I hated sex work and how much I couldn't stand it and I didn't want to be in it anymore. And so this sort of became like my out. With Steven being sort of like, I have a following, and I'll take you under my wing, and you can stream with me. And then pretty immediately it got pretty sexual, like asking for nude photos. And I remember being like down with it, but also just being like, God, I'm doing sex work. Like, I remember thinking like, this is sex work, but if I have to do sex work with one person to get out of OnlyFans, if I can change careers, I will just do it. I'll just do it. And so then it was sort of just like, okay, the agreement, I guess, is that I sent him photos and we're sort of sexual with each other, and then I get airtime. And then then he started like messaging me, and then that's when he told me the secret.
What do you mean there? She didn't say they had sex yet. What are you talking about? What do you mean there? Was the agreement in writing? No, that's, again, this is what I'm saying. She's adding in like her own narration to it. She's adding in like her own perception of things. Get it now that trading nudes for airtime didn't happen. Hold on. Nobody's even talking about that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that again, I said this earlier, that yes, I had already said that there was not agreement, that she was just adding in her own narration to this. No one said anything about them having sex. What do you mean? She said that the agreement was that she sent pics for airtime. Are you guys seriously? You made me rewind this just for me to see what I already said? Are you kidding me right now? Is this a joke? What the hell? What is happening?
That's when he told me he had an affair with his wife. Pretty out of nowhere. So then he, what the fuck is going on? I was just like, literally, what is going on? And then I found out that I was unhappy with the way that I was part of a sexual dynamic in which he was
Okay, I think I went to.
Then he started saying, and this is a man who, but also I was pretty happy with the deal, right? I get exposure and whatever. So and I was happy with it.
Yeah, see, this is a big part of like BPF's argument is that like if she seems to be like complicit in what it is that she's saying, and she's saying like, yes, I wanted to do this. This was my deal. This is what I wanted. I got my share. I got what I asked for. Like, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure this is what BPF is talking about. That like, yeah, it sounds like she's like agreeing to do this ahead of time without like any sort of like I don't know, coercion or anything to it.
And then we met up and it was fine. And then he started acting a little different, and then I started coming on more. And then he started saying, and this is a man who already knew that my reputation was completely in his hands, because that's why he wanted me to stream with him. He knew that it would get exposure and that I would be building a community through his community. So he knew that he had all the power. And through that, he started saying that I was an abuser. And he said that I would abuse him and manipulate him in conversations. And so all of a sudden
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. You guys are saying they had not been sexual for a while when she was streaming. She said that they had been sexual for a while when she started streaming. Okay, now I understand. Okay, so when you said it's sexual for a while, I thought you meant that she was saying that's my fault. Okay, so I misunderstood. Yes. Okay, so they had been sexual for a while before she started streaming.
I was like, wait, hold on, buddy, what the fuck is going on? And I was even messaging him like, I'm gonna kill you. Why would you say something like that? And so now his fans are like, wow, she's so vindictive, she's so manipulative.
Who did Destiny have an affair with and considered leaving Mel for? Nobody really knows, but like, it seems most everybody believes it's Lauren Southern. Like, that seems to be the consensus. Everybody believes that it's Lauren Southern. There's every time I've asked for proof, people are like, no, it's proof. Like, even Counterpoints, he admitted it, and then they show like a very vague messages that don't actually like say anything. It's just all very vague. Yes, it's conjecture. There's nothing substantial here, nothing to latch onto. So yeah.
And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? And then I talked to him about it, and he said I was using Darvo. And so I was just like in this situation where I was just like, what the fuck is going on? I was just like, literally, what is going on? And then I found out that I was unhappy with the way that I was part of a sexual dynamic in which he was sexting Cherry and trying to sext me, or trying to meet up with me and trying to meet up with her. And then he'd message me being like, Cherry's on right now, like, time to get her.
I don't think see, you're saying it's crazy how Connor just let her lie and didn't push back once. I haven't heard a lie yet. I don't know of any lies here so far. Like, everything she's saying is just so vague to where you could misinterpret this. And I think that if I was him, I would be asking for a lot more details. But I haven't heard her lie about anything so far.
And I became really uncomfortable with the dynamic of him pitting two women who...
No such thing as an affair in an open marriage. That's just not true. That is just blatantly untrue.
He had sexual relationships against each other. And so I came out and I was like, I don't really want to do this anymore on a live stream. And then it was like fucking all hell broke loose. And then that same weekend, Anna had told me that they had been sexting for that whole time. And I was just like, dude, what the fuck is going on? And then Mr. Girl was in it. Max suddenly became really involved. And yeah, I think... and then it just got worse. And then Steven just like...
See, her saying that the agreement for airtime was pics and being sexual is not a lie. No, she didn't. No, again, she never said that they had, like, that they actually agreed to it. She was saying, like, this was her perception that this was the agreement. She's already talked about these things. So, like, yes, she is saying, like, this is her perception of things. It seems like this is the agreement. That's what it feels like. She said, I felt like it was sex work. This is what I'm thinking is this is okay, well fine. Then I'll just do sex work for one person. And then this is the agreement. This is what I'm doing. And I'm giving him pics for airtime and blah, blah, blah. Like she's telling you about her perception going into this. There's no, which I could understand. And she's talked about this before. So like, remember her and Destiny argued about this where she was saying, this was my perception. And Destiny says, but I literally messaged you. I literally messaged you and told you that our sexual relationship and our streaming relationships were completely separate. You remember this. I messaged you and said this. And she said, yes, you did. But you understand that, like, I'm not going to take that seriously in that moment. Like, you understand why I wouldn't believe you. And I can understand if that's really how she felt, why she wouldn't believe him, but that's not on him at that point. That's just on her. That is completely on her. No, she did not. She said he started asking for sexual pics and clearly said the agreement was pics for airtime. Yeah, I didn't disagree with this. I understand. She is telling you this is her perception. She is not lying. You're getting a little too aggressive there. It seems obvious. This is her telling her perception. But that didn't happen. What didn't happen? They didn't send each other pics? Bro, you dated an 18-year-old and convinced her mom that you're good for her after you have had your fun, then just dumped her? You are a creep. What? That is not true. What the hell? So that's a lie. That is definitely a lie. I have been very open about that relationship. I definitely did not dump her. I very much wanted to be in that relationship. So that is not true at all. From my interpretation. Well, your interpretation actually is a lie though. She's saying, so she can interpret that this is what's happening. You can't interpret that I broke up with somebody who broke up with me. But she can interpret that there is a contract there. That is a common thing. That makes perfect sense. That she would actually interpret this.
Had the weight of his whole audience just fucking full force against me, and they were harassing me, and Chud Logic was harassing me, and people were following me into.
Weren't they not sexual when she started streaming? Yeah, as far as I understand, they anything that happened with them sexually, at least, okay, so they never actually had sex they never actually had sex. And then when they had a sexual interaction long before she ever started streaming. And then after she started streaming, which I don't know if it's after she came on stream. That part seems to still be up for dispute, but she went on his stream and she says that some stuff still happened after that. He says nothing happened after that. But yeah, then once she started streaming, neither one of them were really sexual outside of being flirty with one another. And that's it.
Other voice chats to record everything I was saying, and that was fun. I've dealt with hate before. Oh, and then I was sort of I guess I wasn't blackmailed, but it felt like I was being blackmailed with the Hassan information. When Stephen was like, I was your friend, when he was like, when we were friends, I helped you. I helped this Hassan stuff not come out. And now that we're not friends, and I was just like, fuck, I'm just gonna fucking blurt it then. I don't want you to have anything on me. And then that overshadowed everything, obviously, because then it was then he could call me a liar, then he could discredit me completely, and he could throw a red herring, and then Hassan's community was on me for a day. Isn't that so funny, dude? Hassan's community is so much bigger than Steven's, but I remember Hassan saying, even when he was saying that I was a liar or whatever the fuck, he was saying, after today, if I see you mention her in chat, you're banned.
Well, so let's back, and I'll try not to do the defensive thing. I'm gonna try to
Sure.
just articulate passively. Kind of
You
like
can do the aggressive thing.
Nah, I'm good. I took
By the time she started streaming, there were no pics or being sexual, so how is she not lying when she's saying that he asked for pics in order to get airtime? She didn't say he asked for pics in order to get airtime. Again, she was saying, I can keep saying the same thing. Like we went over it twice. I was literally in the middle of explaining that she is explaining this from her interpretation, that she is saying that like, this is how I saw things. And then you guys interrupted that to say, no, I was wrong. So then we went back over it again. That's obviously what she's saying. So, but then I'm saying that you're being aggressive by like, you're adding like a lot of like malicious intent to what it is that she's saying. Like you're adding in like a lot of things that just aren't happening to say that this is a lie when I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. Lav implying she only gets hate from DGG is funny. It is, because literally that it doesn't matter if somebody is like Destiny's worst enemy. Both Lav and Mr. Girl both get roasted by them, dude. Like, people can see through their bullcrap even if they hate Destiny. They can have like the worst blinders on for Destiny where they just can't see a thing. And all of a sudden they're like all of a sudden they can see like right through this freaking bullcrap. Like they are easily able to see through all of them, all of their stuff. Like it is actually impressive to be that hateable. Where even people like what's Vash's like a tech girl name? What is her name again? The chick who blocked me on Twitter over the whole Xander Hall thing. White Nervosa. Yes. When even White Nervosa is not willing to defend you to get at Destiny, or is willing to like come out and correct your crap, that is rich. Because White Nervosa is somebody who loves to twist information, dude. Tom, if you were in Connor's position, would you have challenged Lab in her interpretations? Yes, I think, yes, for sure. So that's what I was saying earlier, is that like if I was Connor, I would have stopped her and asked for the specific details, because she's being way too broad and way too general to where, yes, like I understand why people are getting confused with what she's saying. I get it. I'm just trying to be clear that that isn't what she's saying. But I understand that, like, as broad in general as she's being, it's very easy to get that, to like come to these conclusions that this is what she's saying. So yes, I would 100% stop her and be like, okay, hold on. Like, which happened first? Which happened after? What exactly was this? You say there's a contract, but was there like verbal contract, or like explicit contract, or assumed contract? Like, what is this? Just I definitely would have stopped her over and over here and asked for more details for sure.
Right.
You're high as fuck now, yeah.
Nah, I just took a little bit, but no. So going back to like the beginning of the relationship thing. So what I would think, Destiny people, and I'll just say it, that I think this is kind of the way that he has open shit, and this is the way that I work. So maybe I'm projecting my own shit onto him. I like Lauren Southern, for instance. We're internet friends. We worked together on a documentary a while back. We worked on Crossfire. We were just releasing a Tim Pool documentary that I worked on with her too. Did some security work for her, and then also kind of Destiny and I are friendly from our little interactions as well. I think when you like somebody, oftentimes you want them involved in what you're involved in. And I do this with I work in insurance. I do this too, where I have like old cop friends who are looking for an out. They're looking for a way to get away, take care of their families, pay their bills, and all that kind of stuff. And I hate my fucking industry. I hate insurance. But it's better than law enforcement for family. So if you want to pay bills, all that kind of shit. So oftentimes I will encourage people in whatever they want to do. I'll try to be like a friend and a mentor and give them guidance and feedback, and this is what you can expect and all that kind of shit. And so for me, for him to like say, well, you're saying that you're like desperate to get out of sex work, you hate the industry for XYZ ABC reason. I wouldn't instantaneously read that as malevolent. And then
Sure, I didn't either.
Well, and then that's
And I
what I was
don't.
gonna. Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. You're kind of saying that it felt like the streaming was a little bit of pay for play. Like, okay, you're interested in
Well, it
streaming
was.
now.
Actionably, it was. And I knew that Stephen wanted to fuck me this whole time. He made it very clear.
Mhm.
So it really was just like and then I entered the situation where I like either had to be okay with it and buck up, or like not be okay with it and then not get access to the stream.
So
Is
do
very
you-
much what it felt like.
Well, yeah. So do you?
Which is
it-
fine
it
if that's
said-
the way that if that's the way that you want to run. Listen, when we talk about culpability, Max won't talk about my culpability or Anna's culpability, which makes sense, right? It's not really for him to talk about, and I understand why he doesn't. I at every point realized that I could have been, and I've said this from the beginning, more communicative. I could have set better boundaries. I could have, I could have done a billion things.
That's stupid. It's not Max's place to talk about her culpability. What the hell does that even mean?
I don't think that takes away any of Steven's responsibility either, though. Like, I don't think that. I think that having a platform in which you are completely in control of the way that people see you, and you can feed the narrative about someone, having a sexual relationship with that person with a much smaller platform or who is entering, because he brings up how I had a big platform.
That was literally going to be.
I had no platform in this lane. I was nobody in this lane. Nobody knew who I was.
Yeah.
So
can I ask a pointed question there, because I feel like
Sure.
this is always brought up in the conversation or whatever, and this is something that I remember you bringing up, but then it being used against you.
Yeah.
So for
like
instance,
most things.
So with the so the reason why a lot of people don't take this as like, oh, Destiny's harassing me with this platform or whatever, is because like, one, you succeeded, relatively speaking, in an industry that like to us might as well be fucking going to NASA, like might as well be astronaut shit, right? Comes out with a fucking pop song, it's well received. Like I think Billie Eilish would be like was it Billie Eilish or was it somebody else who
It was
shouted
Billie
out?
Eilish.
Yeah, so Billie Eilish, to me, was at least like an A-list celebrity for.
Oh, she was huge when she did it. She was at her peak.
Yeah, so basically having somebody in a difficult to access industry shout you out, and like even like I didn't know, like I don't follow Billie Eilish, I didn't hear her shout you out or anything like that, but that seems like a relatively high achievement in that.
Yeah, I literally know nothing by Billie Eilish. I know nothing by Billie Eilish. I know one song, kind of, because it's on TikTok all the time. That's not even right. I don't even know. I can't, like, honestly, I might not even know it if I heard it. But at this point, I know that Billie Eilish is a massive freaking star. But I don't know how much like a shout out one time on what do you call it? What was it? Good Morning America or something like that? Like, I don't know how helpful that actually is. You type in Lavloon and the first channel that comes up is sick. That's freaking nuts, dude. That is crazy. So, where's her? Oh, that's right. Her music's all posted on a different channel. It's all on a completely different channel. Color study. Yeah, like this has 27,000 views, 79,000 views, 23,000, 168,000. This one doesn't even have 1,000 views. Yeah, it looks like this is the biggest one. It's 168,000 views. And yeah. So yeah, I guess like that was probably a huge boost for her. But I don't know if that's all that big of a boost in the grand scheme of things.
That sphere to be
Yeah.
recognized by somebody that's talented for your
Sure.
talent.
Yeah.
And then also with TikTok, I don't know how much you can monetize on TikTok, but
I can't. I
basically-
couldn't monetize anything. I'm too crude.
all right. So, but being big or whatever, like you still have hundreds of thousands of people who are willing to watch your shit and laugh at it and all that kind of stuff. So that
Check Spotify. Somebody else checked Spotify and told me that the numbers were really low on there as well. I don't even know how to check Spotify on my computer. Is that, what does she go by on there? It's just Lav. Oh my goodness. Is that for real? Yo. Okay, yeah, never mind. Oh my goodness. Freaking crap, dude. For those who are just listening right now, she's got one song from me, The Moon, at 19 million plays. Another one at 9 million. Another one at 1.5 million. Another one at 1.5 million. Another one at almost 2 million. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, forget what I said.
Sure.
Seems like a social media presence. So
Yes.
what I understand from the Twitch poll debate sphere
Yeah, I get
is
stuck.
we're in our little tribes.
Yes.
So if you come after my tribe is going to come after you. Whereas, so for instance, all the people that I have that follow me for Warhammer 40,000, if I was like, hey, all my Warhammer 40,000 friends, we're going to fight people about politics, follow me. They'd be like, what?
Yeah.
They wouldn't follow me.
Well, yeah, she was also one of like the top content creators on OnlyFans as well. And then yeah, she had a fairly large following on TikTok. How do I?
Sometimes I be talking, and a lie just, and I'm like, girl, did you really just? We didn't mean that. That's not real, sis. You're crazy though.
You crazy though. You need to relax, bro. Wait. Is this somebody just posting stuff about her? It is. Connor's ex. Embarrassing. I thought she doesn't lie, though.
Sometimes I be talking.
Phemoids. Stop being a turf. 11 followers. Or no, wait. 722 followers. Is it? Again, I don't. There's so many freaking haters that are so obsessed with her, dude. I can't.
You might not think that women are like a marginalized community or as marginalized as trans people.
I can't tell what. Okay, here we go. Deeply unpopular woman. Okay, there we go. 646,000 followers. It's about the same amount of subscribers Destiny has. Because, yeah, Destiny's 648,000. 646,000. So, yeah.
So,
yeah.
so I guess
there's not crossover for fucking Twitch Bowl. In fact, most of the people who follow me think that
Tom, you can't compare TikTok followers to YouTube subs. I don't think you can in terms of like the attachment to the person or like anything like that, but I think you can generally, like as far as like when we're talking about like clout or popularity, like how much somebody like how many people know who you are. Yeah, I think you can. I understand that like it's a lot easier to get subs on TikTok than it is on YouTube, but that's because there's like the videos are a lot shorter. That doesn't change whether or not the people know you or like anything like that. Yeah, it's recognition. Like that's what we're looking at. It's like the amount of like we're talking about clout. Like yeah, I would say it's going to be 1-to-1 just because you can get followers more easily on one platform doesn't mean that they're not that they don't count the same. There's a reason why live streams to less than 100 viewers despite having 600,000 followers on TikTok. Those are empty followers. They don't translate to other platforms. Maybe not, but then like why wouldn't she just stream on TikTok? Does she? I don't know. Does she stream on TikTok?
this whole Twitch shit is like super cringe, a bunch of incels fighting each other, a bunch of retards fighting each other. Like no one, like none of these people, like most of my, like I remember when all of this has been going down or when I talked about it, when I even was like, when I made that post and was like, this dude's, you know, a bad guy, keep an eye out. I got all these messages that were from people who were like, girl, this guy's a fucking nobody. Like this guy's a nobody. He doesn't, and nobody takes him seriously, whatever, which like, which made me think like Twitch poll is so small, really. Like it really is so small, but it is so connected and so like it's like war. I mean, it really is like war. Like
yeah, it is like this is something that everybody's talked about. Like being in Twitch poll to some extent will hurt you because a lot of the stuff that you talk about doesn't actually extrapolate to a broader audience, right? So talking about what Counterpoints did or what, you know, what Cherry did on this day or what Lav did on this day, or, you know, like talking about drama from other small creators and getting into it with other people. It doesn't, doesn't translate to like a broader audience. You can only appeal to people in those circles. And whereas like the commentator community, they talk about everybody. They talk about all the YouTubers. They talk about all the drama. They talk about anything that's going on that's drama worthy. They're going to get into it, and they can appeal to a much broader audience because of that. But I think that's part of the appeal, is that like we do all know each other. We do all interact with one another. We all are like 1 degree away from the other person, where we know the person or we know someone who knows the person. And so, yeah, we all easily interact with one another, go on panels with one another, fight with one another, do drama about one another. Like, yeah. Look at it this way: a 600,000 YouTuber can easily make 6 figures just from revenue alone. A 600K TikToker makes close to nothing. Yeah, true. But again, that's like you're talking. That's just because it's a different type of content. They're freaking 1-minute videos at most. Like, yeah. Well, I guess now at this point, I think you can post 4-minute videos, but it doesn't matter. The point is that what I'm saying still applies in the same way. Like, it's still the same thing.
You meet your little faction, and then you're in front of these.
But either way, if you want to add up TikTok followers, Spotify viewers, OnlyFans followers, and then YouTube subscribers, and then Twitch subscribers, and then Twitter followers, like, yeah, she's not a tiny person. But yeah, I would say like TikTok followers, like we're talking about clout. Instagram, like I'm assuming she's got an Instagram as well. Yeah, she said that she's got a check mark on Instagram. So yeah, like she's not a small nobody compared to Steven.
People who really care about this thing, where I was like, my TikTok viewers, I had more than 500,000 of my TikTok viewers, but they're watching me like talk about my fucking vagina in like a funny way, and I'm making jokes, and I'm like, most of it's comedy, most of it's.
Do you multi-stream to TikTok? No, my TikTok stuff's like so inconsistent. I never get like followers on there. Like I'll get like a video that pops off once in a while, but I don't really get followers on there.
Not like you watch it, then you recognize the face. I show up in your For You page another day. You're not really, you're not connected. You're not watching me for hours at a time. So that platform will not translate to Twitch. It just won't. It never will. Well, so I can both have a presence. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. I think I'm tracking what you're saying. Where you can have a presence.
I don't have enough. I tried streaming to Kick for a little bit, and it's causing problems for me to like multi-stream. So I might do it more in the future, but yeah, we'll see.
Presence on these other things and technically be successful in these other ventures, but just because you're successful in these other ventures doesn't mean that's going to translate into a tribe and Twitch poll that's going to back you when you're beefing with other people.
Well, also, yeah, it's not even back me when I'm beefing with other people. It's like there is nothing like I've been canceled a ton of times because I've been sort of like radfem adjacent or like transphobic adjacent for like years, or even like I've always been sort of counterculture. So even when people were freaking out about the N-word, I was like, guys, shut the fuck up! Like, shut the fuck up. Even in my
Sky Sales super chatted $7.39. Do you have no comment on her saying it was an actionable fact that there was a social contract sex for airtime? Worth the $10 for the meme.
Do you have no comment on her saying it was an actionable fact that there was a social contract for sex for airtime? I didn't hear her say that. Did she just now say that?
And laugh at it and all that kind of stuff. So that seems like a social media presence. So
yes,
what I understand from the Twitch poll debate sphere is we're in
an actionable contract. Like how long ago was that? Around 37.
and a mentor and give them guidance and feedback and this is what you can expect and all that kind of shit. And so for him to like say, well, you're saying that you're like desperate to get out of sex work, you hate the industry for XYZ ABC reason. You know, I wouldn't instantaneously read that as malevolent. And then
Sure, I didn't either.
Well, and then that's
I
what I was
don't.
gonna. Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. You're kind of saying that it felt like the streaming was a little bit of pay for play. Like, okay, you're interested
Well,
in
it
streaming
was.
now.
Actionably, it was. And I knew that Stephen wanted to fuck me this whole time. He made it very clear.
Mhm.
So it really was just like and then I entered the situation where I like either had to be okay with it and buck up or like not be okay with it and then not get access to the stream.
So
Is
do
very
you-
much what it felt like.
Well, yeah. So do you?
Which is fine. If that's the way that, if that's the way that you want to run. Listen, when we talk about culpability, Max won't talk about my culpability or Anna's culpability, which makes sense, right? It's not really for him to talk about, and I understand why he doesn't. I at every point realized that I could have been, and I said this from the beginning, more communicative. I could have set better boundaries. I could have, I could have done a billion things.
Mhm.
I don't think that takes away any of Stephen's responsibility either, though. Like I don't think that. I think that having a platform in which you are completely in control of the way that people see you.
Is that what you meant? Is just actionably? I think it's exactly what I thought she meant the first time she said it. Like, just generally, like, based on what was happening, she thought that it was a contract. That's generally, like, what...
And you can feed the narrative about someone having.
Actionable law, giving sufficient reason to take legal action. 2, able to be done or acted on, having practical value. So, like, I think it's obvious she's talking about the second one. Although, if she's talking about the first one, that would be freaking crazy. That would be insane. Obviously, it's not actionable in a legal sense. But in the second one, that's what I thought she was saying the first time, is that, like, based on what was happening, it, like, the way that things were, the way that they were interacting.
A sexual relationship with that person with a much smaller platform or who is entering, because he brings up how I had a big platform.
That was literally going to be my
I had no platform in this lane. I was nobody in this lane. Nobody knew who I was.
Yeah.
So
can I ask a pointy question there, because I feel like this is always brought up in the conversation or whatever, and this is something that I remember you bringing up, but then it being used against you.
Yeah.
So for
like
instance,
most things.
So with the so the reason why a lot of people don't take this as like, oh, Destiny's harassing me with this platform or whatever, is because, like, one, you succeeded relatively speaking in an industry that, like, to us might as well be fucking, going to NASA, like might as well be astronaut shit, right? Come out with a fucking pop song, it's well received. Like I think like Billie Eilish would be like was it Billie Eilish or was it somebody else?
Yeah, she was saying in reality it was pay for play by my reading. Yes.
It's Billie Eilish.
Yeah, so Billie Eilish to me was at least like an A-list celebrity for.
Oh, she was huge when she did it. She was at her peak.
Yeah, so basically having somebody in a difficult to access industry shout you out, and like even like I didn't know, like I don't follow Billie Eilish, I didn't hear her shout you out or anything like that, but that seems like a relatively high achievement in that sphere to be recognized by somebody that's talented for your talent.
She's saying that as a statement of fact. Okay, yeah, if that's how you want to interpret that, but based on what she's saying, that's not what she's saying. But if you want to, if you feel that way, then that's fine.
Connected, you're not watching me for hours at a time. That platform will not translate to Twitch. It just won't. It never will.
Well,
so I can both have a presence. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I think I'm tracking what you're saying. Where you can have a presence on these other things and technically be successful in these other ventures, but just because you're successful in these other ventures doesn't mean that's going to translate into a tribe in Twitch poll. That's going to back you when you're beefing with other people.
Well, also, it's not even back me when I'm beefing with other people. It's like there is nothing like I've been canceled a ton of times because I've been sort of like Radfem adjacent.
Yeah, I think when she says that he wanted to have sex with her the entire time, I think that like all of the DMs that were leaked kind of proved that wasn't really the case. I don't think that's I think that was kind of proven to be otherwise, but
or like transphobic adjacent for like years, or even like I've always been sort of counterculture. So even when people were freaking out about the N-word, I was like, guys, shut the fuck up. Like shut the fuck up. Even in my very liberal.
It's very clear what she means, but my point is that where she gets into trouble is that she makes things that present as statement of facts. Yeah, I think like I said, I think that she continuously like uses very like general language so that it can. I'm not gonna say so that it can. Okay, I'll change that. She uses very general language, and then it can be like interpreted in a number of different ways. And so then this is like the last time that Destiny talked to her, this is what happened. It's like he kept bringing up like what she said, and she's like, well, this is exactly what I said. And it's like, freaking crap. Okay, true, but like obviously people are going to hear you like say these things as though it's as though like you know what you're talking about. And what I wonder is if I wonder, like, I don't know. I don't even know how to say this. Yeah,
space. So I've been canceled by
we'll pause that.
TikTokers a billion fucking times. They've done a bunch of fucking shit, tried to get me deplatformed, whatever. I've felt that before.
How long before people realize this woman just sucks? I don't know that she actually has like a large following. It seems like most of the people that watch her just watch to hate on her. Like even in her own chat, there's not a lot of people there to watch her. It seems like a lot of people are there just to hate on her. So like we'll have a bunch of we'll have like 2 or 3 simps every once in a while who come in and will defend literally everything that she does, right? There was a couple of people in chat the other day that I was arguing with who kept saying stuff like, you know, did you see Destiny admitted to harassing her? And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, he said that he's going to chase her onto panels. He's harassing her. I was like, well, sure, like you could call that harassment, but I don't think anybody cares. Like this isn't like a type of harassment that's like actually bad. Like when you say he's chasing her onto panels, it's like Connor has his own panel. She's on it. Connor can choose to bring Destiny onto his own panel if he wants to. That's very like, I don't think we can call that harassment when it's Connor's panel. Like it's his panel. If he wants to bring Destiny on, he can bring Destiny on. He can bring anybody he wants on. Like it's weird to say now that it's harassment when you're on a public platform where a bunch of different people are on there. Anybody else could come on. But yeah, like people will jump in and start defending her in these ways, but there's not a lot of them. There's like, 1 or 2, sometimes 3, but there's obviously most of the people who are here who see Lav in the title are like, oh sweet, she did something else stupid. Let's go talk about how stupid she is. Like that's the fun of it, right? I don't even think that people who are fans of her want to watch most of this stuff because there's not a whole lot of defensible behavior there.
Yeah, so
Still,
why
none
doesn't
of it.
why doesn't that translate?
So I think it's the vitriolic nature, and I think that's why Stephen is specifically, and why this Stephen and this space is specifically heinous. Is like no one had ever contacted my fiance or his job before. No one had doxed my minor sister's high school before, and nobody. I mean, Stephen literally a couple weeks ago was like, her Kiwi Farms is up this week. Had read it. Knew that it was doxing my mother and my teenage sister, and continued to direct his audience to it. And he's done this with multiple people. I was like, there's nothing like that. I think in this space, you guys are sort of used to it because
yeah, I talked to Steven about this. I disagree with him on this, where he says like, oh, so I talked to him about sending people to Anna's Kiwi Farms. And I asked him, I said, so if you knew Anna's docs was there, would that have changed anything for you? And he's like, no, I don't think so. I was like, yeah, I don't know about that one, buddy. I don't think that's a little out there. I understand when people make the arguments that like just because he's bigger doesn't mean that he doesn't get to defend himself against people. And obviously, if he does defend himself against people, there's going to be a lot more that comes with his defense, right? So like a little 23 follower Andy on Twitter says she wants somebody to throw an egg at him. And then he says, oh, well, let's find out where she works. Like, I think it's overkill a lot of the time in the way that he reacts to things. So even in my conversation with him about this specific part, I'm asking him, I'm like, so why would you send people to her kiwi farms? He's like, oh, well, because we had a blackout on all Anna content. And so you weren't allowed to talk about Anna. So I figured I'd just send them there. It's like, but aren't you saying that like you don't want them to talk about Anna so that the Anna like narratives and stuff die down, right? It's like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, so what's the point again? Why would you send them to kiwi farms? Like, I don't understand. Like, if you want people to stop talking about her, like, why would you send them to kiwi farms to do this? I think if I'm gonna give like my best steelman of what it was he was saying, I think that after asking the question maybe 4 times, I think I finally got an answer that made sense to me, where he was saying, look, this had been going on for months. She had been coming after me for a long time. She was always talking about me. Every day there was a new accusation. Every day there was a new tweet. Every day there were new things getting leaked. And after a while, like, yes, like I had a lot building up that I was reacting to nonstop. And so it was better to just like black everything out and say, hey, don't take over my entire Discord with Anna content, okay? I don't want my whole Discord being about Anna content. So go somewhere else and do the Anna content. That's fine. No problem. Do it, just not here. I think overall, that's what it came down to, was like, yeah. I think that he had a lot that was building up that he was reacting to. I don't think he explained it very well in the conversation, but that's when people got mad at me for like backing off at the point that I did. And the reason I did is because that's how I understood what it was he was saying. Like with all of the answers that he gave all together, it all started to make sense that like, yes, this wasn't like a 1-to-1 reaction. This was like one reaction to like 100 other things.
It's sort of just like what's happened now. It's just what's happened around you. That had never happened to me before. Nobody prepared me for that happening, which is why I talked about Connor and his job, because I had no idea that there were so many disgusting people in this space who would do shit like that.
Yeah,
fucking Steven still talks about Connor every time I'm brought up, and I'm just like,
yeah. So this is part of what there's 2 points that I want to make. So the first one is I told Mr. Girl when he first started this, when we first had our conversation, and like maybe it's excuse making for the space.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually, dang, I got 3 points, so I'm gonna make the other point first, then I'll make this one.
Okay.
So the first point is I think that denying.
So while it was wrong, it definitely, listen guys, I've had enough of this in my chat. F off and do it somewhere else where this sort of shitty behavior is the norm. Yeah, kind of. I don't know about the last part there, but I think that, yes, I think that he wanted it, like, he didn't want his entire platform to become about Anna, and then also he was trying to send them somewhere else. But yeah, I would say, like, that's probably not the place. Like, where her docs is, where there's schizo behavior going on pretty regularly, yeah, I would say that's probably not the place to send them to. But yeah, I don't know. Because, yeah, like, I have no idea what I would do in a situation like that where somebody's, like, talking about me literally every day.
The relevance of characters like, Vosh and Destiny and Lauren and all that kind of stuff, ultimately is a kind of cope from my perspective.
Did he actually, like, explicitly say Kiwi Farms? Yes, he linked it. He literally linked it. He said Kiwi Farms on stream and then also posted a message in Discord, I think it was, with the link. Yeah.
Now, maybe this is my own ego, where I want to come up in this world, and then I want to be important, and then I want to have influence the way that they have influence. So if people deny that they have influence, then there's no fucking hope for me. So maybe it's just like egotistical cope.
Yeah.
But I feel like Vosh, got on the Young Turks. Young Turks is pretty big. They have mainstream connections. Lauren's been on Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is pretty much as mainstream as you get from a conservative perspective. Destiny is...
Wait. Wait.
Tucker Carlson is pretty much as mainstream as you get from a conservative perspective. Destiny is both boys with.
Is he? I don't know. Like, I know that he's like the most popular commentator. And I guess, okay, it depends on how he's saying this. I'm not sure if he's saying that he, like, his views are the most mainstream or if he's the most mainstream commentator. Because obviously he's the most mainstream commentator, but I don't think his views are the most mainstream. If you guys are new here, yeah, just like to give you just a small backstory on this progression here. I had a conversation with Max about his Mr. Girl report. So the day that he talked to Wick, I talked to him like an hour after Wick. Just kind of like trying to get the information that I felt was important to understand about the document. Then about a week later, talked to Destiny about the same thing. So when I'm talking about like having a conversation with him about the Mr. Girl stuff and about the Anna stuff and Kiwi Farms and all of that, that was in here. And then had Lav on 2 days ago, but we didn't really talk about the report at all. So, yeah.
With or was boys with Bosch and Lauren, and then he's been able to get onto some pretty large and not mainstream but pseudo mainstream podcasts. And then also when you look at like Tim Pool IRL or whatever, who has like a few million subs and hundreds of thousands of views and all that kind of shit, and he's been on Joe Rogan multiple times. Like for me, if you're talking about like the podcasting space, Joe Rogan's about as high as you fucking get. So
Sure.
There's actually no talent reason why Vosh wouldn't be on Joe Rogan. There's no talent reason why Destiny wouldn't be on Joe Rogan. As a matter of fact, Sargon of Akkad has been on Joe Rogan because he was introduced by Dave Rubin. And basically, like, I feel like Destiny and Vosh would have done better jobs. But the point being, like, it's alternative enough that I'm okay with people dismissing it, but it's mainstream enough that I don't want people to completely dismiss the relevance because it is hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps millions of dollars, and it's mainstream adjacent. So I guess that's point one. And then point two, unfortunately, I fucking lost. but if I could ramble for another 30 seconds, it's basically like the tribalism. Oh, here it is. So the tribalism of the space or whatever, part of it is within the dynamic of the space. So, for instance, Destiny holding court over you and Sherry fighting, or you attacking Matt.
Everybody calls her Sherry. It's Cherry. Her logo is literally a cherry. It's literally a cherry. Her name's Cherry, like the fruit, cherry.
Genevieve, the first time that you guys interacted, or just you kind of like shit posting in the space and stirring up shit and all that kind of stuff. That nobody's really like holding a gun to your head or to my head to be shit posters and to stir up the pot and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
But we know that it's going to get attention, so we're attracted to the fight ourselves. So is that Destiny's fault for being one of the king shit stirrers, or is that a dynamic of the space that is being demanded of you subconsciously that you're choosing to participate?
I see. This is where it's if you want victims to have culpability, because everyone does. Everyone wants Anna. Everyone wants me. Everyone wants Max to be culpable for our part in how Destiny has reacted to us. Then, with that same logic, the conclusion would be that Steven also has culpability in the greater arena of this space, right? If we want to keep this space safe for us to continue doing this, or this is what Max has been saying, like, someone will fucking kill themselves. People have. Like, Reckful killed himself.
This is the thing, is that it's not a safe space. It's not meant to be a safe space. We don't want it to be a safe space. And if you are looking for a safe space, you need to get as far away from this place as possible. And I'm serious, like for chatters, for streamers, for everybody, we need to be very like blatant about this. This is not a safe space. It's not going to be a safe space. This is football, okay? You come onto the field, you catch the ball. If you got the ball in your hand, we're going to tackle you, okay? I know out on the streets, we're going to call that assault. You'll get the cops called on you out in the streets if we come tackle you. But here, we all agree to it. Here, it is an actionable contract. Here, We all understand what it is. It is an implicit agreement that we are going to interact the way that we are going to interact. When you see the way that we all get into it and you choose to engage in this, you are choosing to engage in what has already been built. You are choosing to engage in what we already have here. If you don't want to, that's fine. Don't do it. Go somewhere else. If you want to build something just like this, that's a super safe space, that's awesome. Go there, do that thing. But that thing is not this place. That thing is not this place. And if this place became that, I would leave and I would go somewhere else and build it again. I would go back to doing it this way. This is what I like. I like the drama. I like people coming for my head. I like people talking crap. I like getting in the fights. I like the drama. I love all of it. This is what I'm here for. And if you take it away from me, I am going to be very pissed off. Okay? We're going to have real problems now. This is how I cope, okay? This is how this is therapy for me. Just kidding. But no, like this is what I like. This is what I enjoy. I want the smoke. And I think everybody else who comes here, they all want the smoke as well. This is why we're here. This is why Lav joined as well. She wanted the smoke and she brought it. She brought it harder than a lot of people. When she would go at Cherry, when she would go at Not So Erudite, when she would go at these people, she would go so hard, dude. She would go in on them. Same with Max. Like, all of these people, they are coming for your head. They all enjoy it. They love it too. This is what it's about.
There were other people, like, I went to the hospital that one night because it got so fucking crazy. I was also coming off of benzos, so it was a couple things. Anna, Merrick, Keffels. I mean, there are so many people who, even if you don't come into this...
This is a channel for centrists looking for smoke. This is, first off, just want to be clear. This channel has, I say this all the time, I'll say this again. We got the whole political spectrum here. We have a very even mix of everybody. We got a good amount of Nazis up in here. We got Nazi orbiters. We got commies. We got the libertarians. We got the socialists. We got everybody. We got them all. They're all here. Everybody's here. We are not centrists. Okay, we just happen to be very spread out.
World mentally ill, you get in it and it is fucking brutal. And I think that we should, to keep this a safe space, and also to make sure that we aren't doing harm.
Notice Tom didn't mention liberals. Yeah, no liberals allowed. No liberals. Suck it, liberals.
Harm in the world. We should look to the bigger players like Vosh or like Steven or like Hassan to make things, to sort of set the tone, especially if Twitch refuses to, especially if Twitch and YouTube refuse to, because they're making too much fucking money. I think if we want to be good people, and this is a moral argument, sorry, I don't give a fuck, but like if we want to make sure that we're doing good in the world, this is the problem that I have with Twitch. Well, one of the problems is that I think I have a very clear message. Instead of being a champion where I want to build up all my own audience, my own war team, assemble my own Avengers, like it sounds like you want to do at some point.
Oh, dude, I want to have a tribe of fucking annoying fucking centrists to fucking shitpost. Yeah, I'd take it.
Sure.
So, yeah.
I don't want to be someone's champion. I don't want to be a champion of something. I want to have conversations. I want to plant ideas. I want to say whatever the fuck I want to say, and I want people to engage with me. I don't want this to be fucking YouTube Twitch poll's biggest narcissist. Like that's what it feels.
Yeah, I'm a lot closer to her than I am to him. Like, I would much rather have, like, a broad array of different types of people here who all just want to have, like, intellectual conversations and get into the dirt. That is much more what I'm interested in. People who will actually join BC and come, argue something out and get into it and, all that crap. I'm like, it's nice to have, like, if I go like tweet something, a ton of people who are retweeting and commenting and going after the person that I just talked to, like, that's all fun and everything, but most of the time that's not what I'm doing. Like most of the time what I'm doing is just talking about some specific concept that I want to get into. But Tom, can we have drama as a treat? I don't know why you're asking me that.
Feels like. That's what it feels like. It feels like all these big personalities fighting to get the most attention. Like, when I think about it, does Steven have a fucking message? He will argue any position all the time just to fucking win. Just for his audience to cheer for him. He has no values, no real message except for I'm a winner and these people are losers. And I think that is not healthy. I don't think that is healthy for the internet. And I don't think that that's healthy for anyone involved, especially the people who do follow him, which you talked about in your video, the underemployed, disenfranchised.
Are you really buying her bullshit? 100%. I think 100% of every word she has said is true. And I think Connor is coping hardcore because Daddy Destiny is looking horrible here. And I think he's just going to have to get over it. This is the downfall of Destiny. He's going down. You can stay on the sinking ship if you want, but all of us who heard everything she had to say here, we all know the real truth. Our minds have been changed. We are enlightened now.
Franchised youth under 30, white male youth under 30, you are contributing so much harm. It's not even trying to be a good person. It is the harm that Steven is contributing into asserting to all of these people all the time that his behavior is okay, and having as many cheerleaders as he does, doing shit like bullying Anna until she wants to kill herself, directing people to people's kiwi farms and doxes. Like, that is so unacceptable in a space like this, and you won't hear anyone fucking say it, and it's ridiculous. I mean, even in your panel, and which was making me so sick, is you have someone who claims to have be a therapist or a psychometrist, who, is charging people $40 to get them paired with a therapist, is seen laughing with someone saying that Merrick tried to kill themselves for attention. I'm like, are we all just a bunch of fucking hacks? Is there any integrity in the room ever?
Yeah, so
It's just a shit show, and it's awful to watch, and it rots your soul in your brain, and it makes us worse people. And I don't want to fucking, like, I want to make the space better. It's like when you go to a campsite and you're supposed to leave the space cleaner than when you came there. I think that should be the rule for streaming. We have more outreach than any celebrity. There are celebrities who can talk to their community for years and years and years, and they don't give a fuck about what they say. These people watch you guys, especially Steven, every day. They think that you're his friend. Like, they think that they're friends, right? Like, we have such a responsibility to the people who feel close to us to not be the person who fucking directs you to a dox or to capitalize off of some mentally ill woman's pain. Even you can be a shit stirrer. You can be even catty. You can call someone a name. You can do all of those things, but the line should be pretty fucking clear. And Steven has toyed with it and walked all over it. And he's literally just been like, no one's doing anything. He, he, he. And everyone's like, well, he's funny. He's the king. He's our king. It's sad.
Yeah. So you gave me a healthy chunk of things to respond to. So I'll try to respond to the key ones that I want, which is so making the space safe, right? So this is not there's like a liberal and a leftist attitude, and I mean liberal with like a capital L. I mean like the marketplace of ideas, all that, fucking debate shit. I am a liberal when it comes to this perspective because I don't necessarily want a safe space. I want trans inclusionary radical misogynists like me to be able to forward my shitty ideas to a trans exclusionary radical feminist you, and I want us to be able to fight about fucked up ideas, and I want to have a
completely agree.
Well,
totally.
So I'll keep my notes for the other ones. So if we were supposed to have these ideas, because the thing is, like, I think your language that you just used would be weaponized by minorities to basically say we can't talk about these controversial ideas. Whereas I'm assuming where you're going to go, it's going to be about interpersonal behavior.
Sure, I'm mostly talking about making this space, like, preventing it from becoming fucking Jerry Springer. Like,
no, this is Jerry Springer. This is Jerry Springer. It is definitely Jerry Springer.
What if people love Jerry Springer though?
I don't give a fuck what people like. People like to murder. People like to do bad shit. People like to do awful things. I like to do awful things. I like to make people feel bad. I do. I think most people have that darkness, right? But I don't think that that's like good to contribute into this space, especially when so many people, not just the people who are talking to each other are mentally ill, but the people who watch are also mentally ill. They stay at home all day. They have jobs where they're not necessarily getting a lot of social interaction. And so you should know, especially with your audience, to each your audience's own ability, what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. Stephen has talked to me about knowing he has an audience full of incels that hate women. He knows that they dox people. He knows that he knows that his audience does really bad shit, and he does not account for that behavior whatsoever.
Well, okay, so
There's a line between me being like, fuck you, retard, you're a misogynist, kill yourself, saying something like that, and also actually like directing your audience to hate people, doxing them, telling your audience to go look at your Kiwi Farms, which has your docs. Like, it is really, people are acting like the line is so gray, and people are acting like, oh, there's just nothing we can do. There are some things that are so unacceptable, which Stephen has shown, and no, like literally no one's saying a fucking thing. Like literally, like I said earlier, like I was about to say before you interrupted me.
See, yeah, I think this is completely untrue. I cannot believe she's complaining about interrupting after she's been going off for this long. But the there are a ton of people who have pointed out a ton of things that he's done incorrectly, like things that they think he did that are wrong. He gets tons of hate from tons of people all the time. There are people picking apart stuff that he does all the time. There are streamers, not only me, Chud Logic, Connor, like there are a ton of streamers who read the report and then came out and said, okay, like I think X, Y, and Z, like all of these things, I think those were really messed up stuff. I don't think he should have done that. That's bad. He shouldn't do this again. Like there are tons of people who did this crap. So I don't know. I know that they've come away with this perception that like just nobody takes any of it seriously, but I think the problem is that they weren't around when all of this stuff happened initially. And when it happened initially, he got all of the crap then too. Like that's when all of it really happened. That's when all of it really blew up. That's when like people really made a big deal about it.
Is that Kyla is like,
He took it down.
remain sober for the duration of our time.
This is my final thoughts on what I will call Steven is I think he is just extremely cringe.
Where so the fringe or what based or in between. The yeah. So
the cringe based dichotomy. Yes.
Yeah, the cringe based spectrum. He's bisexual or non-binary in the cringe based spectrum.
Yeah.
So where's the line? So for instance, you said lines that I heard that are clear, which are basically like, we should be able to talk shit within the conversation, within the confines of the conversation. We should be able to call each other stupid.
Count for that behavior whatsoever.
Well, okay, so
there's a line between me being like, fuck you, retard, you're a misogynist, kill yourself, saying something like that, and also actually like directing your audience to hate people, doxing them, telling your audience to go look at your Kiwi Farms, which has your docs. Like, it is really, people are acting like the line is so gray, and people are acting like, oh, there's just nothing we can do. There are some things that are so unacceptable, which Steven has shown, and no, like literally no one's saying a fucking thing. Like literally, like I said earlier, like I was about to say before you interrupted me, is that Kyla is like, remember Steven's a person. Bitch, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? That is meat equestrianism that I've never seen the likes of before.
It was, I'm not gonna lie. It was that she's taking that a little bit out of context. She was saying that, like, remember that he's a person that we all know, that like we all interact with. This isn't just some like random person that was on the news, like we normally talk about or something like that. But it was, yes, it was a little odd. It was definitely odd. It was definitely a little weird.
Like, can you get the fuck over yourself?
What did you say? Neat equestrianism?
Meat equestrianism, dick riding.
Oh, okay.
Kyla is a world champion meat equestrian.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So I'll get to my second point then.
Sure.
All right. So when it comes to the alleged psychometrist laughing at a suicide, I have seen her defense being like, well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but in general, in the scenario in which people are suicidal and a space is obviously toxic, they should stop engaging with it. That was her response. And
wow,
me,
very.
Hold on.
Fucking sub 90 IQ. Sub 90 IQ.
We both know that she is very intelligent. So
I know that she regurgitates statements very well. Yeah, I don't know if she has a lot working going upstairs.
Yeah. So
But-
so hold on. Patrick McCauley says, I thought Connor liked Erudite. I do like Erudite. I'm being relatively facetious. And Shlomo Bagelstein says, God. Okay, thanks, Shlomo. I appreciate you. So anyways, but the yeah, so this is the thing though. So this actually kind of gets into, being the change that you want to see in the world. I accept that this space indulges in the shadow. They love blood and guts. They love the Colosseum. They love all this stuff. They want, and people deny this, and I think it's fucking stupid to deny. They want each person to be a representative of an ideology. I think that Destiny, as much as you say that he doesn't have like principles or values or whatever, I think he represents progressive liberalism. I think that's the ideology that he represents. And on top of that, I think that what you're kind of saying is he doesn't have like a principle. He's just trying to win arguments. I think liberalism is like a really ephemeral ideology, which is basically the fact that like the only thing you can't tolerate is the intolerance of conversation. But besides that, it's just a wide open battlefield of conflicting ideas for how we should structure society.
Sure, you can double that all day. Like, I agree with you. I still don't think that like Steven would not continue to be a political person or to do the shit that he does if he didn't have this fucking platform. Like, he'd probably like with his friends talk about politics, right? But he wouldn't be involved in any meaningful way. He doesn't care about any of this shit. He cares about being the smartest person in the fucking room.
I mean, that's very liberal.
That's cringe. Like, okay, that's cringe. And he can do that. That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Let me clarify. Steven can do that. I think that, again, if we can have toxic people in this space, I'm not saying that everyone needs to be a good person. I'm saying that there are certain things which should be unacceptable.
Well, actually, yeah, so that'll be like my fourth point. So because you said the line should be clear, I kind of want to get through the other ones and then get to the line should be cleared. So when it comes to like the underemployed, overintelligent, parasocial relationships with people, and like, by the way, like I do think of people in Twitch poll as underemployed, overeducated, overintelligent. And obviously, like, there's a whole bunch of fucking cretins. There's a whole bunch of fucking sub-80 IQ fucking monsters who just come into the space for the blood. But there are a lot of people who like to contextualize and think about and contemplate like different ideologies and how they battle out in the world and history and psychology and like all this kind of shit. The reason why I love the space is because it's like
it's a bunch of people who were raised in Christian households and didn't have the ability to think about philosophy and understand things early on. And then once they did, then it was all so amazing and so enlightening that they can't stop. That's what it is.
It's taking every idea ever and then smashing them all together and then kind of seeing what comes out. That's kind of like the Twitch poll space. That's why I enjoy it. But I do agree, at least with this point, sometimes the space makes people actively worse. And I think that the space should be designed to make people actively better. So for instance, even if you were to take Destiny as an example, he tries to show people like how he researches and preps for debates and learns to read and think critically about sources and all that kind of shit. Like I think that's actually incredibly positive, where you can show people how to be skeptical of information but then verify information simultaneously. So I think that's like a really solid strength. Whereas like the blood and guts, maybe not so much. But I think that you and I both know that if I was to title this stream doing research, prepping for a debate on, I don't know, monetary theory.
I think that you're misunderstanding me. We can have the blood sports. If it was just Steven saying like, oh, if it would have ended at "you're a dumb bitch" or whatever, I would have been like, what the fuck ever. I would have been mad for like a second, right?
Yeah. So what's
it became another beast, right? Me telling Genevieve that she's like a whore or something. I don't even remember what I said to her. Honestly, people are acting like I killed her firstborn kid with the way that they talk about the way that I talk to Genevieve. I don't think I was going that fucking hard. But even like me saying that Kyla's stupid. Okay, she can call me stupid too. We can do that, right? I would never in my life, if she said that she was going to the hospital, or if she said, hey, will you cool it for a second? I'm like having a hard time. There was never a fucking second where I would keep going. Ever. I would never direct her her kiwi farms, regardless of whether or not I fucking agree with Kyla. Like, there are certain things that are just so inhuman. Like, so we can fucking call each other retard and say that we're pick-me's or fucking bitches until the cows come home. But there are just some things that you don't fucking do. Like I told Steven multiple times, dude, I'm not feeling this anymore. I don't want to do this with you. Stop talking about me. Or, I'm going to the hospital. I just left the hospital. 2 weeks later, he's doing a stream about my fucking race where all of his, like, literally my 23andMe racial makeup, where he's calling me a liar and he's talking about Connor and saying he feels bad for my fiance. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? Or he says that I'm doing Darvo, that I'm abusing him in a conversation. I'm just like, what the fuck, dude?
I don't know. I feel like it's I understand what she's saying. I understand where she's coming from, and that there probably should be a line at some point. But damn, dude, like, do you get to just say whatever the hell about people and then claim you're going to the hospital, and then everybody just has to shut up now, and they don't get to help write their own narrative. They don't get to help like push back against crap that you already said. Like, once you already said the stuff, I don't know. I think I feel like it's just a little too late at that point. I don't know.
It's mostly above anything, even above it being abusive, even above Steven being abusive. And this is my final thoughts on what I will call Steven is I think he is just extremely cringe.
So the fringe or what based or in between yeah, so
I can't believe she's showing. Finally, she covers up her freaking leg, dude. Disgusting. She's had her leg on camera this entire time. Oh my goodness. She's doing it on purpose. You know she is.
The cringe-based dichotomy, yes.
Yeah, the cringe-based spectrum. He's bisexual or non-binary in the cringe-based spectrum.
Yeah.
So where's the line? So for instance, you said lines that I heard that are clear, which are basically like, we should be able to talk shit within the conversation, within the confines of the conversation. We should be able to call each other stupid, use bad words, call each other slurs, all that kind of stuff. But basically, when it comes to doxing seemed like a clear line, and then also when it came to like interpersonal shit talking, that was a clear line. But then, what I'm mixing a couple of things up, but I just want to point them out. The people openly criticize Destiny's current relationship with his wife.
Sure.
You know, the affair was a part of like the indictment of his moral character. And then
Mhm.
also, part of the accusation is that he's using his political leverage or whatever for sex. And
Mhm.
if I'm not saying that right or wrong, if he views himself as a just actor who was like gaining consent all the time and checking in and being empathetic and sympathetic and all that kind of shit within the realms of his ability, if he feels like he's being personal attacked, then why wouldn't he return in kind? Now, for me, like if I was getting into this ugly of a relationship with somebody, I would be saying that I'm attacking your husband, I'm attacking you on a personal level, I'm trying to wreck your fucking career, you're trying to wreck my career. It's time that both of us just fucking like go in the other direction. We're just never going to mention each other ever again. And even if you talk shit about me, I'm going to block you and fuck you and
Well,
fuck off.
this is actually.
But why is it not reciprocal? Is my question.
So this is the problem, and this is everyone makes fun of Anna, right? Anna was like looping, like everyone said that Anna was looping. Steven is the fucking world championship looper. That's all he fucking does. You could have literally someone with a tenth of his audience saying something about Steven, and Steven will be like, well, they said something about me, so I had to sick my audience on them that was 67% bigger. Fucking eat it. Eat it. Someone's talking about your fucking marriage, eat it. Who gives a shit? If it's not real, if you are so confident that what the person is saying,
Like, it goes both ways, though. Like, I understand that what she's saying, but again, she's only thinking about it from his perspective. Like, why not the other person? Like, if the other person's going to choose to talk crap about a bigger creator, why shouldn't they expect that? Like, why would they not expect that that is what's going to happen? Why would they not expect him to respond or to retaliate or to or to like challenge them or anything? Like, why? I just, yeah, like, I understand that if you're only looking at it from his point of view, like, yeah, it can seem a little petty, it can seem a little weird, it seems odd. I don't think lots of, like, I think in a lot of other spaces, bigger creators probably are not engaging with smaller creators the way that he does. But that comes with its benefits as well. Like, it is not something that is just a cringe thing. It's also very beneficial to everybody. And the fact that he continues to engage with smaller creators, the fact that he'll let other people just jump on. My sound is cutting out. Is my sound cutting out for anybody else? My sound is fine for you. I'm good. Okay. But yeah, like, I get what she's saying, but like, yeah, I think that it's just a very, I think it's a very like zoomed in perspective where you're not really looking at the full picture here.
saying is false, don't fucking respond to it. You have that. The same reason why, like, on TikTok, there's this one girl who was making fun of people who are autistic. And I made this, like, sort of hit piece video on her. And I had slightly bigger of an audience, but they were more mobilized because she was way more passive, way more comedy. And I had sort of grown this a little bit more. These people would want to cancel someone, right? And I knew that. So I made the video. And then she called me and was like, I'm so sorry. This is really, like, I don't know how to handle this. Will you please take the video down?
Everybody take a second. Hit the thumbs up button. We only got a little bit left. We got a little bit left to get through. Click that thumbs up button. It's free. No charge this time. I'll let you do it without even having to pay me for it, okay? Just today. Just today. I'm going to let you get away with it.
And I was just like, holy shit, what am I doing? Like, I was like, what am I doing? Like, even though it was something that I disagreed with, where I really felt like she was bullying autistic people, it was just like, what does this do? And my audience, and, you know, it's the same reason why, like, if I see someone, a creator with like 5,000 followers on fucking TikTok, I'm not going to mobilize my whole audience against this tiny creator. I can just ignore them. So, and also, like, there's that, but also, you know, Connor's not a fucking influencer. Like, Connor's not online. He's never been on one of my streams. Like, Melina and him are like, their relationship is so in it. Like, it's just,
That's part of his content. That's part of his content. If people want to talk about him and his relationship, I mean, sorry, dude. You've made it. The fuck it. You've put it in the buffet. I did not put my relationship in the buffet. My fiance is not in my fucking streams. I maybe have like an anecdotal story, probably the same way that you do, about your wife or your family.
Yeah, she
If
was on my
someone
Warhammer
reached
stream earlier
out,
today.
if someone reached out to your wife right now, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" That's not the same thing. That's just not the same thing.
Yeah, so the
And what I will
it
say also,
isn't.
one thing before I forget this, is when it comes to whether or not like what the line is, I will say, obviously me and Kyla are beefing. But what I
You talked about your fiance on a public Discord? Nah, dude. Reaching out to somebody's fiance is freaking cringe. Like people reaching out to Connor, that is uber cringe, dude. That is super cringe. Talking about him on a Discord does not now mean that people can go start reaching out to him. That is insane. That is nuts. No. That's weird. That's freaking weird. I'm not down with that one. Like when she gets upset with Sick for mentioning who her fiance is, yeah, that's like obviously once she tells us who he is, it's out there. It's public record. We can talk about who he is. That's it. Like you told us, that's fine. But for people to then try to like go reach out to him and talk to him and send him messages and harass him, that's freaking weird. Yeah, but she told everyone where he worked, Tom. I understand, but that's freaking weird. Like you should not be reaching out to him. That is odd.
I will say what I really appreciated about Kyla is that she asked me, and this is when she still wanted to do a video with me, so she's probably a little kissing up to me at this point, but some video had dropped about me, some hit piece, and she had messaged me and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable with me going over this on stream?" Because she knew that I was in a tough spot. And I was like, you know what? I would probably not want you to do that. If you could not do that, that'd be great. And she didn't.
Yeah.
Which I will appreciate forever. I think that is extremely kind, and I think that should be the standard. Even if there's a bunch of criticism, even if you can fucking go hard.
A bunch of people reached out to me asking if they could go out over my conversation with Lav. Nobody ever has to reach out to me. I don't care. Like, there's a ton of channels that like clip my stuff and put it up or review my stuff. Like, I don't ever care. Nobody has to ask. Just do it.
She obviously saw that I was not equipped and that it would just be, she knew that it would just direct more hate. She is that self-aware. And Steven should be that self-aware with the platform that he has.
Well,
and I think he is, and he doesn't care.
So this kind of gets into what I, the way that I perceive the space, I guess. So I'm going way slower, but I feel like I'm building out a foundation for my streaming career or whatever the fuck. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to, as hard as I can. Of course, I'm going to talk about drama and fights and personalities and dynamics and all that kind of stuff, all the shit that people are into. I'm also going to talk about Warhammer 40,000 because that's like 95% of my channel views and shit. But I'm going low and slow. And I feel like the way that a lot of these people blew up, whether you're talking about Vosh or Destiny or whatever, is because they went hard and they went super fucking hard. That's why they got popular in the first place, is because they had either internet schizoids on who were like hard leftists or Nazis or whatever. And instead of, basically having a conversation like you and I are having where we're listening to each other, et cetera, they were just fucking screaming at them for 2 hours. And that's what made them popular. So I agree with you on a you to me personal moral level that if I saw somebody who was in psychological distress, who's falling apart, I have the ability to relent public pressure against them. They're lashing out against me, but we have our own, our own beef or whatever. But if I see them falling apart on the verge of like psychotic breaks or fucking suicide, I'm taking my foot off the gas immediately.
You don't even have to view it for yourself. You can literally ask. Or when someone tells you, like I've told Steven, stop. Like stop. To fucking stop.
Well, okay, so then this gets into the follow-up question is so for instance, like right here, we could view some of the criticisms of Erudite or Destiny Tonight or whatever as reopening the can of worms rather than producing new things in a new direction.
Oh, I have no hope that Steven will stop. I know what I'm opening myself up for, but at this point, what the fuck else can he do?
No, but
I think so. Let's say somebody comes out, they make a video, they make a bunch of allegations on their video or in their stream, okay? And then they ask you to stop. They say, hey, look, I shouldn't have. No, they just say, hey, just stop doing this. I would say, okay, you retract everything that you said. You take down the video and you put up another video that says that you were wrong. I will retract. We all saw the DMs between the two of them where she's telling him to stop. It's really surprising that he didn't do that, that he didn't say, okay, look, you retract everything and I will stop. Though I'm sure she would have twisted that into being some sort of blackmail or whatever, or Mr. Girl would have twisted it into being blackmail. But I think that, like, I think that's a reasonable request or a reasonable expectation. Like, if somebody wants you to stop after they made public allegations, I think it's reasonable for you to turn around and say, okay, then you take down the public allegations and retract them.
But so that's kind of my thing. So if this is like a wound that's like healing over time or whatever, we're picking the scab. Now part of the reason why I want to pick the scab is because everybody else and their mom has gotten their fucking say, but because I'm not a fucking asshole, I'm like waiting my turn in line to have like an adult conversation with somebody who's involved in the scenario, but I'm at the bottom of or like I'm the runt in the litter at the feeding trough because I'm getting boxed out by all the assholes. But then you see how that incentivizes negative behavior. So, for instance,
Sure.
if I was like a bigger Destiny stan or an Erudite stan or whatever, then the easiest thing, or a Chud stan, the easiest thing for me to do would be like, fuck this stupid bitch, like jumping in your replies like every 30 seconds, talking shit to your face, trying to get you on stream, trying to dog you, et cetera, et cetera. And then when I have you on stream, try to fucking, pile drive and elbow you as fucking hard as I can, because that's what plays. But you understand, like, so for instance, like, that, if I did that as a Destiny Orbiter, where I just fucking rammed an elbow into your face rhetorically every time you talk bad about somebody that I like, then that wouldn't necessarily be me getting direction from Destiny. That would be me receiving direction almost from the audience, because that's what they fucking want. They want that.
Sure.
Yeah. So I guess what you're saying. So how? Let's say that we were going to create separate ecosystems, and there were blood sports arenas, and there were more like productive arenas or whatever, and everybody could go off into their separate space or whatever. How would you separate the space? And also, like, at what point is somebody persona non grata? So it kind of sounds to me like, if you were creating the more productive space, as soon as somebody directs somebody to Kiwi Farms, they're cut off.
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah.
Connor is one of the biggest bitch boys in this space. So I'm fine with him doing this the way that he does it. Like, it is what it is, okay? It can be a little frustrating. I'm fine with it. It's his thing. He can do what he wants. But people view me doing this. And I would just like to make it clear, what I do is very different from this. Like, when people think that I'm just being like overly passive, that I'm just kind of, trying to toe the middle line, that I'm not really pushing back, that I'm like, you go watch my conversation with Max, like the entire thing is a freaking debate. Like, me and Destiny are constantly back and forth with one another. The entire thing with Lab is a fairly heated debate. Like, it's I do not do this where it's just a whole lot of talking.
Okay. And then are there any other firm lines in your mind?
Because, yeah, I would have expected a lot more detail from her. Like, it's all just so broad and so general that there's almost nothing to take from most of it. There's just nothing to, like, latch on to. There's nothing to criticize. There's nothing to say she's right. There's nothing to, like, there's not a whole lot there. So even every time that I've stopped and I've paused and I've been like, well, I mean, she's kind of right. Like, I'll say, like, yeah, she's kind of right, like, in this aspect, but also, like, she's not really taking into consideration blah blah blah. Like, this is kind of the problem, is that, like, yeah, I think that if so, I would have asked her, like, but what about this? Like, you're not really taking into consideration this, right? Well, can you answer for this? Like, I would have wanted all of that. And so, yeah, just with this, I don't feel like there's just nothing to really take from it. There's not a whole lot there.
I think Kiwi Farms is a big one. I think probably. I mean, I think it gets fishy around bringing up other people's family who are not on stream. I think that gets really fishy. I think that when you can tell that someone is like bad.
What? How can you see it like that? I mean, you think you are neutral here, but you are not. That's taking Lav's side. Sorry. Okay. I do not think I'm neutral here. You can view it as me taking Lav's sides, but I would never pretend to be neutral here. I am completely against Lav and almost completely on Destiny's side through all of this, as I have been through the entire thing. I do not view myself as neutral whatsoever. If you think that I'm taking Lav's side, I think that this is what I'm talking about, where you guys have too much like Lav derangement syndrome, where like even all of the criticisms here just aren't enough until I just like tell her to go kill herself, then finally it'll be enough. Or if I like don't like scream and yell and lose my mind and run around with my hair on fire, like then maybe it's enough. But I'm not as invested in her as you guys are. Like I don't care that much. So when I'm talking about her being wrong, and when I'm, you know, talking about how there's not enough detail, or where I'm talking about how she's not giving enough context, or where I'm talking about like, you know, she's not taking all of these other parts into consideration, it's that if that's not enough, if that sounds like I'm taking Lav's side, I don't know what I don't know what taking Lav side is anymore. I like, I think when you're like not totally hardcore against literally every word that comes out of her mouth, but you're against like most of it, that's not good enough. Sorry, that's not good enough, buddy. So we are just lying now? What hair, Bucka? There's freaking there's hair. I got chin hair.
Bad faith and doing it like just for the money. I know that that's like a hard line to draw, but like Chud Logic,
especially if they have money, by the way.
When she says she thinks, when she says she enjoys making people feel bad, do you think she thinks this is normal? I think it is normal. I think that like most everybody enjoys making people feel bad if they don't like the person. Like everybody who's sitting here who hates Lav would love to see her feel bad. Everybody's dying to see her feel like crap and her to like sit there and cry or something, so that they can all say that she's you know, playing the victim after. Like I think it is normal for everybody. No, but you see her making up new accusations as she doesn't really say anything here. That's the problem. Yes, but like I'm actually taking what she's actually saying, and you're like that. I assume that's the problem, is I'm not reading into every little thing as far as you want me to.
sure, but like someone like Chud Logic who like literally only makes the space worse. Like I don't. What the fuck is he doing here?
I consume all of my drama via Chud, and I'll.
And it makes you a worse person. It does.
Well, it's my.
It poisons you.
Shit.
It poisons you.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Can I explain it? So,
you can have your tabloid shit, but I want you to know that every time you watch a video and it's about me and DK has put my husband's full name in the description, people are going to him, going to his job, and I mean, we can laugh now. We can laugh about it now, and Connor thinks all of these people are fucking degens, fucking losers, right? Which is true. But still, like, there are people on the other side of that, and you are contributing to harassment. And even as a passive viewer, you are still culpable in what happens.
So if I can explain part of the reason why I consume that content or whatever, and is basically because there's a vehicle I can't. It's hard for me to consume content that I view as cringe. Like I'm not talking specifically about you or Mr. Girl. I'm just talking about like it's hard for like who is it? Thought Slime. Thought Slime recently had a video that was just awful about economics, and the easiest way for me to consume that content.
Enjoying people feeling bad is a bit different from enjoying making someone feel bad. Everyone likes a train wreck. Doesn't mean we want to cause the train wreck. Maybe. I'm I just I have trouble believing that like you guys all can't think of somebody that you hate that you would want to make feel bad. I don't know. I think that that's just I think that that's a normal thing. I think some people will have like more people than others. I think some people hate more than other people. There's not a lot of people that I would want to make feel bad. At least not right now. In the moment when I'm on stream with people and they're acting a fool, yeah, I want to dog on them. I want to crap on them. I want to talk about their mom. I want to tell them how stupid they are and how dumb they look and all of those other things. And as I'm saying those things, I hope it feels bad. I 100% hope it feels bad. I don't say things that obviously are likely to make them feel bad without the intent of wanting them to feel bad. So everyone that brings up the lies she tells is wrong, but the ones twisting themselves into a pretzel to defend her or not push back are right. You say everyone. There's two people here freaking out saying that there are lies. The lies that they say are there aren't actually there. We went over it twice. But the two people, everyone, yes.
Is to kind of have like a vehicle or an avatar who is capable of saying some level of what I'm thinking or bringing their insights to the table. That is kind of
And that's fine. I'm saying, and Chud can do his thing. I don't even think that necessarily he should be deplatformed. I'm just saying, like, fucking
it's the family
disavow.
shit.
I'm just saying, like, disavow. Like, if you got on and were just like, dude, Chud's gonna be Chud, and not taking him serious and just being like, dude, he only exists for this. Like,
well, I think he's embraced the I only exist for drama and I only exist to, he refers to himself as like a content leech sometimes or whatever. So he's kind of accepted the vulture scavenger nature of his content consumption.
yeah, I think it's also different because I think that Chud has had like multiple violations, like having DK as an editor who is like just a genuinely just bad person.
Like, is it so for instance, like the main charges against DK or whatever is obviously like the Mr. Girl thing where he said that like I hope that Shaylin gets taken out or whatever, and
calling him a slur, doing whatever,
basically saying that if you wax yourself then he would be happy about it, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So all that kind of stuff. So for me that would definitely fall under like shitbag behavior. So I guess like what is your line for like disassociation? And by the way, actually let me bring this up. I'm being really passive, but I want to bring this up.
Mm-hmm.
When you say some people are only motivated by money, one of the things is the metrics, the algorithm, and the audience award the blood, and they award the people who like monomaniacally pursue the variables that get money. But what I was going to say is, so for instance, like Tim Pool, I think that dude is like the definition of audience capture. I feel like
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's super freaking weird when people act like people doing their job is bad. Like, obviously, whatever is going to make you more money is good. Like, I don't know. There's obviously going to be like lines there where we think like lying is wrong or like directly causing harm for other people, going overboard on like reacting to something in a disproportionate way, like, but most of the time I don't know. I have conflicted feelings on like the thumbnail stuff because I don't know if all of a sudden it's okay to like take people out of context and lie and like mislead people just because it's a thumbnail, right? I don't know if that's okay now. I don't know if that's an okay thing just because it's a thumbnail and we can say, oh, it's okay, it's a thumbnail. Like it's just a thumbnail, so it's okay. Like lying is cool now. Taking people out of context to like mislead everybody and misinterpret people. I don't know. I have conflicted feelings on that one. But I think that, yeah, like the way that Chud covers drama, I don't think that he's doing things like unethically. I don't think that and I especially don't think he's doing anything special compared to everybody else. I don't think that he's doing stuff like much worse than anybody else. I think that I think that he just happens to be better at it than everybody else, and people get pissed off about it.
Hasn't had like a coherent thought in half a decade to a decade because he's been saying the right things to an audience over and over and over again.
Wait, is woo-oats a thing, or did you mean to say words? You're not lying by putting direct quotes in the thumbnail. So if the direct quotes are out of thumbnail, or I mean, if the direct quotes are out of context, then yeah, I would say it's lying. If I say, you know, somebody says, I love pedophilia, and then they like, you know, and they put in the quotes coming out of my mouth, I love pedophilia. But then, like, you watch the clip and they're actually saying, like, yeah, and this guy's over there at, like, I love pedophilia. They're like quoting another person, but you make it sound like the quote is coming out of their mouth. Yeah, I would say that this is pretty similar to lying. I would say this is pretty similar, and this is a criticism. This is something that people seem to get upset about. I don't know if it's true. I never go check, but I know numerous people have accused them of like taking their quotes out of context, but I have no idea if that's actually what's happening. 'Cause yeah, I've never taken the time to check, but it's something that, yeah, I think a lot about is like, you know, is this okay? Because I think a lot of times, like, I think we all generally don't take thumbnails seriously because of this. I think we all know that that's what's happening, and I think we all know ahead of time that thumbnails are not meant to be taken seriously. So I'm not sure on that one. I've been thinking about it for a while, and I don't know that I've come to a conclusion on it.
And people have been giving him money over and over and over again for seeing it. So him having his own thoughts versus what the audience is rewarding him for saying, that line no longer exists. And the fact that he's not self-aware enough to divorce that is really frustrating for me. But if he said, hey, Connor, you were in this documentary, you were featured for 15 to 20 minutes, and as a result, I want you to come on, I think that he does do harm in the world. I think that his whole promotion of like the Second American Civil War is the most like toxic shit on the fucking internet. But if he invites me onto his fucking platform, I'm going. And that's because there's hundreds of thousands or millions of people. The money is there. The attention is there. The time is there. So how can you realistically expect to break up that dynamic when all of the incentives are towards the blood sports and the blood?
Like, you just have to
not be a shitbag.
Like, you have to pay more attention to the people who aren't shitbags. If in the beginning of my career, when I was going on pretty fucking hard to Madame Genevieve panels and I was saying you're a whore or whatever, and I was being pretty dicey, pretty spicy, if someone would have been like, dude, relax or I'm not having you on, I would have been like, okay.
Yeah.
Or like cool it. If someone would have told me to cool it, I would have been like, okay. But all this audience, I mean, that's what Chud Logic loved that I was that person, right? He wanted, that's why he was so mad at me. He wanted me to be his like anti-thought champion, right? He wanted me to.
I still want you to do that.
I want to do that also. And I think that there's a.
I wish you were the former sex work puritanical fucking flaming sword charging Joan of Arc anti-sex work zealot that I could hide behind and be like, yeah, like Lab might be a little crazy on this,
but
and
rest
this
assured,
point, but I actually agree
and I will,
with this,
yes,
and this.
and I will be an awful bitch. I will be horrible. I'll be petty. I'll make bad faith arguments in a conversation to make a little joke. I will do those things. Yeah. I will do those things and still do all those things. But you will never. I think that you can trust that I will never dox anyone. I will never go too fucking personal. I will never like try to get someone like fired from their real life job. Like I will never I'll never do any of that shit. Like there's just the line is so clear.
Yeah, I don't think she would have backed off. I think that when she was going in on Cherry, do you guys remember like the whole thing blew up with Max where Cherry said the stuff about Max like flashing her, and then Cherry starts to admit that she's wrong and is like, okay, maybe I screwed up here. I'm not sure anymore what I saw, and I'm really confused, and I need to like take some time off now and really think about things. Like everything feels really weird. And then Lav jumped on to like rub it in and just go in on her, and everybody the whole time was like, damn, dude, Lav, what the hell, dude, chill. She's like, no, screw her, like, and just kept going in. And they're like, dude, you're really like beating a dead horse right now. And she's like, I don't care, screw her. She did X, Y, and Z to Max, and just like kept going in. And I feel like that happened numerous times. I feel like that's not the only time that happened either. I could be wrong, but I feel like there were other times.
The line is so clear. And people are acting like it's not clear. We can do blood sports. We can do blood sports. We can be bad people, but there is a specific type of bad person that is like dangerous.
Yeah. So
even doing like the like I think even doing stuff like Zonia saying that I fucking abused my animals and killed my cat.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
What?
Yeah.
Like
So-
it gets views.
Yeah, that was weird. We went over that one here. That was weird. And I had Zonia on to talk about it. She doubled down, tripled down. She said that she really believes it. So it is what it is. But that was definitely on.
Views, it gets views. Okay, dude. Like, come the fuck on. Are we just gonna meme our way into that no one takes us seriously and we become the Jerry Springer show? Then we completely lose our message and then we just get infected with this money run, this cash grab?
Well, I think people are already there, and I think so. Yeah, so this, for instance, would be like, there's a self-seriousness to the space that I also take myself somewhat seriously, maybe too much some of the time. There's a self-seriousness to the space, but like, people spend a lot of time researching stuff, working jobs, being passionate, volunteering, all that kind of stuff. And then when you attack them on a level about a subject that they're passionate about, they're going to be passionate about it. So I think that's perfectly fine. And then if you were to say as a code of conduct for the streamers that I will participate with, going after non-stream friends and family, and going after and then directing people to docs, even passively, even with a level of plausible deniability, will make it so I will no longer interact with you and I will shit talk you and I think you're a bad person, and I will basically encourage other people in the sphere to not engage with you. I think that's fine. But then it kind of gets into basically, I mean, actually, that kind of resolves it for me, because those are two clear rules that I could take into my head, where I'm going to say I'm going to be a little bit of a hypocrite. So, for instance, if I go watch the Destiny clips about like directing people to Anna's kiwi farms, or directing people to your family's kiwi farms or some shit like that, and he has this like plausible, because I've heard this before, the plausible deniability story is everybody wants to shit talk Lab and Anna. Everybody wants to fucking be disgusting little pigs in their little pit. I don't want it in DGG chat, so if you want to go be a disgusting little pig, go to fucking Kiwi Farms. That was the excuse.
That's still not fucking good enough. Dude, when I tell you, like, when I brought up the whole Hassan thing, Hassan had every reason to hate me. Every reason to fucking annihilate me. I mean, he did. He made up this fucking story about how I wanted to fuck him, and then when I couldn't, I like made up this lie. Whatever, dude. He's his own fucking, he pays for sex. He should be a felon. But there's still, he literally was like, if I see you in the Twitch chat, talk about this girl after today. If I see you in the Reddit, if I see you on social media, he was like, if I see anything where you guys are harassing her, you will get fucking banned from the community.
So, all right.
He knows he has power. He knows he wields power, and with power comes great responsibility. And he wields it correctly. Say what you can about the guy. He's a fucking grifter. He's a degenerate, whatever.
Spider-Man,
he understands the
wow.
power that he has, and he's not a fucking crazy, power-hungry narcissist where he wants to fucking make people kill themselves.
So, there's a few people, I've largely ignored them, but there were a few people who were basically asking about the Hassan thing. So I'll try to keep it as vague as possible. So I think everybody knows that he went to Germany and went to a club and paid.
Does she believe that sex workers should go to jail for selling their bodies? I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing. Well, I was the only one trying to flirt with Hassan. Yeah, didn't he go over this stuff? She said Hassan paid for sex and should go to jail. Wait. That you realize that's very different than the question that was just asked, right? You realize that's the opposite. Like, that's the other person. He asked if sex workers should go to jail for selling their bodies. Do you think in that scenario that Hassan was the sex worker? Just wondering if it goes both ways. Yeah. I mean, she claims she had to do sex work because she can't do any other job. Yeah.
For sex and all that kind of stuff. Then, I know.
Yeah, he says, yeah, support your sex workers. Oh, it makes me want to fucking vomit.
Okay, so I know that some pornographic actresses escort, where they date, they date for cash. But like, he's a handsome fella, he makes money, like all that kind of stuff. So is it the youth problem? Is it the celebrity status? Is it the paying for sex? What is?
Oh,
your
you're asking
beef?
what's wrong with Hassan paying for sex?
Or what's beef with his sexual habits as you understand it?
I think that any man who pays for, well, first of all, well, this goes into my anti-sex work tangent.
I am okay. So a lot of people, they just want to go hypocrite because you participated in sex work and then went back to sex work and blah 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 blah. I don't give a fuck, because ideas and points are separate from the people who are making them. So
yeah, your alcoholic aunt will tell you to never fucking drink. The point still stands.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if your alcoholic aunt tells
That's a little bit different. So if I'm doing heroin, but I tell you that you shouldn't do heroin, I'm giving you a suggestion. I'm saying that like it would be good if you didn't do this, right? You ought not do this. You would be better off if you are not doing the thing that I'm doing, right? That's not being a hypocrite. That's just me giving you good advice. Hypocrite is where I do something bad, like I do something and then I say you're bad when you do it. That is very different. That is not the same thing as giving advice to somebody. That's not, like, her example there is not an example of being a hypocrite. That's just somebody giving advice.
Tells you not to drink and drive. Don't drink and drive is still good advice.
Yeah.
So if you could walk me through your logic behind.
Yeah, again, yes, we're not talking about advice. Like, we're talking about her condemning people for doing sex work or for promoting sex work, but then her doing sex work and promoting sex work, which, like, her, from what I understand, I remember her saying that, like, her defense of this is that that it's really like just the OnlyFans part of it, and it's the like coercive parts of these businesses that she has an issue with. She doesn't have an issue with all sex work. I talked to her about this on Politically Provoked one day, that yeah, it's not all sex work, it's not everything, it's literally just OnlyFans. It's the way that OnlyFans operates and the way that they are coercive to get girls to go work for them and sell their bodies. That, like, when everybody was calling her a hypocrite, that she wasn't being hypocritical because she isn't like condemning the entire business of sex work or of pornography or anything like that, that she's just only upset about OnlyFans. But I don't know. I've only ever seen her talk about OnlyFans. I've never seen her talk about sex work in general before.
Behind it, I would be appreciative.
I haven't talked about this in so long. I'm dusting off my brain.
Hit it with some WD-40.
So I think that payment is not consent. So when we talk about enthusiastic consent, maybe it's different because, you know, Hassan is like an attractive man. But I think in general, payment, women are not products. You should not be able to pay for access to a body. It's like the same thing of slavery. It's like you should not, they had jobs, slaves had jobs. They were getting, some of them were even getting paid for, you know, an amount of time. It's not, your body is not a product and your sexuality is not a product and money is not consent. And you go to brothels in which these women are, you know, not only is the act of paying for sex, I think, unethical, for a human being to do to another human being with what is supposed to be equal, right? We're supposed to believe that men and women are equal now, and that's that can't be true if you're paying someone to have sex with you. There's no equal power dynamic there. But also, you're contributing to a system in which these brothels are mistreating these women. They're pimps to these women. They're taking half or more of their earnings. You know, these women are being treated like shit. They're also often women with mental illness who have to go into this job because they can't do other jobs. Most of them are in like. Most of these places get caught for like sex trafficking raids.
You're not paying for the ownership of their body. It's a service for a limited time. Sure, but I think her point is like, her point is that if I pay for sex, you owe me that sex. Like, you owe me that product. You owe me that service now. You owe this to me. Consent is no longer like a thing that consent is no longer a thing that comes into the equation. It's now like, I have paid, now you give me sex. There is nothing else there. It's just that simple. Yeah, like any other job, right? And that's kind of I think that's what she's saying, is that like then if that's the case, then there should not be a contract like that. I don't know. Yeah, like labor, I was gonna say, I don't know if there's. She thinks of sex in a very like different way, and I wish I had seen this before I had my conversation with her about gender, because she kept bringing everything back to like a soul. Oh, you're making it sound like we have a soul. Oh, gender is just a soul. But the way that she talks about sex, like sex is this like almost like, you know, very special, like spiritual type thing that's just different from everything else, and it can't, the type of consent is so different that it couldn't possibly become a product or a service. And it's just the you know, the way that you consent to it, and the, you know, the like the intimacy of your body, and like all of these things, like the way that she talks about it, it is just so different from anything else that we ever consider. That, yeah, I wonder. I wish I had seen this first, or I wish this had happened first.
You know, God, I wish I have my phone. I was reading I was reading this Andrea Dworkin book, Pornography, and I have read it like 3 times since I got it. But there's a quote. Hold on, let me try to find it. There's a quote about the power dynamic between like a woman and her John. Pornography, men.
They get into feminism from here, I believe.
Sexual desires, and there was some level, and like we could somehow create like the perfect sterile environment through which sexuality could emerge. And
yeah, they just talk
have,
about
like, abuse
feminism
and
from
all
here,
these things like informing the way that,
and like the sex industry and stuff like that. What is Zonia doing?
Friend, Tamika. Okay.
Please be fit. Hello? Oh, piss off! Please be fit, please be fit.
Oh, audio is glitching for some reason. Do you guys hear that? Or is that just on
her
my end?
audio is glitching?
Wait, let me play my music and see what happens.
Sounds normal. All right, I'm gonna raise you guys into Zonia. Everybody get ready. Hit the thumbs up first. Then once you get in there, you get a Flutter chat. Spam the hell out of it. Lots of emotes. Lots of fools raids. Lots of stupid crap. I will likely be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.